Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was the Legend of Dragons? Part 2. Also ACESS all part at once by joining Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories. Also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The Great Hall grew silent as Neville Longbottom's name was called to be sorted. Unsurprisingly, however, the second the hat touched the confident boy's head, it boomed out the House of the Lions to the collection of staff and students listening with bated breath. There was a mere 3 seconds of silence following the proclamation until the hall erupted in cheers. Mainly from the Gryffindor table who, as a whole, were ecstatic that they had received Longbottom. During the sorting ceremony, Harry was barely paying attention to any of the names being called out, opting to reflect upon what happened back on the train and Arcadis's unusual behavior following the Malfoy brat's taunt. Archie had been taunted before, but never had there been a reaction like that. The boy would usually just shrug it off and continue on with his day, which normally consisted with his face buried in a Quidditch or potions text, joking around, or making passes at Stephanie. The thought that something also happened to his mother in the past that caused irreparable damage to the brown-haired boy's psyche, disgustingly enough, brought a sense of happiness to the ebony-haired youth. Not for the tragedy that must have befallen her, he would wish that on nobody, but this meant that the two of them shared something in common that not many people would, and though the two of them were usually completely different people, it was nice to know they had the same problems. He was snapped out of his thoughts when Blaise was sorted into Slytherin, much like his older sister. And the headmaster stood from his table. "I know you must all be very hungry and wish to begin with the feast," he joked, eyes twinkling merrily as there was a collective groan in the hall, "but announcements must be made when you are most attentive. First of all, as usual, the Forbidden Forest is strictly out of bounds to anyone not wishing to face the most severe punishments or death at the hands of those which lurk within." To the shock of Harry and Archie, they both could have sworn the aged headmaster's eyes flickered towards the two. "Mr. Filch, our caretaker, has also asked me to remind you that no spells or feats of magic are to be performed between classes in the corridors. Also, those who wish to try out for their Quidditch house teams need to contact Madam Hooch before the second week of term to see about gaining permission to do so. Finally, I must stress that the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is strictly out of bounds to those who do not wish to die a very horrible and painful death." There were a few scattered laughs around the hall, but the majority of the students had simply paled at the implications. Harry zoned out. Hen Dumbledore introduced their new defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Quirrell, a man wearing a violet turban who looked to be scared of his own shadow, especially if the fact that he uttered during every word was any sign of that. One thing was for sure, Hogwarts promised to be interesting this year. Classes, Quidditch practice and individual study resumed as normal for Harry and Archie, with the exception of their 2 new electives that they had taken up this year. In his opinion, Ancient Runes was by far the most humorous yet interesting class he had at Hogwarts. He wasn't as adept at runes like he was in charms, transfiguration and pretty much every other class to some extent, which served to give him some sort of challenge in his learning. Runes, taught by Professor Sinistra, the astronomy teacher, began in the early years with working on identifying ancient and difficult to translate runic languages. Some examples of this were Ancient Egyptian, Celtic, Atlantean, Aztec, and the list went on. Being quite the linguist himself, having mastered speaking in 3 non-English languages, French, Japanese and Parseltongue, he could appreciate and enjoy the effort involved in learning more. As expected, Archie was all over Sinistra in their classes. His eyes would remain glued to the gorgeous professor's impressive bust and shapely rear with a spaced-out expression. He wasn't the only one either. It seemed to Harry like he was the only male in the class that actually took it to learn the subject instead of having free perv sessions. Of course, Sinistra didn't exactly discourage this behavior judging by the clothes she wore. One would think she lavished in the attention. "Okay class," came the voice of their professor from the door as she strolled in. Carrying several books under her s with both hands, pushing her bust up further creating an effect Archie definitely appreciated. "Open your books to page 372, we will be reviewing last week's work on identifying Celtic runes." As she slapped her books down on her desk, one fell to the floor. With a disappointed groan, she bent over to pick it up, her back facing the class. It was at that moment that he heard Archie blessing the Muggles and their ingenious clothing inventions, as Sinistra had been wearing a knee-length skirt split down the side that when she bent over rode fairly high up, going as far to reveal the top of her pantyhose. "I wonder if Stephanie wears those, or Bianca," he trailed off, eyes dazed with a whimsical expression. Harry looked to his friend in disgust. "I thought you said Bianca was like a mother to you." "Like, my good man, is quite far from being one. Therefore I will feel no moral or ethical dilemmas when I add those images to my frequent and quite erotic daydreams. Look. She's bending over again," he whispered with excitement as Professor Sinistra bent over to pick up a loose piece of parchment. Harry had put that memory away in a pensieve, eager to use it as blackmail material in the future by threatening to show that to any member of the Zabini family, he hadn't forgotten about the Parseltongue mix-up. His other elective, arithmancy, proved to also be a challenge. Equations upon equations, algorithms upon algorithms, and studying upon studying were what was expected on a daily basis from Professor Vector in her class. The only other person taking the class with him that he knew on a personal level was Stephanie, so he often paired up with her to do work. The class was by far one of the more complex branches of magic he had ever studied. And that was at simply third-year level. He was comparing it to Newt-level transfiguration. Every class, they were expected to work through sheets of practice equations that involved some faux magical situations such as why a certain potion needed to be stirred a specific number of times, or why a wand needed to be twirled by this specific degree to achieve the desired effect. A master at the subject, she had told them, would find having a respectable career as a curse breaker was a definite possibility for arithmancy, and the ability to break down wards numerically was common practice and almost required to pull apart the most complex of wards. Though Professor Vector was also very beautiful in an "I'll crush your balls if you even glance in my behind's general direction" kind of way, no one thought it was worth the effort to take the class just to perv. It was that difficult. Archie, as his second elective, has chosen to take care of magical creatures, saying that if he ever wanted to obtain rare potions ingredients from them in the future, he would need to know how to fight or care for them. For Stephanie's second elective, she chose to take Muggle studies. She was the eldest Zabini child. Even though not a male, it would be most likely that she would be in charge of the finances even though she wasn't the heir. The Zabini family dealt in both the RLD with their businesses, and thus she would have to have a firm grasp of both worlds to be effective in such a venture. The Ravenclaw Quidditch team had to hold another round of tryouts this year, this time to fill the position of seeker. Allison Spencer had, much to their captain's joy, gotten herself pregnant. Suffice to say, Elwood had to replace her, and he did so with the second-year Cho Chong. The girl Archie and Harry had met after the forest fiasco in their first year. They also had to replace their keeper due to Worthington graduating last year, and they did so with a fairly good fourth year. Their team may not have been as experienced as last year's, but they weren't facing the likes of Charlie Weasley, so it really didn't matter. Speaking of Quidditch, in a bizarre turn of events, it began with a verbal spar between Malfoy and Longbottom and ended with Longbottom rescuing someone's book bag from the lake. Longbottom had been named Seeker of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the youngest player in over a century. The rumor was that he was a good flyer. Harry wasn't deterred though. He knew that the Ravenclaw chasers were more than enough to win the game should he prove to be better than Chong. Malfoy had also proven to be quite the menace, well, as menacing as annoying little firsties could be with nothing but words to back them up. Harry conceded though that when the brat grew somewhat older and his family name inevitably gave him some form of political sway in the Slytherin house, Stephanie wouldn't be so safe. She had her friends in the Slytherin house, no doubt. But not many of them would choose to fight Malfoy for her, they were superficial like that. Archie had proposed to put the scare on Malfoy before that could happen. Harry pretended to agree, but he had other plans to combat such a nuisance. Third-year students and above were permitted to venture into Hogsmeade once a month in third year with the permission of their parents or guardians. This, unfortunately, marked the beginning of dates, as previously, had there been couples, being at school all year really offered no place to go on dates except for broom closets, not the most romantic of places. This, of course, coupled with Harry's newfound popularity as a Quidditch star, his Parseltongue abilities all but forgotten, meant that girls were asking him left, right and center to go on dates with them. He never accepted any, of course, opting to ignore them instead of dignifying them with a response, but that just proved to be detrimental, as they just tried harder to obtain his attention. So, Hogsmeade, huh? Stephanie commented as they worked on their equation sheet in arithmancy. Harry resisted the urge to groan. She was not seriously contemplating what he thought she was contemplating. Hogsmeade, Harry imitated with a raised eyebrow. Well, you know how people go and stuff, she commented in a most undignified manner. Harry made no outward sign of approval or disapproval. Well, she commented, undeterred. I was wondering if you're not busy, of course, if we can, go together. Harry, not even batting an eye, answered her. Nope, man, this equation was a doozy. Was what was going on inside his head at that moment. Why not? The girl sounded crushed, and Harry, unlike the others, actually felt a small amount of sympathy for her. Unlike the other girls, this one actually knew him and was probably asking him because she liked him. Regardless, he wouldn't do that to his best friend. Do you really need to ask Stephanie? He asked, amusement laced in his words. Oh, come on. He's not going to ask me, and what makes you think I want to go with him anyway? He's not going to ask you because you've done a mighty fine job of discouraging any advances he may want to make in the future, despite how much he really does like you. He could, of course, put his friend on a pedestal, all the more reason for him to owe him one later. Those love taps of yours are quite powerful. A lesser man would have probably given up completely by now. Flushing in embarrassment at how her groin slams on Archie had developed a name, she turned to him, her work forgotten, and took in his appearance. You're not going with someone else, are you? Negative. Why not? You could probably take anyone in school, as disturbing as that may be. She saw it with a cringe. You're not. She made some Archie-worthy hand gestures to try and charade him homoeity. Harry's quill stopped abruptly from completing the equations and analytical problems he had been given and was dunked in the ink pot. Looking to Stephanie with a slight smirk, he got up from his chair and walked over to the teacher's desk where Professor Vector was marking some upper classes work. Before she could realize he was there, he put his hand under her chin, raised the shocked professor's head up and planted a soft yet chaste kiss on her lips before pulling away and walking out of the classroom as the bell rang. No one ever questioned his ability again, and Harry Potter was forever known as a god amongst men, despite the fact that he had to serve a week's worth of attention for the stunt he pulled. All too soon, Halloween rolled around and the feast that accompanied it. Not feeling as festive as his friends, he had informed them that he would be in the library should they need him and would meet them later in the evening. Having completed all his homework assignments that he had been given for potions, runes and arithmancy, Harry thought it time to head back to the dorms. By his watch, the other students should still be at the feast, so he could kick back and read a book of his choosing when he got back to the dorms in complete silence. Just when he thought of complete silence started to sound good, the corridor he was walking down thundered loudly, causing the suits of armor he was surrounded by to rumble and clatter. Silence followed the initial booming sound, so he just played it off as a Weasley twins prank. That was until the thundering noise came back, only to be followed by another, and another and another. Following the source of the noise, too curious for his own good, he would later admonish, he noticed that he was being led to the fourth-floor girls' bathroom. As he rounded the corner, he met with something he most certainly didn't expect to see walking into the girls' bathroom. A fully grown mountain troll. The stench was horrid, probably only matched in disgustingness by its looks. It had a rather large wooden CL. Ubben was dressed in large and ragged clothes. It had gray and lumpy skin with wickedly horned feet. Harry just stared at the space the troll had occupied before ducking into the bathroom, not sure how much time had passed. Until he heard a scream. A girl's scream. Someone was in that bathroom. Taking only a split second to groan in annoyance, he leapt forwards, already prepared to land on L4s as he changes into his cat animagus form for extra speed. As fast as he can, Harry covered the space between the beginning of the corridor and the bathroom itself only to see the form of Hermione Granger huddled. Rather stupidly he had the time to assess, under a sink as the troll systematically crushed each one, looking for her. Sighing in annoyance, Harry admonished himself for not attending the feast like the rest of the students before whipping out his wand and firing 3 successive and silent blasting hexes at the beast. To his surprise, the spells were virtually absorbed by the beast's skin, causing it to stagger slightly forwards before whipping around, club held high and ready to smash something, and roaring in fury. Well shit, he had to just go and make it mad. The girl still huddled under the sink made him slightly peeved. What are you, an idiot, Granger? Run. Not needing to be told twice, the girl rushed out of her hiding spot and towards the door, but the troll wasn't going to give up on its prey that easily as it swung its club sideways to crush the girl into the wall. Betting that'll resistant, Harry fired another blasting hex, however, this one was aimed at the club which promptly exploded into thousands of splinters. The troll looked dumbly at the stump where his club used to be and made a grunting noise that sounded like he was asking, what the hell happened? Not letting his advantage go to waste and satisfied that the girl had fled the bathrooms, Harry cast a freezing charm on the water at the troll's feet, water that had been spraying out for some time. Glad that the troll hadn't noticed yet and that he had limited its maneuverability by a great amount, Harry looked around the room to devise a plan. The troll, finally realizing what had happened, roared in fury and charged at Harry, only to start slipping and sliding in his direction. Harry summoned large pieces of debris from around him until it was right in front of him and systematically banished piece after piece at the troll's head. Few actually hit, but the ones that did caused it to fall backwards yet continued to slide in his direction, rolling out of the way. Why cast a blasting hex at section of the ceiling the troll would be under when it slammed into the wall? The results were impressive to say the least. Large chunks of stone and wood beams fell from the ceiling and onto the troll, knocking it out and encasing it in a prison that would take some effort to escape given that it was still probably lying on a sheet of ice. The doors suddenly burst open revealing Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, Flitwick and Sprout staring at him in shock. Who wouldn't stare at a third-year student in shock that had his wand out and was breathing in pants as he stood beside an unconscious and half-buried mountain troll? Your timing is impeccable, professors, he said sarcastically. Would anyone care to explain how a mountain troll was able to waltz on up to the 4th floor unnoticed and attack a student in the process? He asked, glaring slightly at Dumbledore. Arrogant as ever, you little piece of shit, Snape started. Severus, Dumbledore cut off, a hint of warning in his tone. Mr. Potter, would you care to enlighten us to the reason why you are not in your common room where it would have been safe as instructed by myself earlier during the feast? He asked, he too looking between the troll and the student before him in shock and awe. You mean other than the fact that I wasn't at said feast? He asked, amusement-laced wit. His words. You still haven't answered my question, Headmaster, and could you please stop glaring at me, Professor Snape? It is rather annoying. 20 points from Ravenclaw for what exactly? Litwick interjected. I see no rule breaking here. Mr. Potter cannot have disobeyed any orders if he had not been given them himself. If anything, I do believe 50 points to Ravenclaw are in order for the rather convincing defeat of a mountain troll, wouldn't you say, Headmaster? Indeed, Phileas, the headmaster agreed, a twinkle in his eye. Did you learn anything from this experience, Mr. Potter? Asked his humored head of house. Yeah, troll hide is quite spell resistant. The little professor chuckled in his high-pitched voice, later joined by Dumbledore and Sprout while McGonagall and Snape were glaring at him. The former as if she knew something and the latter as if hoping his glare would make him drop dead on the spot. Quirrell had his hand on his chest to calm his breathing, seemingly in shock as he collapsed to the ground, staring at the troll in fear. Aside from the professors present, only one other person knew what actually happened that night. It's really not that hard. You just need to make sure you take into account what the F. Stephanie burst out laughing as Harry's lecture was interrupted when a small lump of bushy brown hair ambushed him outside the arithmancy classroom and tackled him in a hug. Your fangirls are getting braver, Potter. Soon they'll be throwing their panties at you as you walk by, she said, smirking at the scowling youth. Granger? Asked Harry. Granger. Harry tried again only to realize that the girl was sobbing as latched onto him, refusing to let go. Harry looked to Stephanie with a pleading look only to be smirk. Ed again and be greeted with the girl's back. Vowing to get revenge against the sadistic girl, he pried the hysterical girl off of him, only to be met with an interesting amount of resistance. Unhand me, Granger, he hissed. He was starting to make out what she was saying through her sobs. Apologies for putting him in such a situation as she did during Halloween, thanks for saving her. Epilogue. I.e. if he had been in trouble because of her. Not liking that they were drawing other people's attention, he hissed at her in Parseltongue, which promptly caused her to let go of him with a shriek. Satisfied that she had finally let go, he began to straighten his robes only to be faced with another problem. You're a Parselmouth. The loud declaration came from Ron Weasley, who was stalking up to the two with Longbottom by his side. Not even choosing to dignify that question with a response, Harry just moved past the chubby boy and his red-headed sidekick only to meet resistance as Longbottom grabbed his arm. Rather roughly he noted, "You just did some dark and evil magic on her," he accused. "Undo it or else." The boy who lived threatened. Students who knew of Harry's magical prowess were looking at Longbottom as if he'd grown a second head, and Harry, well, he was just pissed off. "Hey Potter, what's the hold up? What in Merlin's name?" Archie had come looking for his friend who was supposed to meet up with him before potions only to be met with this spectacle. Grinning like a Cheshire cat, Archie made everyone back away. Wait, okay, continue," he urged with a grin, only serving to fuel Harry's annoyance. "You have 3 seconds to unhand me, Longbottom," he warned. "Not until you tell me what evil spell you used on Hermione, you dark wizard." 1. Listen here, you git. You don't scare me. I demand to know what you. 2. If you think you can so casually dismiss someone like me, you're sorely. 3. Everyone watching winced in sympathy as Harry flicked out his wand and with a few wand movements had Neville hanging upside down without his pants on and attached to a portrait. "My grandmother will hear of this." The boy fumed, his face flush with embarrassment as the students started to laugh at his boy who lived. Boxers were shown to the world. "I'll have you expelled." Harry ignored the crowd of students and, grabbing Archie by his elbow, stalked off to potions, leaving a fuming Hermione lecturing a half-naked Neville behind. It was only as he was leaving did he realize that Neville never asked what he said. Harry sat in his mother's room on Christmas Day, playing his guitar as per usual while reflecting on his last couple of months in school. Time had flown by rather quickly as he had been keeping himself busy with his homework, Quidditch practice and independent studies. Neville had done as promised, and aside from a slap on the wrist for using magic in the corridors, nothing was done, as it was proven by several IWITNESS accounts that the boy who lived had been the one to instigate the argument. Neville was ordered to serve detention with Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest for a week. Their first Quidditch match against Gryffindor and Longbottom's debut ended in a landslide victory to the Blue and Bronze as Chong caught the snitch and Harry, along with Elwood and Davis, tore up the pitch and put 12 goals past Wood. It would have been more had Wood, the Gryffindor captain, not been so skilled. Surprisingly though, Longbottom's broom bucked wildly for half a minute during the game only to stop when some commotion in the audience caught everyone's attention. This was information he had been given after the match, of course, as he was focused on other matters at the time. Archie had also, at his insistence, puckered up the courage to ask Stephanie to Hogsmeade, however, as the boy were completely thrown at the window when all she did was take him book shopping. Cedric and Harry, who had been airing a butterbear at the Three Broomsticks, while flirting with its owner, Madame Rosmerta, a rather attractive woman who enjoyed the students' company, especially the Charmers, as she had dubbed Seed. Rick and Harry were amused to see Archie come in with Stephanie later that day with an armful of rather heavy-looking tomes. Cedric had earned one of said tones to the head when he made a comment about the boy already being whipped. Stephanie just smirked at the joke, knowing it was quite true. Harry suddenly stopped playing his mother's guitar when he sensed someone enter the room. Looking through one of the mirrors on the other side of his mother's bed, he was surprised to see Archie standing there with a melancholy expression and a bouquet of flowers, red tulips, his mother's favorites. Somebody did their homework. "What are you doing here, Arcades?" Harry asked, sounding slightly irritated that the one day he had alone with his mother every year had been imposed upon and interrupted. Archie didn't answer. Instead, he placed the bouquet by his mother's side on the bedside table and stood next to Harry, who was sitting on a high stool, guitar still under his arm, yet all was silent. "My mother," began Archie, getting Harry's attention. "My mother's name was Isabella Marie Montague. She was a beautiful woman, lived for her family and children, you know," he asked with a chuckle. Harry didn't laugh. "She married my father young. It was an arranged marriage, see. And she was sold off at the age of 17, she was 20 when she gave birth to me, 17 for my brother, T." His was the first Harry had ever heard of Archie having siblings, but he continued to remain silent. "I loved her, from what I remember, I loved her so much, she was the greatest mother one could hope for. She was always very proper. But because she was so young, she always had fun with us and would always be there for us whenever father would punish us," he said. Tears were rolling down the boy's eyes as he told his story. His face never met Harry's, merely looking at Lily on the bed as he continued. "This one time, I got into trouble for stealing father's broomstick and trying to ride around on it despite being told to never steal from others," he snorted. "I was a pureblood, the best, we steal from no one, only commoners and filth steal," he recited, as if he had been told that hundreds of times. "Obviously my father caught me, and punished me, it was bad. My mother though, she just took me to my room and sung me to sleep. The next morning she made me my favorite breakfast and bought me my own training broom. She was always like that, willing to do anything to see me smile. It's one of the few memories I have of her." One night, here Archie's voice cracked by, he continued regardless, "One night, when she was on an errand, she was attacked by a gang of werewolves, but before they could kill her, the Aurors arrived and saved her life. Fortunately or unfortunately, however which way you look at it, she survived, but she was turned. She got her injuries treated and was sent back home. None of us expected a thing. Things that large can never be kept a secret though, not for long." Archie's fists balled and he got a look of hate in his eyes. "Gabriel, my brother, discovered mother's secret when he saw her sneak off to the manor's outhouse to change under the guise of silencing and obscuring charms. Being the fucker that he is and the daddy's boy, he immediately went and informed father." More tears started leaking from his eyes as he tried to control his emotions. Harry listened patiently as his friend bared his soul to him while also looking at his mother. "As you can imagine, my father wasn't too pleased that his wife had become a half-breed monstrosity. He was all into the pure blood supremacy, you know. I think he was a part of, you know whose, inner circle too. I can't be sure though." He paused, collecting his thoughts before he continued. "While she was weak, he knocked her out and took her away. I had no idea where, but 2 days later my father took us to a room in the basement that I had never seen before and had just been recently created. I'd hazard a guess, the room had a door, a window, and that was it. In the room was my mother, broken, beaten, tied up. I'll never forget how bad she looked. She was bleeding, down there, so I can only imagine that she was, several times." His voice continued to break up as he screwed his eyes shut, probably hoping to wish away the images. "He wasn't done with her though. He told us, father," he spat the name with so much hate that it caught Harry off guard. "He told us that this is what happened to half-breed monstrosities like her." Suddenly, Archie planted his fist into the wall as hard as he could. Harry winced at the contact. Those walls were charmed to be unbreakable. He definitely just broke something. He killed her as he watched. The room was charmed to turn to silver after a certain time period, so after he let all his buddies have their ways with her however they so pleased, she would die as per the room's functions. I watched my mother burn to death and all she did was smile at me and say she loved me. She couldn't even say it. Her vocal cords were that damaged, but she mouthed it and I understood. She was burning and all she did was tell me how much she loved me. No tears, just that smile. I'll never forget it. Harry suddenly got the urge to find a certain little blonde-haired brat and put his head through a wall, but he still remained silent. After that, I got the broom my mother bought for me and fled with as much of my belongings as possible. I didn't have an idea where I was going. I probably wasn't thinking straight and I was only 6 at the time, but I just flew. Luckily for me, I ended up in the Zabini's garden passed out. Lucky because Bianca knew my mother well. They were like sisters after all. They did everything together. Hogwarts, marriage, they were both betrothed you see. Archie wiped his tears away furiously as he composed himself. Suffice to say Antonio and Bianca weren't too happy when they discovered what happened, but what could they do? My mother's body was burned in at room, so there was no evidence, and even if they had a trial, my father's influence would buy his way out of any trouble. They decided to keep me and let me live with them after that. Antonio has some good connections, so my father had no chance of getting me back, though he only tried once and that wasn't very hard. Archie paused, collecting his thoughts. When I was old enough to understand what happened, I vowed to myself that I'd spend the rest of my life discovering a way for werewolves to live happier and easier lives. It's why I love potions so much. Therein lies the answer to all my problems. I intend to make a potion someday that will allow anybody inflicted with the lycanthropy disease full control over their inner wolf and transformations. It would be just like having an animagus. Harry finally spoke after several minutes of silence. Is that why you went into the Forbidden Forest second year? You need that plant. Archie nodded. Moon thistle, it's a plant that has several calming properties that is strongest during a full moon. It's under stasis at the moment, so it remains fully potent until I need to use it. Harry nodded, admitting that he would have done the same thing under the same circumstances. My story isn't as dark, he admitted, but I figure you have a right to know anyway. Harry began. During the end of the last war with Voldemort, Archie Shive read at the name. My parents were attacked, not long after Voldemort fell at the Longbottom Manor. Bellatrix, Rodolphus, Rabaston Lestrange and Barty Crouch Jr. all attacked my family's home wanting to find out information about their lord, ready to torture if need be. They obviously weren't expecting my fad in this plan of theirs. When they attacked, my mother took me upstairs to protect me while my father dueled and defeated the 3 males of the group. However, just as he bound the last of the 3, Barty Crouch Jr. got a killing curse off and killed him. Bellatrix Lestrange snuck behind the fight and up to my mother, and after a furious duel, one which my mother won, she sent an unknown dark curse at me, one which my mother took in my place. Fortunately, my mother sent a powerful stunner before she jumped in the way of the course, one which hit Bellatrix and knocked her out. However, the curse which Bellatrix sent, well, this is the result, he said, motioning to his mother. She has been in a coma for 12 years. Not quite alive and not quite dead. No healer has been able to fix her, and any attempts to get any information from Bellatrix herself on the curse she used have turned up hopeless. Harry looked at his mother's prone form as his voice took on a hard edge. That should be me lying in that bed, not her. She didn't deserve this. Every second I live my life is a second she should be living, happy. Not stuck in some magical coma while being forced to live like a vegetable. Bellatrix will pay, Azkaban or not. She will pay, and I will cure my mother. It's the least I owe to her. It's why I study so hard. Every bit of knowledge I obtain makes me that much more powerful, and every bit of power I obtain will help me in curing her. Archie smiled at Harry before his eyes turned cold and uncaring. I intend to kill my father. He will be begging for death before I'll be merciful enough to finally grant it. Harry nodded yet didn't comment. What could he say? He completely agreed with his friend, though he honestly thought death was too good for him. Visiting time is ending in 15 minutes. Please finish your business and make your way home. I repeat, visiting time is ending in 15 minutes. Please finish your business and make your way home, a voice called out to the permanent injuries ward. It was only then that Harry realized how late it was. Packing away his guitar, he kissed his mother's warm forehead before heading out of the room. Archie and Harry walked in silence, a new level of respect and depth added to their friendship. You know, you were pretty good with that guitar. Chicks dig guys that can play instruments. Arcades. Shut up. There were a few more moments of silence until, "You know, your dad was a lucky man, your mum is fucking hot." Arcades. Harry warned. The slight quirking of his lips and the mirth in his eyes didn't really dissuade Archie all that much. "I mean, I'm not one for redheads usually, but damn." Taking a page out of Stephanie's book, Harry kneed his friend right in the balls, wincing himself as he made contact. Good contact. He could probably kick a lot harder than Stephanie could. Harry continued to walk away, whistling a tune and a swing in his step as Archie whimpered pitifully on the floor. Then again, perhaps their friendship hadn't evolved at all. Today was Valentine's Day, a day Harry had only learned to cope with by simply ignoring everything and everyone that even tried to initiate any form of communications with him, whether it be in the form of conversations, mail or googly eyes. He honestly wouldn't complain if the stupid day was destroyed altogether. Then perhaps he could avoid situations like the one he was in now. Sitting in a pile in front of him would literally have to be 50 letters. All from various females from the school, no doubt. Archie sat beside him with a broad smile as he too had received his own stack of around 20 Valentines, ca. Using Harry to remind himself that even though Archie acted like a moron sometimes, most of the time, okay, perhaps all the time, even given that fact, he was still, from what gossip dictated, one of the hottest guys in school. He did no such thing to dissuade such a rumor or public opinion. In fact, he did everything to encourage it. Harry had almost busted his gut from holding in his laugh. Chair a couple of weeks previous when Archie had continuously, and purposefully, dropped his quill in front of some first and second year girls and made a show of bending over while sticking out his paws. Terrier as much as possible in a pair of rather tight sweatpants. It was rather ridiculous. He was 13 years old, and he seriously doubted that they would appreciate the view of a bony and skinny ass such as Archie's. He was wrong. Harry had been dumbstruck when two of the girls, Cho Chang and Marietta Edgecombe, had just blushed and giggle-squealed. That last part probably wouldn't make sense if he explained what he heard to a third party, but it is the only way to explain the sound he heard. It was a combination of a high-pitched giggle and a squeal that he was positive only Famal members of the human species had the ability to replicate. "Oh mate, check it out, I'm a regular chick magnet." Archie gushed with excitement as he read through all his letters. Harry looked at Hi M in amusement as he practically dive-bombed into his little pile and read through the letters. "Enjoying yourself then?" Harry asked the energetic boy. Now Harry, just because the females are beginning to notice that I am by far a better specimen of the male species, that's no reason to turn all sour. Take your loss like a man," he cooed in an annoying tone, completely ignoring Harry's pile of Valentine's Day cards the owls had so graciously dumped on him that was currently dwarfing Archie's own. Harry grinned before responding, a rather ingenious idea coming to mind. "I guess that Ns Stephanie is no longer off the market, as it were, seeing as you're having a rather fun time with all your new secret admirers." He enjoyed the look of horror that dawned on Archie's features. "It would only get better, which is just as well. She did ask me to Hogsmeade after all. I should probably take her up on that offer." "She what?" Archie bellowed in the middle of the great hall, drawing everyone's attention. The boy didn't seem to care though. Harry sent a smirk over to Stephanie, who had snapped her head in their direction with a look of horror on her face. Archie is about to do something incredibly embarrassing to her. Senses had been fine-tuned over the years they had grown up together, so naturally, they must be currently tingling in overdrive. Harry would later recall how amusing it was that Stephanie's face contorted into different degrees of shock and horror the closer Archie came to her, finally finishing on downright frantic when he kneeled in front of her and grabbed her hands in his own while giving her the kicked puppy look. "Stephanie, my sweet, you can't take Harry to Hogsmeade, he's no good for you." Stephanie sent a frosty glare over at Har. Why, who was humming merrily while snacking on his breakfast. Oh, she would make him pay for this. But he didn't. "No," Archie interrupted. "I don't want to hear it. I know he's real good at Quidditch and school, and that he's the #1 student in our year level, and he's, I say this objectively of course, a fairly good-looking bloke, and he's somewhat funny in a real messed up and cruel sort of way." Archie trailed off in horror at what he was saying. "Don't listen to what I just said. He's bad. He kicks babies for fun. Babies, Steffi. Innocent little babies that never hurt nobody. Harry was starting to get annoyed. A guy can't make one comment about kicking a baby Snape in the face and enjoying it without it coming around to bite him in the ass. Stephanie, noticing they literally had the entire hall's attention, most of whom were thoroughly enjoying her blight and snigger in their direction. The most embarrassing of all though was Professor Dumbledore, whose beard kept twitching in an effort to still his laughter. Archie, she said, after taking a few deep breaths and resisting the urge to go find a fire poker and stab it in a rapier and go back to your table please, you. Re-embarrassing me, she all but pleaded in a calm yet desperate voice. Archie would have none of that however, the boy was bordering on hysteria now as he broke out into exaggerated sobs in her lap. Still holding her hands in his, he doesn't care about you like I do. He wailed, adding more sobs into his little display. Harry resisted the urge to palm his face. He won't treat you right. Look at him, cheating on Professor Vector already. That poor yet extremely YNN. I'll crush your balls if you even glance in my behind's general direction, woman. He paused in his little rant to mutter out, lucky bastard. A sentiment that seemed to be shared by every male in the room, who nodded sagely upon hearing that. Harry was sure said woman was glaring holes in the back of his head, deciding if he was going to get punished again, he may as well do something to earn it. Harry turned to the professor who was glaring down at him with her lips thinned out and gave her an exaggerated wink. She physically recoiled at the action while students who had swiveled in his direction when Archie mentioned his name sniggered. Archie, I'm warning you. Stephanie tried feebly to quell this rant but it was to no avail. Harry on the other hand was interested to see a boy from Slytherin he had never really seen around before with brown hair and a face similar to Archie's scowling in his friend's direction. Steph, he sobbed. Amazingly though, his eyes were devoid of tears. Oh Stephanie Zabini, he now had his face in her lap with his arms wrapped around her midsection. Steph, you smell good, he mumbled. Loud enough for some of the Slytherins around her to hear and laugh openly at. Stephanie's face had gone completely red. Harry wasn't sure whether it was because she was just that pies. Said or just embarrassed. Are you using a new body wash? It's real nice, he mumbled, his voice muffled by her school robes. Harry was surprised the teachers hadn't intervened yet, though he supposed EY just let the scene play out because of what day it was. He was, however, a little concerned with the looks some of the Slytherins were giving both Archie and Stephanie. Very few of the girls were looking jealous of Stephanie, which wasn't as much of a surprise as Malfoy and his band of ferret followers looking livid at the scene. Was Stephanie in danger in her own house? He resolved to solve that problem somehow. Because if something happened to his best friend's love interest while she was supposed to be safe, Harry wasn't sure if he'd be able to stop the boy from killing Snape and whoever was responsible, and that was saying something given Archie's views on the man. He also wasn't sure if he'd want to try and stop him. To solve that problem though, he'd need to deal with a Slytherin. And to deal with a Slytherin you need to think like a Slytherin. Harry filed that thought away for a later date. Seeing Archie's hands wander towards dangerous grounds, for him at least, Harry figured he'd put a stop to it before Stephanie rendered little Archie black and blue, again. Whipping out his wand, Harry sent a weak incarcerous curse at Archie, much to the shock of the knowledge students and teachers in the Great Hall. It was after all a fifth-year spell, wrapping his arms and torso up in conjured ropes and began to drag him out of the hall unceremoniously. You see this Stephanie? He shrieked from his position on the floor. He, even now, continues to try and interfere in our love. I won't have it. His indignant shouts died out as Harry eventually took him out of hall and away from the masses of laughing students. Ah, yes, Valentine's Day always brings us marvelous displays of affection and love. Dumbledore yelled to the hall. I wish you all a happy day and hope that Mr. Montague and Ms. Zabini can come to terms with their feelings sooner rather than later, he said merrily. Stephanie was trying and failing to sink into the ground and run away. The first boy, who tried their luck with her after that display, thinking they had a chance now that Archie was turned down, was almost castrated. Thus Stephanie Zabini earned the reputation of Ice Queen of the Slytherin house. A few days had passed since Valentine's Day and things were finally starting to get back to a semblance of normality. Archie had admitted to possibly overreacting a little bit during that morning. Much to Harry's amusement, and had even asked what he was doing wrong in winning the gorgeous Slytherin's affection. Harry had promptly told him that he was probably the worst person in the world to ask for advice about in regards to women. Of course, Archie didn't believe him until he badgered Harry enough to get an answer out of him. Harry had just told him to stop trying so hard. It was then that Archie believed that he knew nothing about women and stopped asking. Ironic how Harry was the one who had been asked to Hogsmeade by the girl and not Archie. Harry had also had to wait a few days after Valentine's before venturing anywhere on his own, lest he get cornered by a sobbing fangirl who would profess their love for him in many ways and ask what they had done wrong to not earn said love. It was rather annoying. Whoever said girls mature quicker than boys did must have had a screw loose. Is it so wrong to want to go to school to learn and not worry about dating and gossip? When he had proposed said question to Archie, he had been on the receiving end of a look that clearly portrayed Archie's disbelief and amusement. Maybe he was just the weird one and everyone else was normal. Learning was so much simpler when he did it on his own at home with Remus as a guide. There were never any complications, oh well. Wanting to escape the noisy Ravenclaw party, in honor of their latest win against Slytherin in Quidditch, Harry had slipped into his animagus form and simply walked out the front portrait of the common room, not even once drawing anyone's suspicion. Who would want to look at a black cat when pervs had people shagging to spy on, girls had music to dance to and underage students had alcohol to consume anyway? It took a good few minutes to actually get far enough away from the Ravenclaw Tower to not hear the beating of the loud wizarding music anymore, but once he did, it became eerily silent as per usual for the barren Hogwarts corridors at night. This wouldn't be the first time Harry had taken advantage of his ability to travel around unseen to get some fresh air or some quiet time, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. There was just something about the dark and quiet halls that Harry found peaceful, and it was his desire to feel at peace that urged him to make repeat performances. Keeping to the shadows made by the moon shining through the windows and hitting the armored suits, Harry walked aimlessly for what seemed like hours, searching every nook and cranny throughout the castle to pass the time. He had found several fairly easy to find hidden passages this way, and he was certain, given the school's ancient history and mystique, that there were many more. His search eventually led him to a room with its door slightly ajar. Quite odd considering the caretaker usually locked all doors leading to classrooms and pretty much any room in general at night to stop adventurous teenagers causing trouble. Sneaking through the cracked open door, Harry was met with a sight that, if he was honest with himself, probably surprised him to a fair bit. Neville Longbottom's head floating in mid-air, sans his body, while peering into a mirror intently. Was the boy's ego and self-worth so high that he would be so enthralled by his own reflection? And what was with his body? It looked like he was being covered by an invisibility cloak. And if that were the case, he shouldn't be using such a rare and powerful magical artifact so trivially, but who was he to tell people what to do with their things? Fully entering the room, Harry was about to get a closer look in the mirror when his enhanced cat senses picked up towards the room. As quickly and silently as possible, Harry ran to the opposite side of the room and hid in a shadowed corner. His pitch-black fur and small body making him almost impossible to see unless you were staring right at him and were only a few feet away. Somebody had indeed entered the room. And if the horrendously colored wardrobe didn't give his identity away, his long silver beard and gold-rimmed spectacles did. Albus Dumbledore snuck in without obtaining the boy who lived's attention and sat at the desk beside the door, watching the first-year boy stare at the mirror with a sense of wonder with a concerned frown on his face. "Back again, Neville?" he asked gently, ousing said boy to jump in fright and spin around to see the aged headmaster smiling at him. I didn't hear you come in, sir," the boy stammered nervously. "Strange how short-sighted being invisible can make you," Dumbledore joked while getting up from the desk and taking a seat beside Neville on the floor before the mirror. "So, you, like hundreds before you, have discovered the wonders of the Mirror of Erised," he stated. And it was then that Harry spotted an inscription on the mirror itself, realizing that it might not just be a regular mirror. "Erised straw eru oytube kafru oyt on woshi." Harry stared at the queer message intently, wondering if it was in some foreign language until he realized the first word spelt desire backwards. Thinking it may be a riddle, Harry read the message backwards, or mirrored, as it were. While ignoring the breaks, I show not your face but your heart's desire. Interesting. Could it be that Longbottom wasn't in fact enthralled by his own image, but that the mirror was charmed to show him something his heart desires most? I didn't know it was called that, sir, Neville responded after several moments of silence. But I expect you've realized by now what exactly it does. Dumbledore prompted, seemingly deflating when the boy answered in the negative. It shows me being cheered on by lots of people, he said quietly. It shows me being a Quidditch star and famous, the boy said with a blush on his pudgy cheeks. And it showed your friend Ron himself as head boy, Dumbledore urged. Harry was surprised to see that he was slightly disappointed at Neville's apparent desire. He couldn't see why, however. It seemed fairly normal for a regular 11-year-old, even if he was the boy who lived. How did you? Neville began, only to be cut off gently by Dumbledore. I don't need a cloak to become invisible, Neville. He stole a glance at the mirror before turning back to the boy. Now, can you tell me what you think it shows us all? Neville shook his head, looking ashamed that he didn't know what Dumbledore was asking him. Let me try and explain it. The happiest man on earth would look into the mirror and only see himself, as he is. Does that help? Neville frowned and looked to the ground for a few moments before answering. It shows us what we want, whatever we want. Yes and no, Dumbledore said slowly. It shows us nothing more and nothing less than the deepest desire of our hearts. You, who want nothing more than to please others, who have high expectations of you, see yourself doing just that in a role that you could do that most easily. Harry resisted the urge to snort. No, it showed that Neville was an attention-seeking little prat. Ronald Weasley, who has always been overshadowed by his brothers, sees high himself standing alone and the best of them all. However, this mirror neither shows us knowledge or truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they've seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what they see is even real or possible. Neville looked at the mirror in a new light as Dumbledore paused to let the information sink in. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, and I ask that you not go looking for it again. If by some chance you do come across it, though, you will now be prepared. Now, before you use that impressive cloak of your father's to head off to bed, I shall impart on you one last piece of advice. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. Remember that. Harry's feline eyes widened slightly when the elderly headmaster's eyes flickered over to his direction ever so briefly before returning to Neville just as soon as they had changed focus. He had been spotted, it seemed. Sir, can I ask you one quick question? Neville asked, as he stood up and adjusted his cloak around him. You already have, but I can allow just one more if you must, he said with a smile. Neville smiled back before asking, what is it you see when you look in the mirror? I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. Neville just stared at him incredulously, but Harry didn't believe the venerable headmaster for a second. One can never have enough of socks, he defended himself. Another Christmas has come and gone and I didn't get a single pair. People insist on giving me books. Dazed by the slightly unexpected answer, Neville left the RO. And closed the door behind him with a soft click and heavy groan. Harry and Dumbledore stood in the room together in silence, both knowing that Dumbledore knew of Harry's presence. An animagus at such a young age is a feat not even I, a master of the art of transfiguration, had been able to achieve. Mr. Potter. Harry's cat form came out of the shadows as he gradually changed back into his human form, clad in a pair of jeans, shirt and a cardigan. So I've been told. I trust you can keep such information to yourself then. Harry replied coolly, earning a chuckle from the old headmaster. I seem to find myself forgetting how you came to be in this room, Mr. Potter, he jokes, earning a nod of gratitude from Harry. Despite himself, Harry spared a glance at the mirror and had to resist the urge to gasp. Looking right back at him with flowing red hair and emerald green eyes very much like his own, dancing with mirth, was none other than his mother, with her arms wrapped around his neck as she laughed joyously. Harry almost yelped when the image of his mother hopped on the image of his mirror self and forced him to give her a piggyback. His mirror self was smiling back at him too, looking happier than he had ever remembered himself looking. Suddenly, Harry felt a rage towards the mirror of the likes he had never felt before. Was this mirror mocking him? This ruddy piece of glass bordered with golden trim? Harry resisted the urge to simply launch a cannonball at the bloody mirror and end its existence. He suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder, snapping him out of his thoughts. "What do you see?" Dumbledore asked gently. Harry shook his head to clear them of the dark thoughts before clearing his mind and looking at the headmaster with an indifferent expression. A very naked Professor Vector and I locked in a broom closet and engaged in activities I'm not even sure one such as you were old enough to hear about, he answered with a straight face. Dumbledore stared at Harry in the very same way Neville had just stared him when he had been asked the very same question before bursting out in laughter. My, I'm sure Septima would be overjoyed to hear such things are what her favorite student desires most of all, he said through chuckles as Harry looked to the headmaster with amusement. Be sure to be very far away from her if you do decide to tell her. She has quite the wicked temper and can be quite vindictive, yet, I suppose most women I've met are, he said with a shrug as Dumbledore wiped a tear of mirth from his eye. I'll take that advice under consideration, he said, his beard twitching as he smiled. I believe the Ravenclaw party is over though however and that you should be heading back yourself. It was nice having this very insightful discussion, I must say. And I insist upon you the same warning I gave to young Neville. Harry nodded and headed for the door, opening it enough so that his animagus form could fit through when He transformed before pausing. Professor, he sighed to Albus, you best hide that accursed mirror well, because if I see it again it will be nothing more than a pile of broken glass. With that ominous threat, Harry quickly departed in his animagus form and headed back to the Ravenclaw Tower, leaving a melancholy old man looking to the mirror sadly. What an interesting young man, wouldn't you say, Ariana, Gellert? A young girl, 14 or so years of age with a heart-shaped face and large crystal blue eyes nodded at him with a large smile, while a young man, looking around 18 or so, with blonde, curly, shoulder-length hair with an overall mischievous look about him grinned at him with a gleeful expression. The boy had his arm wrapped around the girl, shoulder in a show of brotherly affection. With a sigh, Dumbledore covered the mirror with a conjured piece of cloth and began to relocate it, trying his hardest to banish the latest image he had seen from his mind. It would not do to dwell on the past, after all. Harry, after calming down enough to begin his trek back to Ravenclaw Tower, was fully content to do so, that is until he spotted a cloaked figure scurry out of the front doors at top speed towards the Forbidden Forest. If it weren't for the fact that it was just about 4 o'clock in the morning, and that no one was around or awake to follow the figure, he would have just ignored it and gone straight to bed. As it were, it was and no one was, so he, ignoring the little voice in his head calling him an idiot, kept to the shadows, the trees and other objects dead and followed a good distance behind the figure straight into the forest, keeping out of eyesight and relying on his senses to keep on the trail. His little trip took him a few miles into the forest, and when he finally stopped and found his target, he almost threw up from the sight. On the floor with a large gaping wound in its belly was a young unicorn, its silvery blood was flowing out of the wound in torrents. The figure he had been following had its lips attached to the gaping hole and was sucking the creature dry. Harry felt the urge to try and save the pure creature from its grisly fate, but rushing into the situation would only get them both killed. Besides, the foul person doing such a vile act to the unicorn could very well be stronger than him, so caution had to be advised. The reason why Harry was so intent on helping the creature was simply because of the nature of what was occurring. To such the blood of a creature like a unicorn, especially a young one unable to defend itself, is something not unlike raping a defenseless child. It was sick, perverse and downright evil. Harry couldn't find a reason someone would do such a thing. He had heard the unicorn's blood had immense healing properties. Harry silently changed out of his animagus form and hid in the shadows, whipping out his wand while devising a plan of attack. Seeing a few heavy-set branches hanging loosely above the figure and the unicorn and inspecting his surroundings, Harry immediately launched into his plan with a series of silent spells as to not give away his location or the fact that he was even there. The cloaked figure's head snapped up when he heard the branches creaking and then leapt out of the way when said branches fell upon the space he had just been occupying. As soon as the figure took its eyes off the creature and began to clear the area, thinking it had been spotted most likely, Harry summoned the baby, dog-sized, unicorn over to him and quickly hid it behind a large tree. Hoping his next plan wouldn't get him killed, Harry fired a cutting curse at the base of a rather large tree in the clearing, causing it to groan loudly before collapsing on the dirt floor with a huge bang. That ought to alert the centaurs that someone had invaded their territory, but it also meant that he had to move quickly. Turning back to the unicorn whose single visible eye was trained on him with a look of fear, distrust and apprehension, Harry worked quickly to conjure some bandages and wrap the wound up tightly. By the time he had successfully bound the wound, his hands were covered in the beast's silvery blood and it was breathing in ragged breaths. Scraping the unicorn's blood off his hands, Harry placed as much of it as he could in a conjured glass and hefted the unicorn's head in its lap. "I know you don't trust me, but this is your blood and if you want to survive through the night, you'll need to drink it so you can be healed," Harry said softly. The unicorn, Rai thought it might be a female, whined pitifully, not wanting to do as Harry has instructed, but as it felt its body grow weaker, it opened its mouth and allowed Harry to tip the silvery substance down its throat. Harry waited with the unicorn full as he heard the distinct sound of hoofs thumping against the dirt ground closing in on his position, several dozen hoofs at that. Seeing the unicorn look at him fearfully, Harry tried its best to reassure it. "Don't worry, as long as you're quiet they won't find us and I'll stay here until you're able to take care of yourself," Harry reassured. The unicorn seemed to understand him as it rubbed its snout affectionately against his arm and did as told. The centaurs came and left, not having spotted Harry or the unicorn, and said beast in the time slowly started to regain its health and energy. Eventually, it was able to stand up on its own, which was when Harry thought it safe for the beast on its own. "Do you know where your pack is?" Harry asked gently as the white horse-like creature neighed in the affirmative, rubbing his thigh affectionately again. Its behavior and general tender personality led Harry to believe it a female. "I don't want to have to call you unicorn if I see you again, now that we're friends, right?" Harry asked, stroking its snout as the unicorn's eyes closed, enjoying the feeling of Harry's hands. "How about I call you?" As Harry raked his brain for a name, the unicorn's eyes met his and suddenly a name was on the tip of his tongue. "Starbreeze," he said with question. He figured the little beast liked it as she stomped her hooves and puffed out her chest when he said so. "Okay Starbreeze, I think you should get back to your family else they get worried, The unicorn twirled around on spot and rubbed her head against his again with affection, but before leaving she swayed her tail at him weirdly before a single, silvery strand fell from it at his feet, the hair glowing in the moonlight with ethereal power. As soon as Harry picked up the discarded tail hair, the horde was off like a silver blue back into the depths of the forest leaving a dumbstruck Harry in its wake. Starbreeze had just willingly given him one of her tail hairs. A willingly given piece of any magical creature is always a powerful ingredient in any potion or ritual, especially one of a unicorn. Shaking his head one more time and seeing how the sun was slowly starting to peek out over the horizon, Harry changed back into his animagus form and quickly headed back to Hogwarts. He needed sleep and a shower. Harry woke up quite late the next morning, however he wasn't the only one, which was probably a good thing all things considered. He didn't want people asking unnecessary questions about his whereabouts last night. Unfortunately, however, being his best friend, Archie easily noticed his absence, especially when the boy had tried to find him himself. So, Archie began conversationally, after everyone but the two of them had left the dorm room. "You going to tell me where you went last night, or are you going to pretend like I didn't realize?" he asked casually, while discreetly eyeing Harry for his reaction. Harry didn't so much as bat an eyelash at the question, though he did wonder about how he should answer. "I obviously wasn't here, too much noise you see." "Obviously," Archie agreed sarcastically. "You plan on sharing the details of your latest wacky adventure or am I going to have to beat it out of you?" Harry looked at his quite scrawny friend with amusement. "Okay, fine. I fangirls the likes of which this world has never seen if you keep being a prat and not tell me where you went last night." He practically whined, though Harry knew, without a doubt, that his friend could probably come good on that threat. "Just prowling," he supplied, not feeling the need to explain further. "I figured that much. It has to be more if you were so unwilling to share the gritty details." Harry looked over the book he was reading, Arithmetic's Anonymous, with an annoyed glare. And what exactly were you doing last night? He countered. Archie immediately began explaining. Well, first, I spent a good portion of the evening dancing with a few of the girls that were my Valentines, much to their pleasure. Harry grinned behind his book at the ammunition he was just given, and then Davis, Goldstein, Matthews and I went to all the boys' dorms to try and find couples snogging or better. You won't believe what we found. He gushed. Smith and Johansson were shagging, so were Benson and Jeffers. Though the latter were doing so quite vigorously. Harry put down his book with a frown on his face. Why is it that the older girls of Ravenclaw become easy when you get a few glasses of alcohol in them? Archie just shrugged. You know what they say about the quiet ones. Hey, don't try and change the subject. Oh, that was clever, he praised as Harry rolled his eyes. I spot Ed Longbottom looking at himself in a mirror quite intently and hit when I smelt someone approaching. Said someone happened to be Professor Dumbledore, who then went on to explain the properties of said mirror. Apparently it is a magical artifact that shows you your heart's deepest desires. After Longbottom left with the use of his father's invisibility cloak, Dumbledore and I had a good chat in WH. We learned a lot about each other before I was sent off to bed. Naturally I did no such thing and went on a romp in the Forbidden Forest only to find a mysterious cloaked figure sucking a young unicorn. Her name is Starbreeze, Dry. Naturally, I bandaged her up and garnered her favor, all after scaring off said cloaked figure earlier. I had figured that I had enough adventure for one night aft. That and promptly came back here, he finally finished, leaving a frowning Archie looking at him. Right, if you didn't want to tell me where you were, all you had to do was say so. Harry kept his amusement easily hidden by the cover of his book. It was the time of another exam period that found Archie and Harry studying alone in their dorm room with a pile of books surrounding them. Harry had, naturally, continued to dominate in all his classes with a little more effort now that he had picked up ancient runes and arithmancy as subjects. In these two classes he had finally found some semblance of a challenge for his academically enriched mind. Archie, expectantly, was knee-deep in Newt level and above potions texts. It truly amazed Harry how skilled he was in the subject. You ever considered studying alchemy? With your skill in potions already so high and the amount of time you seem to always have on your hands, it just seems like the natural course of action, Harry prompted, taking a break from the studying. I have actually. I even sent a request for an apprenticeship under Professor Dumbledore. He is quite the alchemist himself, you know. He discovered the 12 uses for dragon's blood. Harry nodded. Having read something to that effect, but he denied me with an apology, saying that being the headmaster of a school and the chief warlock of the Wizengamot doesn't give him the luxury of taking on apprentices in any subject. He sighed. Professor Snape also turned down the request for an apprenticeship too, saying that while I may be knowledgeable, he had no time to teach imbeciles. Harry snorted at that. You mean the great potions master Snape did such a thing? Surely you jest. Archie only seemed to become gloomier at that, mumbling something about the man having his reasons before returning to his books. Harry stretched before looking out of the window. Seeing it was a rather beautiful sunny day, he got up and donned his cardigan. I'm going for a walk. Get some fresh air, Harry announced. Archie nodded absent-mindedly from his book and waved Harry off. As soon as he exited the common room, Harry began to walk with no destination in mind, going over various arithmetic formulae in his head and reciting several of his class's key theory points as a means for revision. Even during his break time he didn't really relax. Eventually, Harry found himself wandering dangerously near the Hufflepuff common room when he heard the sound of a group of girls giggling not too far from his position. This wasn't good. He couldn't allow himself to be caught by the likes of them. How annoying would that be? Swiftly changing into his animagus form, Harry bolted in the other direction while keeping in what little shadows he could find during this time of day. He practically froze mid-leap when a familiar scent assaulted his senses. A scent he knew he remembered, but had a hard time placing there. It reminded him of garlic and mothballs. As Harry continued to try and place the scent, it continued to get stronger and stronger until from around the corner came Professor Quirrell, looking to be quite agitated about something, a rather unusual look for the usually cowardly man to have now that he thought about it. It wasn't until Quirrell was almost exactly beside him as he hid behind a stone statue that he remembered the scent. It was the scene of the cloaked figure he had been tailing in the Forbidden Forest that night. Just as Harry was heading back to the Ravenclaw common room to relay what he had learned to Archie, he heard an argument from around the corner. "Professor Dumbledore left 10 minutes ago," came the cold voice that was unmistakably McGonagall. "He received an urgent owl from the Ministry of Magic and flew off for London at once." "He's gone," came the shocked voice of Neville Longbottom as Harry pressed his back to the wall he was hiding behind. "Now, Professor Dumbledore is a very great and powerful wizard. But this is important," the voice of Ron Weasley urged frantically. "Something you have to say is more important than the Ministry of Magic." She asked frostily. "Look," Neville began slowly, "Professor. It's about the Philosopher's Stone Fluffy's guarding." "How do you three?" McGonagall asked, shocked, which surprised Harry. "The Philosopher's Stone was being held in Hogwarts. Why in the world would you hide something of that import in a school and not in one of Gringotts most secure vaults?" "Professor, I know that Professor SN, that someone is going to try and steal the stone. I need to talk to Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore will be back tomorrow, you can speak to him then. I don't know how you found out about the stone, but I assure you nothing will happen to it, it's too well protected." "But Professor," surprisingly, the voice of Hermione Granger tried to interrupt. "Miss Granger, I know what I'm talking about," she replied shortly. "Now I suggest you three go outside and enjoy the sun." There was the sound of 3 sets of feet scurrying off before McGonagall rounded the corner and almost ran straight into him. Her face changed into an expression of shock when she realized what she must have overheard. "Potter, how much did you—" "That's not important, Professor," Harry interrupted. "What do you mean it's not?" "I mean that the importance of that question is not very paramount." Her nostrils flared in annoyance at once again having her questions answered before she could ask them and how he so casually talked about such an important issue. I think you need to listen to Longbottom, Professor," he countered, all traces of suspicion gone. "It just so happens that I may or may not have been frolicking in the Forbidden Forest several weeks ago where a cloaked figure attacked a defenseless unicorn, drinking its blood." Any ideas McGonagall completely flew out the window as she paled at the implications of what he had just said. "Yes. I thought as much too. Imagine my surprise when I recognized said cloaked figure's scent today only to find out it was the scent of Professor Quirrell." McGonagall's eyes narrowed this time. "Instead of being shocked, hardly, Potter. An odd thing to do, wouldn't you say? Drinking a unicorn's blood, that is," Harry prompted, interrupting her yet again. "Why would someone curse themselves like that? Drinking the blood of a creature so pure," he paused, "unless of course, they had the means to negate such a curse, with, let's say, the elixir of life." McGonagall's eyes wide, net a fraction before narrowing once again. "I said before, Potter, the stone has more than adequate protections." Harry's annoyance finally caught up to him and he snapped, "Goddamn it, you stubborn old bat. How hard could it be to check on the damn stone's defenses tonight with Professor Flitwick to prove me wrong?" he shouted. "Not only have I given you undeniable proof, but I have given you a motive. Do you not also find it a coincidence that Professor Dumbledore is coincidentally called away from the school during such an important time? How dare you?" She was, however, much to her undying annoyance, interrupted yet again. "If I'm wrong, I, Harry James Potter, do hereby swear to mark all of next year's Transfiguration assignments for you from 1st to 7th year, and you know damn well I can do it," he said hotly, a blue glow surrounding him binding him to said agreement as he had used a wizard's oath. That proclamation made McGonagall stop mid-tirade. She really had nothing to lose. If Potter was right other than a single evening of guarding the stone with Phileas. "But if I'm right, you have to turn up to every Ravenclaw Quidditch game next season dressed in the blue and bronze," he said with a self-satisfied smirk. "I most certainly," unsurprisingly, she was interrupted again. "Lacking confidence in your earlier claims regarding the stone's safety, are we, Professor?" he asked, sounding quite pleased with himself. "Fine, but be prepared to keep your end." As soon as Harry saw the blue glow surrounding her, he knew the stone was safe. "Wonderful," he interrupted before turning on his heel and walking away. Leaving a fuming McGonagall in his wake, Harry sat, quite pleased with himself at the end-of-year feast as McGonagall was glaring down at him heatedly from the head table. A table which was unsurprisingly missing one of their staff, Professor Quirrell. Flitwick had brought an injured McGonagall to his office and called him late at night to inform him of what had happened with the stone, as he was instrumental in securing it. Apparently, as they were about to trek down to the stone's location, they had bumped into Ron, Hermione and Neville, who were, much to their dismay, sent packing back to their common rooms. To their surprise, however, the two professors found evidence of someone having passed through each defense not so long before them, causing them to proceed with caution. What they found in the final chamber, much to McGonagall's chagrin, was indeed Professor Quirrell standing before the mirror of her eyes trying to get the stone. The two professors were reluctant to share much more information after that, except for the fact that the trio had a furious 2-on-1 duel which the two professors won quite easily, resulting in Quirrell's death and the stone's safety. As Ravenclaw was awarded the house in Quidditch up yet again, Harry couldn't help but be annoyed at Dumbledore's incessant twinkling as he looked upon him with a proud smile. Damn old codger could be downright creepy at times. It was at King's Cross Station with Remus that one could find Harry relaying all the important details of the year despite the Marauders' shock. As they were speaking, however, the Zabinis and Archie approached them, much to Harry's confusion as they had already bid the family goodbye. "Ah, Antonio, Bianca, good to see you so soon, I take it young Archie has relayed to you his request and my approval for his summer plans then." With an amused look on his face, Antonio nodded. "Indeed, it's never too early for someone to join the workforce. I think it would be a splendid idea for Archie to work at Moony Nights during his summers." What came two shocked explanations, the Zabinis and Remus looked to the offenders with amusement. Harry because Archie was now wrapping him in a one-armed, manly hug, and Stephanie because she was blushing in embarrassment. "Is there a problem, Steffi dear?" Archie cooed, as he tried and failed to give Harry a noogie. "And no, it's just, summer, and we usually, no, it's nothing," she said, her earlier embarrassment being hidden well behind a mask of indifference. The Zabinis looked to T.'s daughter with concern while Archie only grinned wider. "Don't worry, Steffi, you can still visit me whenever you want, but you'll have to wait until I'm off work until we can make out." This time Archie was not only kneed in the groin, but he received a slap on the head from Bianca too, causing a rather humorous sound to come from the downed boy. "Bianca, my love, you wound me." Blaise made s. You were to give him a soft kick in the chest for good measure as Antonio chuckled. "Aren't you excited, Harry?" Remus asked, his eyes twinkling merrily. Harry looked to his downed friend with a frown, ecstatic. In a room illuminated by several bright torches sat 5 figures around an oval-shaped table topped with green felt on a raised platform. Around the platform stood roughly 24 influential or rich spectators of different races watching the game of poker taking place before their eyes. The spectators and players were all dressed in their finest silk or dragon hide clothing. The males were wearing expensive suits while the females were looking beautiful in their evening gowns. One could tell that by merely looking at the gold-trimmed oak and polished furniture that this event was more prestigious than your regular house game. The game in particular was a yearly event held by the goblins of Gringotts in Britain for their richer clients. The clients often lost, and it was to the goblins' great pleasure to rob them dry of their galleons in a very legal way. The fact that the losing wizards kept coming back was just a bonus for them. Being invited to actually participate was a great honor and a sign that majority of England recognized your family as a wealthy and worthy one. To refuse to participate would be a great insult to the goblins and a sign of weakness. That's at least what the goblins said. They just wanted their free money, so the fact that wizards continued to lose their money in such a spectacular way wasn't much of a surprise. Luckily for Harry, the fact that he was 14 years old didn't bother the goblins in the slightest. Gringotts was goblin territory and hence, wizarding laws on underage gambling didn't apply. All they saw was a wee behind the ears child who didn't know what else to do with his rather extensive inheritance, and the 200,000 galleon buy-in was a considerably large amount of it, almost half of his F.A. Miley's vault in galleons to be exact, properties and shares excluded. The Potters weren't the wealthiest family in England, not even close, but Harry and Remus together had garnered more than enough. favor from the Goblin Nation to be able to request a seat in the game from the bank's directors. The goblins merely saw it as an attempt to increase the Potter fortune considerably on Harry's part. Il Remus had yelled at him until his throat was dry about squandering hundreds of thousands of his family's fortune on a fruitless and immature business venture. Not only does the winner of this me win almost 1.5 million galleons, 8 players with a buy-in of 200,000 galleons each, but they also earn the right to participate in the game hosted by the Switzerland branch of Gringotts once every 10 years. The Switzerland branch, the head branch of Gringotts and one of the wealthiest, the goblins' richest clients, often used and trusted that bank with its security being nigh impenetrable. The buy-in for that game was 10 times the amount of the yearly one hosted in England, 2 million galleons to be exact, and as such, the winnings were all the more rewarding. All of that mattered as much to Harry as Remus's lecturing. However, he was not here for the money. He had his own agenda, though it should be known that he had no intentions of bankrupting himself and ruining any chances of curing his mother should he need money to do so. The players this year consisted of 2 goblins, 4 wizards, a vampire and a Vila. The goblins that participated were the same 2 that participated every year, and Harry was certain they were specifically trained to just play poker, as if it were their jobs. They were certainly good enough for his estimation to be a valid one. Bronzespierre and Ripgor have been playing for 2 decades now and have won every game between them since they have started. The vampire who had attended, Vladimir Mikhailovich, a Russian-born businessman who was a pure-blooded vampire that inherited his family's English-based business at a young age, was one of the first to go out, having gone head-to-head against Ripgor only to have lose to an ace-high straight. The Vila was a woman from France by the name of Francine Delacour, who was merely here on a business trip but decided to try her luck with poker. It was unfortunate for her that her skills in the game were not as revered as her looks, otherwise they'd all have been bled dry hours ago. The wizards invited to join the game were, not surprisingly, Lucius Malfoy, who seemed to make it his mission to try and make a fool of Harry and make him go bust early. Unfortunately for everyone but Harry, his little escapade allowed Harry to take the position as chip leader early on. A fact that the goblins were sure to remember, especially if the glares sent in his direction by the goblins' dealer were anything to go by. The other 2 wizards, aside from himself, were Robert Cook, the owner of the Daily Prophet, and Jeremy Taylor, CEO of the Nimbus Racing Broom Company. Now, the only people remaining in the game were Harry, Ripgor, Bronzespierre and Jeremy, the rest having lost already. The dealer collected the large pile of chips and moved them over towards Bronzespierre. "It seems you are getting a little overconfident, Lord Potter, perhaps being up so late past your bed time has hindered whatever thought processes your puny mind could conjure up, he jabbed with a false politeness, earning several chuckles from the inhabitants of the room. Harry merely ignored him, frowning as he lost that hand. It was clear to all that he suspected he was going to win, and who wouldn't with a hand like his with the river the way it was? "Just deal the cards," he said darkly, locking his hands together in front of his mouth and hunching over his chips, which were, for the first time that night, smaller than the 2 goblins' piles. Bronzespierre looked pleased with himself, and Ripgor didn't look too upset either. No doubt they'd be praised no matter who won as long as it was one of them. Jeremy was sweating bullets. He didn't have all that much left, and this next hand would probably be his last, especially since he was up to pay big blinds. A hush overcame the room as everyone was dealt 2 cards. Harry plucked the corner of them up slightly, giving no outward expression of whether he was pleased or not with his hand, a fact which annoyed his opponents to no end, while the other 3 players did the same. Bronzespierre's grin turned savage after looking at his cards as Harry raised his eyebrow in amusement. Everybody called and the dealer laid down the flop in the middle of the table, the cards being an ace of diamonds, a jack of diamonds and a jack of spades respectively. Bronzespierre opened the betting high as everyone checked, forcing everyone to call if they wanted to remain in the game. When it was Harry's turn to call, he hesitated, ever so slightly. And Bronzespierre immediately picked up on it, finally realizing what it is you're playing with, Potter. He jeered. There's no more useless Malfoy lords playing to give you their money, perhaps you should just fold. Actually, disregard that, it would be in my best interests if you bet as much as possible. Harry almost laughed when he saw Malfoy's expression darken. The losers were drinking tales while watching until the end of the game, which didn't seem too far off. Bronzespierre on the other hand must not think much of him, using petty intimidation tactics during a game. Harry figured he could have one of two goals: goad him into betting more, or scare him off because he has nothing. Call, Harry called casually, throwing in the appropriate chips required as the dealer dealt the next card, a king of hearts. Once again, Bronzespierre bet high, almost forcing Jeremy to go all in, while Harry and Ripgor called. The pot was one of the largest of the night and drew the attention of all the spectators. The dealer dealt the last card, revealing a 7 of diamonds. Harry let out a quiet disappointed sigh. "Ah, and all has come tumbling down then, Lord Potter?" Bronzespierre asked, with faux sympathy. "Hoping for the queen were you?" he asked with a grin before pushing all of his chips into the middle of the table, eliciting gasps from all watching. Harry had to hand it to the goblin. If there was one thing they had down to a T, it was intimidation. Ripgor took one last look at his cards before nodding and calling the all-in. Jeremy, who really had no other choice but to follow, did and called also. Harry reclined back in his chair and played with his cards in their face-down position in the table. The entire time, he was eyeing Bronzespierre with a piercing glaze that, if the goblin was honest with himself, unnerved him somewhat. "What do you say to making this pot a little more interesting?" Harry asked, as the goblin snapped at him. "Your arrogance knows no bounds," he snarled. "Is 1.5 million galleons not interesting enough?" Harry shrugged. "I am not playing for the money." He paused. "A side bet on this hand, between the two of us, one that Sue LD be extremely profitable to the winner," he prompted. "What say you?" Harry knew he may as well have dangled a bag of galleons in front of the greedy goblin's face at the mention of profit, but he had no choice. This had to be done. "And what, pray tell, would we be betting?" the goblins asked, intrigued. The spectators looked on in interest while the dealer frowned. What they were doing wasn't exactly illegal, as it didn't affect the game, but what could the boy be wanting? "I would be betting the Potter's shares in all businesses, including those of Moony Knights," he prompted, getting gasps and incredulous looks from all those in the room. Harry was thankful that Remus wasn't there, or he was sure the werewolf would explode. The goblin immediately got a greedy look in his eyes, and T was at that moment that Harry knew he had him. "You have offered something of great value. What could me, a lowly goblin, hope to offer to match such a bet?" he asked with sarcasm. Harry got up from his chair and leaned over to the goblin's bat-like ear before whispering something. Those watching, slightly put out that they wouldn't hear what is being bet, were surprised to see the goblin's eyes widen in shock before narrowing dangerously. "How do you know of that item?" he all but snarled. Harry shrugged dismissively as he took his seat again. "I have friends in high places," he replied. A vampire sitting at the bar drinking a glass of premium blood grinned into his cup at those words. "You are so eager to lose your money. Why should I be one to stop you?" the goblin snarled as he dealer eyed Bronzespierre with narrowed eyes. "You are aware that you are bound by our laws to deliver whatever Lord Potter has asked of you to him, should he win," he warned dangerously. "As is he to me," he snarled, in anger, seemingly unfazed by his dealer's subtle threat. The dealer shrugged as the players flipped their cards, Jeremy going first. "Queen high flush," he said proudly. "Rightfully so too, it was an excellent hand." "I'm sorry to disappoint," Ripgor said with a grin as Jeremy paled, "but I'm afraid I have the king," and indeed, Ripgor produced a king high flush. "It doesn't matter," Bronzespierre spat. "I have full house, aces over jacks," Bronzespierre said with a vicious grin, showing his pocket aces as he turned them. All eyes in the room immediately turned to Harry, who lped down the last of his butterbeer before casually flipping over his cards. "I will expect you with what I asked for at Moony Knights tomorrow evening, no later." Bronzespierre, and everyone else in the room, looked on in shock at the pair of jacks Harry had revealed. Instantly, people began to talk amongst themselves in their little groups until the room was filled with excited chatter. A boy of no older than 14 had just cleaned up over 1.5 million galleons. This was ludicrous. "Where do you think you're going?" Bronze Espere snarled as Harry collected his chips in a plastic holder and readied to leave. He didn't look quite ready to concede defeat, and by the murderous look the dealer was giving the enraged goblin, he shouldn't be ready to concede defeat either. As you so nicely pointed out, it is far past my bedtime, he said with a grin before heading out the door. Before leaving, however, he walked past the bar and slipped a 50,000 galleon chip to the pale, black-haired vampire seated there. Give Lucille my regards, Lestat, Harry recited in perfect French. Of course, Lord Potter, he replied demurely, though the grin on his face told another story. She'll be happy to hear from you. Harry was awoken, rather rudely in his opinion, by a slap to the face, several in fact, from his best friend. What the fuck, Arcades? Harry snapped in anger. Perhaps another side effect of his feline animagus abilities was his need and yearning for sleep. Waking him up after only 3 hours of it was probably not the best way to get on his good side in the morning. Don't get bitchy at me, he snapped back, though his grin didn't leave his face. Remus has been asking for you all morning, it's 9 o'clock already. Harry groaned and looked over to his wall where an analog hung. It definitely was 9 in the morning. I got home 3 hours ago, you twat. Tell Remus he can pick off his own goddamn fleas. With that ever so witty response, Y dived back under his silk blankets and covered his face with the pillow, hoping Archie would just go away. He said you might say that, Archie mused to himself, though Harry heard him clearly as Hi's pranking senses were tingling. He also said that if you did, I should do this. Don't do it, Harry warned with an oddly serious tone from beneath his pillow. Archie would remember at a later date. How funny it was to be threatened by someone who looked to have a pillow for a head. Don't do what? He asked innocently, as he pulled a bucket of something over his head. I'm warning you, Arcades. You don't want to do what you're about to do. His warning was unheeded though as Archie emptied a bucket of freezing cold water on his friend, causing Harry to rise slowly from his bed, seemingly unfazed. With water dripping all over his body, Archie was howling with laughter on the floor, thinking he was the funniest person in the world, while Harry quickly went for his wand. Lesson number 1, Arcades, Harry said with a grin. Pointing his wand at his friend who looked at Harry was fear. Now, Harry, revenge isn't worth getting expelled over, is it? He asked, but to no avail as Harry flicked his wand, vanishing Archie's pants. Who said anything about getting expelled? He said with a grin, as he flicked his wand a couple more times, sending a screaming Archie out of his room and down to the diner area of the inn. Harry arrived downstairs, dressed and ready for the day after his shower, feeling as tired as he looked. His day immediately picked up, however, at the sight of a pan Cheeless hanging from the wall by his underwear in a position that looked extremely painful. Harry, Archie called, happy for some reason to see him. He couldn't see why. My bestest friend, I think. You should let me down and we can let bygones be bygones, what do you say? He said, wincing every so often from the obvious pain he must be in. I don't think so, he said with a shrug as he sat at tea. He bar and let Lizzie make him some breakfast. Harry, this isn't funny, he begged. However, the people who were already present at the inn didn't seem to agree with him. More people will be coming soon. And this is extremely painful, he wailed. I think I'm bleeding. What, you're not? He asked with a fake frown as the boy paled. Deciding he had tortured him enough, Harry discreetly waved his wand under the bench, letting Archie fall to the ground with a thump and a groan. Eventually, the damaged boy took a seat beside him, wincing in pain as his ear end made contact with the stool. What the hell did you do to me? He said, sitting awkwardly on the stool with his thighs instead of his behind to avoid pain. This was just a prank that kept on giving. It's called a wedgie. Don't wake me up like that again, he said as he continued to eat. Archie nodded distractedly before looking around and making sure they had no one's attention. Are you going to tell me how you can do magic and not alert the ministry? He asked in a whisper. Harry was surprised the boy had the foresight to not blurt it out in a room full of school children. Remarkably insightful of you to not alert the world, Harry said warily, as if judging if the boy seated beside him was really Arcades. The parcel-mouth thing was different, he said waving his hand. That's not something you should be ashamed of, and being one isn't against the law. This on the other hand. Harry nodded, understanding Archie's view on the matter. The boy, in an unnatural emotional display, revealed to him his feelings regarding his mother. Her condition and her unfortunate demise. It isn't too surprising that he would think Harry was ashamed of such an ability, and force him to live with it by telling the world. I can't saw. Why much? He said ominously, but you should know that it has nothing to do with where we are, or who I am, and everything to do with the wand itself. You can't replicate the effect. Archie didn't seem nearly as disappointed as Harry thought he'd be, and if you let it slip, I'll hurt you. He seemed to ignore the threat. That's cool, I guess. The only magic I want to do on the holidays doesn't need a wand, so I don't much care. Well, that made sense. When he wasn't working at the inn, Archie spent the majority of his time in his own room brewing and experimenting with potions. Harry was more surprised that he hadn't blown himself and the place up, but he guessed it went to show how skilled he was with a cauldron. Remus came out from the back wearing an apron and a towel hanging over his shoulder, glaring at Harry. I waited nearly all night for you. When did you finish squandering your family's fortune? Archie perked up at this, not knowing himself where Harry disappeared to last night. I got home at 7, he answered, as he chewed on his bacon. What the hell were you doing up so? Oh, you sly dog, you. Who is she? Archie asked with a grin as Remus shot him a glare. He wasn't with some girl, Remus said, but paused slightly. But if there is an indication at school that he may be considering such actions, you come and tell me, okay, he said with a conspiratory wink as they both giggled. No. This idiot boy went and joined the Lord game of poker that the goblins hosted last night, using half of his family fortune to join in. Archie was gaping at Harry like a fish out of water. The buy-in for those games is like 100,000 galleons. 200,000, Harry corrected, as if it were the most common thing in the woe to shock Archie more. And you lost TW. Oh, 100,000 galleons, for what exactly? Archie asked, still shocked. If you wanted to just throw away from gold, you could have thrown it my way. I've seen some ingredients shops in Nocturne Alley with some expensive shit. Why does everyone assume I lost? He asked, hiding his grin expertly. Utter silence met his question, only to be broken by Remus. Don't tell me you actually won. Harry remained silent as he continued to eat his breakfast. This is beautiful, as usual, Lizzie, he praised his little house elf, who flushed with embarrassment and busied herself with washing the bench. Remus and Archie by this time were getting annoyed with the silence. Well, what happened? Harry looked up to them in confusion. Agad's man, make up your mind. You said not to tell you if I won, and now you want me to. Did you win or not? He snapped, while Harry shook his head in amusement. His proclamation shocked the two into silence once again. What were the winnings exactly? Archie asked, his voice faint. 8 players, 200,000 galleon buy-in. I won exactly 1,400,000 galleons. This proclamation seemed to shut down both Remus's and Archie's brains, both of whom were now gaping at him like idiots, not sure exactly what to say to that, until there was a thump as Archie slid off his chair and fainted dead on the ground. Remus used his hand to steady himself on the bench, feeling quite faint himself. I'm too old for this shit. Ah, Lucius, what a surprise. Please, come in. Cornelius Fudge moved aside from his office door to usher in the tall, blonde-haired man carrying a cane with the head of a silver serpent. Cornelius, how are things today? Not too troublesome, I hope. Lucius Malfoy drawled, his voice nothing but polite and courteous. Yet one couldn't help but feel like he was the stranger offering candy your parents always warned you about. Ah, just another meeting with the Wizengamot, as you know, the othersome as usual, he said with a sigh as he took a seat in his rather large and comfortable chair, motioning the Malfoy lord to take a seat opposite him. Merlin, if I have to listen to Bones go on about the lowering number of werewolf attacks, or the decrease in crimes committed by dark creatures ever since the opening of that hovel of an inn, I think I'm going to scream, he said, sounding as irritated as he looked. You don't sound too fond of the Potter heir and his werewolf guardian, if you don't mind me saying, Minister, he said with an enticing voice. He couldn't help but be intrigued in the matter. That brat, he spat, spittle leaving his mouth as he did so, and Malfoy couldn't help but feel disgusted, as the bane of my existence. Ever since he embarrassed me in the Wizengamot Inn. D opened that inn of his with his monster of a guardian, my public opinion has been slowly dwindling. Can you believe that witches and wizards, ones we used to consider good and wholesome, frequent that hole of an inn and mix with those monstrosities? Lucius already knew this, but let the man vent regardless. At first I thought it was just some means for those half-bloods and beasts to drink themselves silly, without warranting the attention of the Aurors, but now I hear that they have stolen a majority of Mr. Wright's customers too from the Leaky Cauldron, and families are starting to take their children there for dinners and whatnot. There's nothing you can really do about it though, is there, Cornelius? He asked, as his eyes bored into the balding man's own. After all, it's just good business on the brat and his pet werewolf's part, he pointed out as the minister nodded, though it looked to be begrudgingly. So what brings you here, Lucius? Cornelius asked. Surely you have way more important matters to attend to than listen to someone like me rant about his troublesome life, I presume. Indeed, was the response Lucius Malfoy wanted to give, but he held his tongue. As you may know, I have, myself, returned from the annual game of Lords yesterday evening with the goblins. Another problem if I've ever heard of one, the minister grumbled. Yes, but they do hold the majority of our money, so that should earn them our respect. For now, he said with a grin. Regardless, you wouldn't believe who took the winnings, he said, fighting down the urge to scowl at the memory. Oh, who? I'd imagine the goblin took great pleasure in doing so yet again, Fudge said with a frown of his own. Oh, I assure you they were anything but pleased when your favorite, half-breed loving, now millionaire heir took the winnings for himself, he said with a grin, though remembering quite bitterly how the brat had bested him. Potter, he shrieked. How did he even get a seat in that game? Surely his family's fortune doesn't the likes of your own. I would know, for I've seen its balance many times. Obviously, he drawled, he has garnered enough favor with the goblins and Asian to waiver such petty rules. He waited for the minister to calm down, and trying to steal the young Potter heir's fortune. How utterly devious of you, minister, though he kept his disgust in check, as if this half-blood incompetent minister could ever take the Potter fortune for his own, as if he'd ever allow such a thing. Fudge had the decency to flush in embarrassment. Well, you see, that rat has caused me enough embarrassment than he was worth. I figured I could control him somewhat if I had a hold of his fortune. Lucius ignored him and continued to speak. Regardless of whatever your ill-planned schemes entail, I have one of my own that will remove the thorn that Mr. Potter is from our sides permanently. Should you play your part to the T, minister, Lucius said, leaning in closer when he offered his plan, yet frowning slightly when he realized how he had worded his proposal. Luckily the minister wasn't astute enough to pick up on his error. I'm listening, the minister said, grinning like a Cheshire cat. Have you heard that young Mr. Potter is a Parseltongue? Harry stood in the center of his room, any obstacle or piece of furniture banished to the far walls, while only clothed in a pair of football shorts as he waved his wand in intricate patterns, one following the other, as if he were in a trance. With every new spell he learned, Harry made sure he could perform it to such a degree that it could be done successfully while micromanaging several other conjured beings through animation charms and conjuration. This is why Harry reading a floating book labeled Charms, battling with nature by your side, while several globs of water twirled around him at different speeds, morphing into the shapes of random animals or objects he could think of. He would then guide the floating masses of water through several moving hoops, all of which were still under his control. The book described that to master elemental battle charms, you had to start small and build up from there. From conjuring water and learning to manipulate it, you learn the basics of creating ice or steam. Once you learn to manipulate the water's shape, what is so difficult about manipulating its temperature and density? With a few more expert twirls and flicks, one of the globes of water surrounding him split up into hundreds of thin, pin-shaped objects the size of pencils. Harry focused some more until the temperature in the room dropped considerably, and even in his exhausted and sweaty state, he could feel the hairs on the back of his neck rise. Suddenly, with one final flick, the hundreds of pencil-sized darts frosted over as their translucency disappeared and they took on an icy appearance. Looking around his room, he looked for a worthy target for his practice. When he found a pile of letters girls from school he had never spoken to had sent him in hopes of creating some sort of correspondence. With a flick of his wand, the letters rose up to his eye level against the wall and with a jab. The ice needles were launched at a high-speed tolite, around 20 shattered on impact, failing miserably, but more than 50 connected with the wall and pinned the letters there in position. Getting an idea, he grabbed one of the other globes of water and concentrated on it, waving his wand in a circular motion above his head as it transformed into a compact, cannonball-like projectile. Bringing his wand from over his right shoulder, he practically punched the air with his wand, sending his newest projectile to where the letters were stuck, pinned to the wall. The result was more than satisfying as the cannonball of water made a crunching sound with the wooden wall, impacting in such a way that would leave a true cannonball proud. Increasing the density of the water globes, compacting them in a tight sphere and launching it at high speeds was definitely a fun thing to do. Harry looked around for another target and found, to his disappointment, that he had none, but he wasn't skilled in transfiguration for nothing. Giving a quick leftwards flick towards a broken piece of the wall that had hit the floor, it grew in size as it was transfigured into a wooden baby-like doll. This baby, while looking remarkably like a doll young witches would get as children to play with, had one glaring difference that put it apart from the rest. It had long greasy hair, a hooked nose and two beady eyes. The door to his room opened as Stephanie and Archie let themselves in, having gotten fed up with knocking for 5 minutes with no response. Imagine their shock when they saw a baby doll, eerily sharing several key distinguishable features with their head of house and idol respectively, floating midair not 4 feet from them. They didn't have much time to appreciate it though, as, to their shock, a sphere of water the size of a quaffle came speeding towards it and completely smashed it into a million splinters. Stephanie and Ark. He turned slowly to the source of the watery projectile to see a glaring Harry. The former flushed madly in embarrassment to catch him in such a state of undress while the latter was glaring at him or being caught in such a state of undress. Clearly, the hours of Quidditch practice and dueling had an effect on his body, as Stephanie would attest to when she saw his athletic figure. "Put on some clothes, you hooligan!" Archie shrieked as he feebly tried to cover the blushing Stephanie's eyes with his hands. The girl was viciously swatting them away, trying to get a better look. "There's a lady present. I believe you are the ones to trespass on me," he said dryly as he sent a silent banishing charm towards the door to close it. "And the lady seems to like what she sees," he said with a grin, causing the poor girl to flush more. Archie just glared harder at him for flirting with someone that was clearly out of bounds. Harry disappeared behind a screen as Stephanie elbowed Archie, now that Harry was gone, so he could remove his hands from her eyes. Harry appeared from behind the screen, as fresh as if he had just come out of a shower, wearing the same football shorts and a black singlet. "More clothes," Archie hissed. "Have you no decency? We are practically in the presence of royalty." Archie missed the brief look of surprise on Stephanie's flushed face at such a proclamation. And while Harry shrugged, "It's rather hot in here, wouldn't you agree, Stephanie?" The girl just nodded, too stunned to actually put 2 words together. This time it was Archie who elbowed her in the ribs, to knock her out of her daze. Shaking the cobwebs out of her head, she regained her bearings before glaring at Harry. "Yes, clearly you should dress more appropriately when someone who is clearly your better decides to grace you with their presence," she said snobbishly, though the smirk on her face lessened the effect. "Yes, well, seeing as there is no one in existence that can call themselves my better, I guess I should feel safe walking around like this then," he said with a shrug as he righted his room, getting incredulous looks from Stephanie with the more magic he used. "Rather high opinion of yourself then, Potter. And will you stop using magic?" she finished off in a harsh whisper. "Are you trying to get expelled?" Archie looked to Harry with a raised brow to which he just responded with an unconcerned shrug. "Magic cast by his wand can't be detected by the Ministry, Steffi." She just glared at him after he finished his short explanation, as if waiting for something expectantly. "Steph," he amended, but the glare didn't lessen. "Stephanie," her eyes remained narrowed and she rolled up her sleeve. "Miss Zabini," he tried hopefully, though she continued to advance on him. "Madam Zabini," he tried feebly, and while her glare lessened to an amused smirk, she didn't stop her advance. "Queen Zabini." "Fine," he relented, as the beautiful girl nodded in approval at her title. Harry shook his head in amusement. "You two aren't even married yet and you already have him whipped." "Say something, Harry," she asked dangerously, as her ire was basically transferred to the ebony-haired teen while Archie looked like he was off in his happy place, as the implications of what Harry said set in. I said, he said, raising his voice, you're not even married yet and you already have him whipped, he enunciated. As if reiterating to a toddler, Merlin, I like how you have your hair down and all, but if it affects your hearing so much, perhaps you should tie it up again, he said in mock seriousness while Stephanie just glared at him. Hey, why don't you hit him? You would have probably killed me by now if I said something like that. Archie whined while Stephanie stopped glaring and looked to Archie. First of all, he has a wand and can defend himself should I try to attack him. Harry cut her off before she could make any other bullshit excuses. That, and the F.A. court that what I said is completely true, Harry added, getting a flush of embarrassment from Stephanie and a victorious grin from Archie as he wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Stephanie merely glared at the offensive appendage as Archie's smirk faltered. Right, well, I got to get back to work. Steph, tell him what Remus wanted, and Potter. Archie trailed off as he walked out of the room backwards. Stephanie couldn't see what he was doing as her back was to him, but Harry had no such problem. With his limited charades experience, he deduced he was trying to convey something on the lines of, I like exploding cheesecake, or, don't even try make a move on her or I'll slip a poison into your breakfast. He assumed it was the latter, but you could never tell with Archie. So, what the hell was that with your wand? I know there's more to it than what Archie said, she said, as she took a seat on his very expensive desk chair and put her feet up on his equally expensive desk. Using his wand, he levitated her away from the desk and deposited her on the couch that was replaced in its original position. The couch is for sitting, he said with a glare, as he ignored her inferior one, and my wand was created before the ministry was formed. It's hard to have tracking charms when a wand predates the people tracking them, he offered as he put away the books he was reading in his P.R. Ivad bookshelf while cleaning up his room and repairing the damages he caused. I suppose I don't have to tell you to keep this a secret. Stephanie nodded, having already assumed that a knowing he wouldn't tell anyone anyway even if he hadn't mentioned it. You know, when Archie told me you fantasized about kicking a baby Snape, I only thought he was kidding, she trailed off with a grin. Rai shrugged. He was being rather generous really, he admitted. I pictured myself doing much worse than kicking, as you could see from my earlier display. He motioned to the splinters on the floor that were once baby Snape, which he promptly cleaned with a quick charm. The two lapsed into an awkward silence. Well, it was awkward for Stephanie. Harry was just busying himself with cleaning his room. Why do you keep ignoring Arcadis's advances? King at his lips as his back was to the girl. Manipulating people was fun. I don't see how that's any of your business, she replied curtly, her back suddenly straightening as Harry went down a line of questioning she didn't fancy following. Is there a reason, perhaps, for you to dislike him then? He slightly changed the topic while keeping her on her toes. You mean other than the fact that he's annoying? He embarrasses me on a daily basis, he's clingy, and he's a nerd. She shot back irritably. Harry turned around at that. Nerd, you say? He sounded intrigued. What makes you say that? Oh come on, Harry, you may be his friend, but surely you realize, she said with a scoff. If he's not annoying me, he has his nose stuck in some potions book, his head over some cauldron. Or his head up Snape's ass. Surprised by the mean, if not slightly accurate depiction of Archie's life, Harry almost lost his train of thought, but he didn't give up. Archie was annoying when he was depressed, and as long as Stephanie would continue to ignore him and his feelings, he would remain depressed, and thus, annoying. Is that right? Yet you no qualms about asking me to Hogsmeade, he said, completely ignoring the embarrassed flush that crept up on her features at the mention of that embarrassing experience. I don't see how that's relevant at all. You're nothing like him, she said, her embarrassment regarding the topic of conversation clearly in her voice. Harry looked at her with amusement. Is that so? What do you think I was doing when you came in my room? He asked, ignoring how embarrassed the girl looked as those memories resurfaced. I was doing what I do during 90% of my holidays, studying. He neglected to in that what he was doing wasn't on the Hogwarts curriculum, but that didn't matter at the moment. Yeah, but But what? Harry interrupted, a little harshly. You think because Arcades excels at potions, it makes his feelings regarding you any less real? He asked with a scoff. The boy adores you. I'd probably say it was borderline obsession if it weren't for the fact that he decided to mow Vey away from living with you so he could work. He emphasized the key words in his argument. How many boys our age would willingly do that? Move away from life with a rich family where he no doubt could annoy you all he wanted, only to come here and work to make his own way in the world. Stephanie had no answer for that as she looked to her lap, her hands clenched in fists on her knees. You know what I find most amusing? He asked, getting her attention. Do you know how many girls would give their right arm to even have a date with him? He asked the incredulous girl. Oh, I kid you not. Despite how perverted the little lech is, he has, continuously I might add, knocked back every female asking him to either go on a date, snog, or become his girlfriend, he said, however the doubt in his eyes angered him slightly. They seem to find something in his qualities that makes him good boyfriend material. What it is, I don't know, but they definitely do. I doubt that, she said, only to be cut off as Harry turned on her, peering intently into the girl's eyes. Stephanie wasn't sure what was happening, but she felt a slight tingling in her mind and had the urge to look away, but he just couldn't. Those wonderful emerald eyes, it was like if she continued looking into them, everything would be all right. As quickly as the feeling arrived, it left, leaving her confused as to what had actually happened. Her thoughts must have conveyed themselves to Harry, for he answered them for her. You may be able to lie to yourself, but you can't lie to me, he said in a low whisper. You project your thoughts as if you were yelling them to the world. You know, he began. Firstly, you say that you think he's not one of the best-looking guys in our year level, even if you actually believe quite the opposite. So you can't not like him for superficial reasons, he stated, ignoring the look of horror on her face. Secondly, despite the fact that you say he annoys you, you find the constant attention he gives you to be flattering and sweet, and now that you've learned that he ignores other girls who willingly throw themselves at his feet, that belief has only increased. Stephanie's yes widened in horror as she backed away from Harry around the couch. You read my mind, she accused with indignation and horror, which he promptly ignored. Thirdly, not only are you impressed by his obvious skill with potions, you are slightly envious because you yourself don't have a field of specialization to excel in like he or I do. The praise your parents gave him for it only served to increase that envy. Yet you still admire his determination and find it to be an appealing quality. Harry would normally feel guilty about using legilimency to delve into someone's thoughts like this, but Stephanie was being childish and he didn't much care of what she thought of him. If anything, his actions now would probably forever destroy any thoughts she may have regarding the two of them becoming a pair. A concept he had no problem with. He did though, if he was honest with himself, feel a little bad for completely betraying her trust like this, but it couldn't be helped. I wonder why you would think when you realize that the entire reason behind his drive to better himself in potions is because of his mother. He asked, causing Stephanie's anger and indignation at having her thoughts read to disappear, only to be replaced by shock. Yes, he told me, we're a lot alike in that regard. We both have our mothers as motivators to better ourselves, except with his mother, things were a lot more tragic and dark, he hissed, almost reverting to Parseltongue, as he sometimes did when he was annoyed. Stephanie wanted to know how Harry thought he had something in common in regards to Archie and their mothers, but kept her thoughts to herself and cleared her mind, hoping such things couldn't be read too by the boy she once considered a friend. His entire reason for bettering himself at potions wasn't because he loved the art, not at first anyway. It is so he can find a cure for lycanthropy, he said to the shocked girl. A fool's errand, you think? Harry had quickly used legilimency again to ascertain her thoughts on Archie's dream, not surprised with what he found. I wouldn't think like that if I was you. While not as skilled in the art of potions as Arcades, I can understand the theory behind it just fine. He's closer to discovering the cure than potions masters decades his senior. Okay, Stephanie thought. That definitely stumped her. Archie was that good at potions. Or was it that no one else tried to find a cure? Perhaps she just didn't want to admit that something Archie had done had impressed her. She put those thoughts away for later. Harry eased up and straightened himself, looking down at her seated position while cleaning his glasses with the underside of his singlet. No, I didn't read your mind. A mind is far too complicated to be read, he explained, his voice sounding slightly soothing after the grilling he had just given her. I read your surface thoughts, and sifted through some relevant memories. It is a difficult branch of magic called legilimency. If you want to stop me doing it in the future, I would suggest you research its counterpart, occlumency, he told her in a softer voice. You bastard, she muttered, her voice cracking slightly at having her mind so easily violated. Realized it, have you? He asked apathetically. Yes, Stephanie, I am a bastard, I am an asshole, I am despicable. The sooner people learn this the better. Because that fact is likely not to change. It's who I am, amongst many other things. Harry locked eyes with her again. Despite what you think you know about me, I assure you, it's not even close to what I really am, he said, sending shivers down her spine. I care little for schoolyard squabbles and childish dreams. I don't care for people's feelings when it comes to getting what I want. Lings in question are a close friend of mine, and would sooner ignore most people entirely than be forced to have conversations with them if they annoy me, he explained. You judge me on appearance alone and readily asked me out on a date. Knowing me now, would you do so again? No, she bit out. Harry nodded in approval and gave her a small smile, which shocked her somewhat. Harry seemed so bipolar sometimes. Then you've learned something valuable, he said, with an approving nod. You know, I'm hardly the person to ask on such a matter, but do you want to know what I think love is? He didn't wait for her answer. But she did look at him curiously. Wasn't he the one not a moment ago saying he didn't care about such things? Love was a kind of emotion, the strongest in her opinion. Wah, did this even have to do with anything anyway? Love isn't finding your soul mate and living happily ever after, or what have you. I don't believe in such things, he said as he waved his hand decisively. Love is finding someone who loves you as much as you love them despite their flaws. You can't love only parts of someone after all. That's just ignorance at its best. Harry shook his head and looked down at her. Yes. Arcades may annoy you, embarrass you, cling to you, and frustrate you, but you can't lie to me. We both know it's what you love about him. The sooner you realize this the better, you understand. She gave a small nod and looked away from his eyes. She didn't want to look at him right now as she still felt sore about him violating her privacy like he did. Suddenly, as Harry continued to clean his room, something in her mind clicked as she replayed his speech over in her mind. With his explanation of what love was, and what he revealed about what he thought of himself and his personality, she came to a shocking realization. You don't think you're worthy of love, she whispered, though Harry heard it perfectly and she was shocked to see him stiffen slightly. You purposefully push people away so they won't ever be given the chance to. That's why you ignore everyone and are so cold to them. Before she could push further, however, she was startled to see him turn on her with no emotion whatsoever in his eyes and interrupt her revelation. Arcades said something about Remus wanting to tell me something, he asked, his voice betraying nothing yet at the same time, it betrayed everything. Stephanie couldn't help but feel pity for him. He said somebody was here to see you. Oh. I probably should have told you sooner, she grinned, flushing in embarrassment. Harry nodded distractedly and just looked at her. She was somewhat elated to see a spark of mischievousness enter his emotionless eyes. I usually don't do free shows, so unless you'll be paying, I suggest you leave so I can get changed, he drawled as she bolted out of the room after only a moment's hesitation so he could do just that. Harry shook his head slightly at her antics. She and Archie were perfect for each other. They were both equally annoying in their own ways. Putting on a pair of jeans and a cardigan, he put on some cologne before heading downstairs, using occlumency to clear his mind of the painful thoughts Stephanie's words had made surface earlier. Harry appeared downstairs, spotting the visiting Stephanie sitting at a table by herself playing with her DNNER while staring off into space. She seemed to be deep in thought. So she should be, he thought. Moony nights had become a fairly popular location, was the main thought running through Harry's mind, as he scanned the busy crowd of people dining and socializing while looking for a particular goblin he had scheduled to meet with. No one could blame him for being confused when his search ended in vain. Had Remus not called for him, telling him that someone was here to meet with him? If it wasn't Bronzespierre, then who else would be meeting with him? He hadn't made any other appointments. Harry, over here. He heard Remus call for him from the bar. Harry turned to see the werewolf chatting with a rather plump and jolly-looking old man wearing an expensive suit with a rather oddly colored tie. The suit was predominantly black in color while his tie was mostly white with 2 red stripes meeting towards the upper left part of the piece of cloth, creating a cross. Walking over, Samu had annoyed at being called down to meet some random friend of Remus's. He nodded to the stranger before turning on the werewolf. "What is it, Remus? I thought I asked you to call me when Bronzespierre arrived. Is he here?" he asked, making sure the man heard of his confusion. "Sorry to lead you on, Harry, but there's someone who would very much like to meet you," he said, motioning to the large man. "This here is Thomas Redbridge, the coach for the English national Quidditch team," he stated, trying and failing to hide his glee. Hiding his shock expertly, Harry turned to the man expectantly, and, "What does Mr. Redbridge want with me exactly?" The smile never left the man's face. "You wouldn't have known, Mr. Potter, but last year, I sent some of my scouts to watch some of your games aft. I was told from a very valuable source of your skill," he said, "and after what my scouts told me, and given the situation I and my team find ourselves in, I have come to make you a proposition," he said with a grin. Harry edged his head to the side, as if waiting for him to elaborate. Catching himself, the England coach continued. "Right, well, basically, one of our main chasers has received irreparable damage to his left arm. Ending his Quidditch career earlier than we would have liked." He was cut off by an incredulous Harry. "Which one?" he asked. "Robert Beach," he answered, to Harry's shock. "England's best chaser, nicknamed the Cannon, for his super powerful throws, had his career ended by an arm injury. How is it I've never heard of this? I don't much follow the international leagues until the World Cup is on. But surely others would have been talking about it." Harry trailed off, leaving his question in the air. "Ah, yes, well, that was a collective decision made by management. NT and the team. No need to worry the public by telling them that we have only 2 chasers mere months before the World Cup qualifiers. There'll be a press conference soon when we find a replacement," he beamed. Harry wasn't the smartest student in his year for nothing. He easily connected the dots with the English coach's appearance, the information of England lacking a chaser and the meeting with himself personally. "Okay, I think it's obvious why you're here, but why me? Surely you can find someone better than I am from the National League?" he asked, clearly confused. The English coach laughed loudly at Harry's proclamation, much to the confusion of his 2 hosts. "My boy, clearly you underestimate your own skill. I have watched pensive memories of the matches the scouts watched you play. Your passes, they're like speeding bludgers shot with pinpoint accuracy from a world-class beater. Your shots, not only powerful, but fast and skillful. I've seen you bend that quaffle like you were controlling it with your will. Let's not forget to mention your flying skills. You act as if you were a bird and the broom is your wings. The 2 of you together are like one and are an inspiration to watch," he praised, as Harry began to feel uncomfortable with Remus beaming at him and the coach's continuous praise. "Yes, fair enough, but you do understand I am still in school, correct?" The fact didn't seem to bother the man though. "Merely details, my boy. You're not the first student to be requested to represent your country on the Quidditch pitch and you certainly won't be the last," he informed the overwhelmed 14-year-old. "Team training will only occur in the evenings and on weekends, with permission of your headmaster, of course, to accommodate your school timetable. Unfortunately, you will have to quit your house's Quidditch team. We cannot run the risk of injury in any game other than England's." He says doesn't seem to be an issue though, because from what Professor Flitwick has told us, your attendance to classes is hardly an issue when it comes to your grades, he said with a grin. "You talked to Professor Flitwick about this?" Harry asked, surprised. What did he have to say about it? Surely he wasn't pleased with the prospect of losing me on the house team, he said. "Should I accept, of course," he hastily amended. On the contrary, he seemed delighted. He may have been a little put out with not being assured the Quidditch Cup every year while you attend school, but he made it understood that he would rather see you succeed than have an old cup placed in his office every year. As it were, he said with a grin. Harry remained silent while Remus listened on, his anticipation growing by the second. Should I accept? He began. What is the pay like? He asked, and Remus almost fell of the stool he was sitting on. He is asked to play for his country, an honor people would normally kill for, and all he asks about is the pay. Thomas, however, seemed to find this amusing as he gave out a loud laugh. After calming down somewhat, Harry asked what was so funny, and the man answered. Mr. Potter, I have been the coach of this team for many years. The last Potter I invited to join my team asked me the very same question you just did after the offer was made, he said with a grin, much to the shock of Harry and Remus. James never played for England, Remus said, still in a daze, and he never mentioned anything about being approached to play for them either. I'd imagine as much, he said, more somberly now. He was incredibly tempted to accept at first. But unfortunately, with the road the war was taking, he decided his talents would be of better use in the Auror Corps, he said with a sad smile. Fortunately for me, there's no W.A.R. currently on that I know of, and we'd be happy to have you play for us, Mr. Potter, he said with a large grin, officially making his offer. Your salary mainly depends on your performance during our games. The current rate for our chases, from memory, is 5,000 galleons per goal, 2,500 galleons per goal assist, 1,000 galleons per interception, 40,000 galleons should we win the game, and 10,000 galleons if we lose, he said, grinning at the gobsmacked expressions on Remus's and Harry's faces. There's also the basic 10,000 galleons a month salar. Why, when we are simply training and no matches occur, the training is intense and you should be compensated for the hard work you are putting forth for your country, he said, as the two listening were still very much shocked. Yes. New players usually react the same. Quidditch is a very popular sport with very few skilled players, therefore, it pays quite well, don't you think? After all, a game on a Virage can pull in over 100,000 fans easily, he said with a smile, as Harry and Remus snapped out of their stupor. I accept, Harry said immediately, much to Remus's and the coach's delight. Wonderful, he said with a smile. Here's my card. This meeting was an unofficial one. We will have to have your official signing at a later date. He handed Harry a regular card with his information on it. The card itself was a creamy parchment color, while otherwise devoid of all but one decoration, a moving snitch picture behind the coach's contact details. My secretary will owl you with the time of our meeting. Be there and we can finalize this arrangement. Have a nice evening, he said, as he bowed shortly and left the two in a stunned silence. Even if you only play up until this next World Cup, Remus began. As the two stood in silence, that will earn you enough so you'll never have to work for the rest of your life, he said, still in a daze. I need a drink, he admitted, sitting heavily down on his stool. Supposing I don't spend it all, he said with a shrug. Luckily Remus was out of earshot, or he probably would be drinking from the bottle instead. The sound of the door the inn opening quickly and being shut caught his attention over the hustle and bustle of the crowd of patrons. Looking over, he noticed Bronzespierre sneaking around, eyeing everyone he passed suspiciously with a heavily wrapped package held under his arm. Goblins weren't known for their subtlety. I'll talk to you later, Remus. My guest is here, he said with a grin, as he made his way over to the goblin. Bronzespierre and Harry sat on the comfortable and antique-looking Chesterfield chairs by the fireplace, with a small Victorian-style table separating them, sporting the package the goblin was carrying. Due to the fact that business had been going so well, Remus had been able to upgrade the furniture to that of a more expensive and classy variety. He did, however, make sure to have unbreakable charms placed on them. No need to have them replaced if they broke. These things were damn expensive. You brought what I asked for? Harry asked, eyeing the package with a hidden delight. Yes, the goblin ground out, as per our deal. I don't know what use it is to you though. You won't be able to read it, the goblin grumbled. I assure you I will be able to. I am a parselmouth after all, he said, sliding the package over to him as he unwrapped it slowly, and reverently ignoring the goblin's shock at the revelation of his abilities. Inside the package was an worn-looking black leather-covered book, no larger than your average diary, with a buckle coming from the back cover, over the side and attaching to the front, keeping its contents inside a secret to all then those who could unlock it. The buckle itself, Instead of having a padlock for a key to unlock it, was simply the head of a serpent with 2 emeralds placed in its eye sockets to emulate its eyes. To anyone that wanted to read the title of the book, all they would see is a set of strange, unintelligible markings, but to Harry, who had studied the language extensively and to the best of his abilities given the lack of information, the letters seemed like perfect English. In Parseltongue, the title read, The Diary of Salazar Slytherin. Several weeks had passed he received the Diary of Salazar Slytherin, and these weeks were far from normal. At first, when Archie heard of him making the English national team at such a young age, he had hugged him and started jumping around the room in a ball of excitement. It is why Harry was caught completely off guard when his friend punched him in the mouth immediately after. Stephanie had told Archie about their little discussion and use of legilimency, and while Archie appreciated the effort, he didn't appreciate her being attacked in such a way, even though he did thank Harry for talking to her about it. Harry didn't much care because he knew, in some level, that he deserved it. That and the reaction he got out of Archie when he told him about the fact that if the media ever found out that he had punched England's new chaser, he'd be crucified. The meeting had gone as planned, with both parties happy with the contract drawn up that would keep Harry at England until the World Cup campaign had ended. Mr. Redbridge was a little disappointed that he'd only be staying on for one campaign. But Harry had said that he would have other plans that he was already committed to after school. He understood. The press conference to officially announce his signing was met with mixed reactions. Shock that one of their best chasers had a career-ending injury, and excitement of the prospect of Harry playing for them, especially with the coach singing his praises like he was the next coming of Thierry Henry, but for Quidditch. His training sessions had already begun, immediately after signing the contract with the English team. If he thought training with Ravenclaw was tough, their training was ridiculous. While there was no school, Harry was required to attend training 5 times a week, from 7 in the evening until midnight. Needless to say, the grueling physical workouts and tactics training with his fellow chasers left him no spare. After all, it wasn't often school children were recruited into the chaser position, it was the more physically demanding position of them all and was hard for someone his age to play well. Luckily, in his opinion, he was just that good. It only took 2 weeks for Stephanie to talk with him again after their little conversation. In private, of course, in which she had still said she was angry with him for invading her mind, but thankful for opening her eyes, and while she didn't admit to having feelings for Archie, she did admit to being unfair to him. Harry had thought that was more than he had bargained for and let it slide, but Stephanie did ask him for any help on occlumency he could give her, saying that it was his responsibility after having violated her, so he agreed, somewhat reluctantly, mainly because Archie would probably try to punch him again if he didn't. He had given her his personal notes on his progress in the art that had formed a small book that should be simple enough to follow and learn from. She was thankful. Without a doubt though, the most frustrating thing of L was the fact that he couldn't get Slytherin's diary open. He had thought it would simply be an open command to get past the lock, but unfortunately, the password seemed to be much more difficult to guess than he had originally anticipated. Obviously, Slytherin didn't even want his descendants reading his private journal. Another unfortunate thing that plagued Harry's time up until he went back to school, however, were reporters and new fans mobbing him whenever he left the inn to go shopping or get some fresh air. Luckily, he could safely flow to the warded stadium where he trained with his new team, or eat his meals in the inn without getting mobbed, or he'd probably never leave his room. The most annoying of all the reporters, however, was Rita Skeeter, who, for some reason, deemed it necessary to print complete fabrications in her article on the Daily Prophet about him, amusing because he hadn't once had an interview with her. Things like how he had several girlfriends, on the side, while keeping with his bad boy image. Rumors of him being a dark wizard due to his Parseltongue ability, which was now common knowledge to anyone who knew his name, were also commonplace. Not to mention, his personal favorite, that he was hiding a pregnant girlfriend while he remained locked in his room, hoping his fans wouldn't find out and think less of him. He'd probably sue her for her actor defamation if the articles weren't so damn amusing. His newfound fame also meant that he couldn't even go to Diagon Alley to get his books for the next year without getting mobbed. So instead, D of placing a glamour charm over himself, claiming that he couldn't be bothered. He just gave his book list to Archie, Stephanie and Cedric, who had agreed to go shopping together on the same day, so He could get his books and potions supplies. He later regretted giving Archie his vault key temporarily to buy potion supplies, especially when he arrived back with his stores holding rare ingredients he knew he'd never find a use for. Like gillyweed, though he was sure Archie would ask to borrow them sometimes down the road for his experiments. What he did find annoying though, was what Archie had reported to him about from his shopping trip. Apparently, the three of them had gone to Flourish and Blots to buy their books only to find Gilderoy Lockhart signing his new autobiography, Magical Me. Apparently, he and the boy who lived had milked the public attention for all it was worth. However, that wasn't what annoyed him. What annoyed him was that the famous wizard had announced that he would be the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts this year. Why would he be annoyed with such an accomplished wizard becoming a professor? The simple answer was his accomplishments were all a load of bullocks. Archie had, during their holidays, with his work money, bought one of his books that were on sale at Flourish and Blots, thinking it would be a good read from what he had heard about the man. Unfortunately, Harry and he had both read it and found a total number of 253 mentions of the man's own name in it and more than enough inconsistencies. That it was painfully obvious the man was a joke and completely loved himself. Aside from practicing with his new team, continuing his personal studies and daily attempting random passwords in Parse Latong to try and open Slytherin's diary, Harry did nothing else with his time. So it was with a glamour charm that Harry traveled to King's Cross Station with Arcades and Remus to head off to his 4th year at Hogwarts. A year that he knew would promise a shitload of annoyances. Look, he's here. Isn't he England's new chaser? But he's so young. He's just a boy. So disgusting how he got all those women pregnant. Whatever, he's probably not even that good. A rather deluded first year yelled over the crowd of people gathered at platform 9 3/4 gawking at Harry. Harry walked past them casually, foregoing his glamour charm, keeping his identity a secret, with Archie and Stephanie by his side. Are you just going to ignore everyone? Stephanie asked with a frown as Harry walked past a rather cute young girl asking for his autograph, not caring at all that he had probably broken her little heart. Not all of them are the vulture types, she mumbled, patting the little girl on the head as she started to tear up. Harry didn't seem to care though and just shrugged, not caring in the slightest. Hey, you're ignoring us too now? Archie asked, with a frown. Harry's answer was just a raising of the eyebrow and stuffing of his long, black, woolen coat's pockets. Archie eyed Harry up and down before frowning at him. What are you, a Quidditch player or a model? Stephanie looked to him too with a contemplative look on her face as Harry looked himself over. Knee-length black coat, tight jeans, tight leather gloves, cashmere scarf and fairly expensive dragon hide boots. What's the matter? He asked, a frown marring his features. I threw something on. I like looking good, so what? For who? He asked sarcastically. Your adoring fans. He motioned towards the little girl they had just passed. Narcissa Malfoy, Harry answered, or Archie assumed answered to his question. If Archie and Stephanie had been drinking anything, he was sure they would have spit it out on instinct to avoid choking. What the hell are you? Archie began but was interrupted by a regal and elegant voice speaking over his protests. You must be the famous Harry Potter, she said with a raised brow. I must confess, I am no Quidditch fan, but I expected. She eyed him up and down, like a snake eyeing its prey. More, she finished, a small smirk on her face, as if expecting something. Harry mirrored her raised brow while Stephanie and Archie gawked at the scene, the wife of the Lord Malfoy casually addressing Harry on the middle of platform 9 and 3/4 without her husband's company. The chances of that happening normally are as high as the chances of Harry going back to that little girl and giving her a piggyback ride around the platform, not high. I am afraid I have yet to purchase a pimped cane like your husband's, so I may come off as lacking, he said, with faux regret. Fortunately for you though, Mrs. Malfoy, if that and strapping young men are what get you off. I will make it my top priority to rectify that as soon as possible, he said, with a mocking bow. If Archie and Stephanie weren't shocked before, they definitely were now. Harry was flirting with an influential Lord's Wide, a Dangerous Lord who was suspected of being an ex-Death Eater. As crude as your father with a wit to match your mother's, she said with narrowed eyes. Though the slight smirk on her lips completely ruined the effect. I take it you would appreciate the gesture then? He asked. I will put in an order as soon as possible then. I've always wanted a cane, now that you me. Mr. Potter, that you do not need one to compensate for something you may or may not be lacking, unlike my husband, she said with a wink. Harry snorted in amusement at her joke. Or statement of amusing facts. Archie and Stephanie looked to each other, confused whether they should be laughing at the ridiculous situations Harry always seems to find himself in, crying because this certainly meant nothing good, or running because Armageddon draws near. Be careful, Mrs. Malfoy, keep inflating my ego like you or and you'll be in trouble, he said in a serious voice. Causing the lady to pause in surprise, not expecting Harry to be so serious. I hear my sperm is very potent and I'm quite the whore. I think being the father of 17 is more than enough, he see. Get as Narcissa laughed elegantly at his joke. Quite, she agreed. You can call me Narcissa, Mr. Potter, she said, extending her gloved hand to him, as Harry swiftly took it and brushed his lips over her knuckle. Narcissa it is then. So, what is it I can do for you? He asked, all amusement aside. Your sore loser of a husband is surprisingly missing. I didn't think he'd leave his trophy with by herself for so long. He trailed off, eyeing his companions. Narcissa eyed them too before turning to Harry, with a guarded look in her eyes. Harry sent a brief legilimency probe at the woman's, surprised to find himself meeting resistance before Narcissa's eyes widened in surprise. She allowed him a quick scan to read her intentions before pushing him out of her mind again. Stephanie, Arcades, go find a compartment. I'll meet up with you later, he said, dismissing them politely. You sure, mate? Archie asked, while Stephanie looked concerned. I'll be fine, Arcades, he assured, his right side turned away from Narcissa. So he could easily show them his wand poking out of his sleeve. That was enough to convince them as they departed with polite nods and boarded the train. Making sure no one was near earshot, Harry turned to Narcissa, letting the elegant woman know she had his attention. Legilimency skills as good as yours for one so young is extremely rare, Mr. Potter, she praised. After a short silence, I don't believe my husband's old master could even boast such an achievement, she said, and Harry took notice of the fact that she didn't call him her master too. I try, he conceded. Forgive me for the lack of pleasantries now that we are alone, but I am not the biggest fan of your families, he said, with narrowed eyes. Narcissa flinched at the mention of her family. Might I inquire as to which one? She asked, while looking down. Take your pick, he said, his voice lower, as Narcissa nodded. I will make this brief then, she said, after regaining her composure, as you may know. My husband has our esteemed minister very much in his pocket, and the two often converse over the flow, sometimes, even, when they are not aware of my presence. Harry kept silent, allowing her to continue. I overheard the two plotting something nefarious for this year. I didn't hear much less I be discovered and obliviated, but your name was mentioned, she paused, that in the mentioning of some chamber. But that's all I heard. This information got Harry's attention. Could the Malfoy Lord be planning something with him in the Chamber of Secrets? Nothing is free in this world, Mrs. Malfoy. What is it you wanted for such information? He asked, arms crossed with his wand ready to be brought out in a flash if need be. You're not interested as to why I'm giving you this information? She asked, perplexed by the turn of events. No, he answered simply, wanting to board the train as soon as possible. He didn't detect deception or any ill intent from the Malfoy lady. But he wasn't going to trust her any time soon, or ever. Say, should my husband's old crowd decide to organize a reunion with their old club leader, I merely ask for sanctuary and protection from yourself. Lord Potter, she asked with a bowed head, my views on Muggle-born witches and wizards will most likely never change, she conceded, but I am no murderer, let the lunatics be destroyed for their beliefs. Our world runs just fine the way it is, she explained. Harry resisted the urge to snort in amusement at her views of the world, but what she was asking wasn't particularly hard for him to accomplish, and he could gain valuable information from her. Should she get caught? Well, he honestly didn't care too much. He really had nothing to lose. I thank you for your warning, Mrs. Malfoy. I'll do my best to aid you should your fears ever prove warranted, he replied with a nod. Should you ever happen across any other important information, I'm sure you can contact myself or my guardian. I'll let him know of our arrangements, he said with a nod, as he began to board the train when he saw Lucius Malfoy approaching. Lord Potter, what a pleasant surprise, he said, with obvious forced politeness. Dear. What were you and the lad discussing? He asked, severely interested. Your lovely wife merely congratulated me on my new position on the English team but confessed less than stellar knowledge about the sport, he interrupted easily. I was merely explaining to her my grueling schedule and some of the finer points of the game, he answered, impressed that Narcissa didn't show any outward sign of emotion, though it was expected of an ex-Slytherin and someone of her status. Indeed, he replied, looking to his wife, I can only hope you will do this country proud, boy. And not cost us yet another cup, he said, while looking down on Harry. Of course not, Lord Malfoy, he replied with his own forced smile. I intend to be very good at the games I play, as you well know, he said, noticing Malfoy's eyes twitch in annoyance at the mention of his defeat. Indeed, well, run along now, you wouldn't want to miss your train, he said, dismissing Harry and leading his wife away by the elbow. Of course not. He then boarded the Hogwarts Express, ignoring the masses of students asking for his autograph expertly while looking for Stephanie and Archie. Stephanie watched with amused expressions as Harry entered the compartment with a scowl marring his features. Annoyed there, love? Archie asked with a snort. Harry just glared at him before plopping down across from his two friends. I was only talking with Narcissa for 5 minutes after you guys left, the rest of the time was me making my way here, trying my hardest not to conjure Glacier and ramming them up people's asses, he said, looking out the window as he tried to calm down. You can do that? Archie asked with a nervous chuckle. Harry was scary when he was angry. Stephanie had other things interesting her though. So it's Narcissa. I guess you really are into older women, first Professor Vector and now Narcissa Malfoy. She asked with a coy grin which Harry merely raised a brow at. My, Stephanie. Such an interest in my love life, how does yours go by the way? He asked, glaring at the girl who was still smirking at him. No need to snap at her, Harry, Archie said with a frown, she's only making fun. Quote, whatever. Harry looked back out the window, I'm not in a good mood. Lady Malfoy say something to upset you? Stephanie asked, hoping Harry wouldn't snap at her again. No, Harry denied. Those little maggots out there ogling at me, stopping me every 3 seconds to touch me or ask for my autograph, and tripping over themselves in front of me, he said with a growl. Archie and Stephanie noticed, to their amusement, Harry fingering his wand. The next person that I don't know that so much it looks at me funny is going to regret, his threat was erupted as the compartment door was slammed open, revealing Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger, and Ronald Weasley. It's him, the red-headed boy said in awe. Stephanie and Archie wanted to explode. In laughter right there as Harry narrowed his eyes at the boy and jabbed his wand in their direction. Archie and Stephanie actually did break down laughing when Harry launched of water at the 3-second years, sending them reeling back into the corridor completely drenched. Oh Merlin, Archie gasped out as he laughed, that was priceless. That'll teach them from entering someone else's compartment without knocking, Stephanie said as she giggled. Harry grumbled under his breath as he looked out the window, tucking his wand under his arm, just in case. It wasn't long after Harry blasted the 3-second years out of their compartment when a knock interrupted the three once again. The girl on the other side of the door waited politely for Archie to nod so she could enter. The girl had long blonde hair and a dreamy expression about her. Excuse me, are any of you Harry Potter? She asked, while playing with her necklace made of seashells and other weird trinkets. Who wants to know? Archie asked warily, eyeing Harry who was now fingering his wand yet again. My name's Luna Lovegood. Professor Lockhart asked me to deliver this to Harry Potter. He said he was in this compartment, she said while looking into space as if seeing something that wasn't there. Harry wondered if she was all right in the head before taking the folded bit of parchment from her outstretched hand. Without waiting to be dismissed, the weird girl skipped out of their compartment while humming a tune. Archie and Harry looked at each other while Stephanie simply looked confused. I'm going to go and see my friends. I guess, Stephanie said, as she started towards the door. Oh Steffi, you don't even like them, Archie whined, not wanting to see the object of his affection leave so early on in the trip. That may be true, she conceded, but I do have to live with them, so being civil does help I guess, she said with a shrug as she left, leaving Harry and Archie alone. Archie looked to RRY, who was reading the letter with a frown. What's it say? Archie asked, wondering why Harry looked upset. He says that he wants to meet with me before we arrive at Hogwarts, he said, before pulling out his wand and flicking it a few times. Something about becoming friends and celebrities like us sticking together. He shook his head in disgust as the parchment glowed blue for a few moments, before fading back to a regular piece of parchment. Casually tossing the paper towards the door, Archie was surprised to see Harry jab his wand at it, transfiguring the piece of paper into a small bird, a real bird, before it flew away. Presumably towards Lockhart. Harry, Archie called to his friend, after several moments of silence. He didn't see it fit to use words, as he was engrossed in a book. Did you just transfigure that piece of paper into a real bird? He asked, in awe. Yes, he answered. I also charmed it to shit on his head before turning back into his letter. Archie remained silent, as if processing what he had just been told before erupting in uproarious laughter. How the hell does it know when to change back into the letter? He asked, through his laughter. It'll stop flying when it reaches our new professor. When that happens, it will change back. So you made sure it will shit on him before it lands? Archie asked and Harry nodded. Oh man, that's brilliant, he said, sniggering lightly as Harry smirked. Harry and Archie, after sharing a carriage with two Hufflepuff fourth years, arrived at Hogwarts and immediately went to the Great Hall to have dinner. The hall looked spectacular as usual when the opening feast was being held, with the hundreds of floating candles, charmed ceiling, and golden cutlery covering each table. Archie tried and failed miserably to suppress his giggles when he spotted their new defense professor glaring at Harry covered in white marks that could only be considered bird poop. Professor Vector and Sprout, who were seated to his immediate right and left, inched as far away from him as possible, not wanting to be anywhere near the poop-covered man. Why hasn't he cleaned it off yet? He heard Archie ask him. That's not regular bird shit, he said with a grin. It will vanish on its own in about a day, he clarified as Archie snickered. Been a victim of that one then, have you? He asked, referring to his famous pranking guardian. Shut up, Harry said with a glare, which only increased Archie's mirth. As Archie conversed with the other Ravenclaws seated near them, Harry looked around the room, completely ignoring people trying to start conversations with him, whispering about him and staring at him in the process. He noticed, much to his amusement, Longbottom, Granger and Weasley engaged in a furious whispered conversation while glaring daggers at him. I would like to welcome you all back for another year of school at Hogwarts, the voice of Albus Dumbledore rang out to the hall as he did his yearly announcements for the benefit of the first years mostly. I would also like you all to give a warm welcome to the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, he said, prompting a loud round of applause, mainly from the women in the room. Despite his shit-covered appearance, the women still seemed to be swooning, and much to Archie's dismay, Professor Sinistra seemed to be one of them. How could she not see him for the fraud he is? He hissed in dismay. She's too beautiful to be stupid, he whined pitifully. Why don't you prove how incompetent he is then? I'm sure we can have some fun with that, Harry said, smirking. Archie brightened up at that and cackled evilly. Harry, my good man, this year is going to be fun. Harry shook his head at his friend's antics. School hadn't become any less annoying for Harry ever since classes started. He attended his weekly training sessions with the England team, learned of the players' names and began tactics training with his fellow chasers, who were more than happy to have Harry input in some of the tactics as well, which surprised him. When he wasn't training or doing his homework, Harry LD often be found lounging around in his dormitory with a good book and his wand out, practicing the movements. Sometimes, when there weren't many people out in the common room, he would head down and read in front of the fire with a glass of butterbeer, mourning the loss of his precious Coke. The Ravenclaw Quidditch team and the rest of the house were less than pleased, to say the least, when EY discovered Harry wasn't permitted to play for the team anymore. If he was one to care of what people thought about him, he was sure their remarks behind his back or to his face would have gotten to him by now. "Look, there's Potter, the traitor," one very uninformed second-year student whispered very loudly to his friend as Harry came down the stairs from his dorm. "How is he a traitor?" the boy's friend asked, perplexed. "He quit the house team, knowing he was the best player we've had in centuries as soon as he got his contract to play for England during the summer," he informed, as a third boy spoke up. "And now that Malfoy had his daddy buy the entire Slytherin team a set of Nimbus 2001 feet racing brooms, we could have used him," he said, glaring at Harry. "Traitor you say?" Archie's voice sounded out to the entire common room. "Your logic is that, Harry," he said, pointing to the spectacled youth, "by accepting the contract offer from England, which states that he can't risk injury. Why by playing school Quidditch?" he clarified, emphasizing the fact that it was school Quidditch, "is a traitor to our house." He asked, "I suppose to the fact that he's representing our country in an nationally followed sport which will bring great prestige to us should he win. Crossed your minds?" Harry was surprised that Archie was standing up for him. He really didn't care what people said. If they wanted to sneer at him and call him a traitor, let them talk. After all, it really didn't mean much to him, especially when he received his ever-increasing bank statements monthly. He had continued with trying to open Slytherin's diary by trying random passwords, each more ludicrous than the last, yet nothing seemed to work. That trying, for he knew its contents would be well worth the frustration he was feeling. Archie had seen him on a few occasions hissing at the book with the serpent head lock on it, and though he had no idea what it was, Archie wasn't a Ravenclaw for nothing. He may have mostly ignored him when he was hissing the passwords, but the fact that he wasn't asking questions about it pretty much told Harry that he had a very good idea, that and the fact that he had told the legend of the serpent staff and who else had been researching it to him. Defense against the dark arts was almost as much of a joke as it was last year. However, this year, at least EY could understand the professor when he spoke, and at least when he did, he actually mentioned some dark creatures and where you could find them. Quirrell was just useless in general, but even though it was a step up, it was painfully clear to everyone, especially the Ravenclaw females who had been infatuated with him previously, how much of a fraud he was. Archie took great pleasure in seeing Fanny looking sour about a particular class they had with him where he had her act as a werewolf while he demonstrated how he dealt with it. He had wanted to use Harry initially for the werewolf, but much to Archie's amusement, as soon as his name was called, the Quidditch star simply walked out of the class, ignoring the professor's shouts. It's not like he needed the class anyway, nor any class in their year level save for runes or arithmancy. Archie knew very well that the well-dressed team could literally only attend those two classes in the whole year and still finish at the top of the year in marks like usual. "I could do better if I wanted to, probably take number 2 every year," Archie admitted, "but to do that, I'd have to lock myself up and read as much as you do, and even though I love reading about potions, I don't much like the other classes as much to kill any more of my free time," he had said to Harry when they were talking about the issue. All too soon, Halloween arrived and the customary feast that accompanied it. Instead of avoiding the masses like usual, he figured he'd accompany Archie and his housemates to get something to eat. After all, training had left him incredibly hungry and the Halloween feasts were notoriously good. Harry sat across from Archie and beside Davis as he ate his dinner. The Great Hall was decorated for the occasion with floating pumpkin heads, hollowed out to have candles fitted within. Thousands of bats were perched around the hall, most toward the ceiling, where the velvety, clouded darkness that was the ceiling at the moment hid them perfectly, as if they were outside. Also, orange, flaming streamers decorated the ceiling while pumpkins the size of garden sheds were lining the walls. Dumbledore sat in his throne-like chair at the head of the staff table, smiling down at all of the students as they conversed with each other and enjoyed the feast. Harry was amused to notice Lockhart chatting with an annoyed-looking Vector and a flustered-looking Sprout. Harry chuckled into his pumpkin juice. It seemed that Lockhart's charm didn't extend to every female witch. There was hope. Taking a sip from his juice, Harry made a face as he swallowed it. What's the matter? Archie asked, having noticed Harry's apparent dislike of the beverage. I don't know how people drink this, he said, motioning to his orange. Drink? It's disgusting. He made another face at it, while taking some mashed potatoes from the platter between them. He liked the mashed potatoes. Where did this come from? Archie asked. You've never complained before, he frowned, trying to recall if he ever had. Now that I think about it, I only ever see you drink that muggle drink during the summer. Awful taste, if you ask me, he shrugged, as Harry gaped at him. You're telling me, you prefer this disgusting soup drink to the awesomeness that is Coca-Cola? Harry asked, aghast. It's pretty much a thinner pumpkin soup, it hardly even counts as a beverage. What's wrong with it? He asked, defensively, as he took a swig of the orange liquid. No one's forcing you to drink it, you know. The only other thing they offer here is water, Harry said with a frown, and you've never even tasted Coke, so I don't know why you're calling it awful. Well, that's because he noticed people listening into their conversation, so he chose his words wisely. Beat the shit out of me if I ever tried to even take a sip, he defended. That's because it's my personal stash you would be drinking, he reminded, impressed that he had the 4C. GHT to not mention he would actually curse him with his wand and not resort to physical violence. We could always go into Muggle London if you wanted to try some, or get some decent food, he said, eyeing towards the food around them in general. Now you got something against the food we get here. Archie frowned. You're starting to sound like a woman with all your bitching. Harry promised to hex him later for the remark against his masculinity. There's nothing wrong with the food in general, just the variety, Harry said. There's more to food than mashed potatoes, chicken, peas and OT. He motioned towards the standard meal constantly placed on platters around them. Though it was Halloween and the meal was slightly different to a regular dinner at Hogwarts, all that really differed was the kind of meat served. That's no better than Moony Knight's menu though, Archie said with a frown as people watched the two bickering like a married couple. We stock what the people want. We're not going to bulk buy sushi because I have a random craving, Harry said with a shrug. What the hell is sushi? Archie asked with a puzzled frown, testing the foreign word on his tongue. Wow! Harry exclaimed, faux amazement lacing his voice. Sheltered, much. Hey douchebag, just because I don't go around to fancy restaurants and order overpriced Australian food, doesn't mean you're better than me, he said, crossing his arms over his chest, looking incredibly pleased with himself. It's Japanese, you moron, and you don't even know what a douchebag is. Stop stealing my insults, har. Y said with a smirk while some girls around them were glaring at them for being so vulgar while most of the guys remained clueless. I know what a douchebag is, Archie defended as Harry listened expectantly. This would be good, it's something you use to clean your face, he said, after a few moments of thought. Harry nearly choked on his food while several people around them boggled at the brown-haired youth. I guess it's possible to use one like that, Harry said with amusement, though, completely appropriate for you, especially because you seem to have Stephanie's vagina mostly in your bra. Harry ducked under the table to avoid Archie's attempt to spray him with his dinner. No talking about Steffies, privates at the dinner table, Archie said, pointing his fork at Harry, apologizing. To the disgusted students who he had accidentally hit when he spat out his mashed potatoes. Harry mentally chuckled at the weird direction their conversation had taken before turning to Davis, who acted like he wanted to say something to him. Hey Davis, you get a replacement yet for the match coming up next week against Gryffindor? He asked the new Quidditch captain, being the most appropriate for the job after he quit and the others graduated. Roger sighed and ran a hand through his hair. How can you honestly expect me to replace you, Harry? He said, sounding depressed. We just replaced Elwood, you know. We're practically going to be running a rookie chaser team, he said with a sigh. Harry grinned and thumped him on the back. He didn't mind Roger, having played Quidditch with the handsome boy for a few years. He was one of the other Ravenclaws in his year he wouldn't completely ignore. Yeah mate, you're not going to be able to outfly the Gryffindor chasers, they're a real good team, Harry sympathized. And they're all smoking hot, Archie piped in helpfully as the oat did sagely in agreement. And they're smoking hot, Harry repeated. your only chance of winning with 2R. Uki Chasers is to have Chong get the snitch before Longbottom, which shouldn't be too hard, he's not that great. Yeah, these two kids are alright for rookies, they'd be fairly decent in a few years with experience, he conceded, but they just don't have the raw talent Elwood or you had, it just makes things hard, he said, rubbing his face as he groaned pitifully. Cheer up Davis, Archie said from across the table, Harry's right. Chong can outfly Longbottom any day of the week, just have her get the snitch as soon as possible, said girl, sitting not far from them, was blushing a brilliant shade of crimson at having two of the better-looking boys in her house, one of them being a recent Quidditch superstar, compliment her flying skills. Is Ickle Cho embarrassed? Davis asked, with a teasing tone in his voice as said girl just tried to sink down under the table as all heads turned to her. Harry chuckled as he took another forced sip of his pumpkin juice. Suddenly, Dumbledore rose from his chair to make an announcement to the hall. Mere moments after he rose, the noise created in the large hall by the hundreds of students talking hushed as he rose his hand to get their attention. Our head girl for the year, Miss Hawking, Dumbledore said with a smile, as he motioned to the Gryffindor 7th year who had a pair of stylish spectacles, a freckled face and light brown hair. She was smiling widely, has put forth a proposal to the staff and we have accepted. This year, as we seem to have lacked such a function for quite some time, Hogwarts will be hosting a ball. That will only be held for 4th years and above. Immediately, excited chatter, mixed with pitiful groans filled the hall. Dumbledore waited patiently for the excited chatter to die down. Yes, I'm sure we're all quite excited, he said jovially. Miss Hawking has informed me to let you all know that the ball will be a formal event, so dress robes will be required, and will be held on the last eve. Ning before the Christmas holidays, he said with a twitch of his beard as his eyes locked with Harry's. Dates will be strongly encouraged as a professional band will be hired on the evening to provide entertainment. Harry didn't let any emotion show on his face as several of the girls in the hall squealed and looked to his direction. The urge to reach for his wand and hex the headmaster was extremely overpowering. Now, this wonderful evening is unfortunately coming to an end, so I'll ask you all to head back to your common rooms please, he said with that ever-present twinkle in his eyes as students began to file out of the great hall in excited chatter. As Harry stood, pointedly ignoring anyone that wanted to so much as start a conversation with him, he was followed by Archie who kept up with his brisk pace, trying to hide his smirk, as they headed towards Ravenclaw Tower. As they made their way to the tower, the majority of the students were met with a scene that completely put the excitement of the upcoming ball out of their minds. Nearly 300 students halted in their tracks at the sight that met them. Harry froze as the words registered finally in his mind. The Chamber of Secrets has opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Hanging below the words from on of the corridor's torches was a stiff-looking Mrs. Norris, Filch's demon cat. At the scene of the crime, stood a shocked group of second-year students, namely Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, all of whom looked to want to be anywhere other than where they were now. Enemies of the air, beware. You'll be next, mudbloods. A voice broke the silence that seemed to have enveloped the entire corridor. Draco Malfoy's normally pale, cold face was flushed and gleeful as he looked at the immobile and hanging cat. Harry frowned and discreetly cast a charm at the tool. It was a minor vanishing charm on his pants, and given the fact that there was literally over 200 students crammed in large corridor, there was no way they could pin it on him. That and probably half the school wanted to hex him right now anyway. Malfoy shrieked girlishly as he used his long robes to cover his chicken legs and ran away. Though no one laughed, the situation was too grave. What's going on here? What's going on? Came the annoyed shout of Argus Filch as Harry sighed irritably. This wouldn't end well. The squib, attracted no doubt by Malfoy's yelling, pushed through the crowd and stopped dead at the sight of his cat. His face was contorted in shock and horror. My cat, Mrs. Norris. What's happened to Mrs. Norris? He shrieked as his hysterical eyes zoned in on Longbottom. You, he hollered. You've murdered my cat. You've killed her. I'll kill you. Argus. Dumbledore's stern voice, seemingly devoid of the cheerfulness he had been expressing earlier, called out to the enraged caretaker. Dumbledore swept past the man and immediately unhooked Mrs. Norris from the wall and turned to Filch. Come with me, Argus, he said to the distraught man. You too, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. Lockhart stepped forward, looking as pompous as ever. Harry W. wondered if he learned it from the Malfoys, but he reasoned that Lucius was much better at it. My office is closest, headmaster, just upstairs, please feel free. Thank you, Gilderoy, Dumbledore int. Erupted impatiently as Archie snickered from beside him. Harry, too, couldn't help but smirk in amusement. The silent crowd of students parted for the group of professors who had arrived on the scene as they left. Supposedly to Lockhart's office, to discover what happened, the 3 students and Filch following close by. After Dumbledore had climbed the stairs and gone out of sight, no one saw the need to stay around any longer. Especially now that the writing on the wall had been erased before Dumbledore left. Avoiding the large puddle of water that seemed to be coming from the girls' bathroom, Harry and Archie headed to their common room, followed by their housemates, who were now eagerly talking about the ball again, as if tonight's events were a distant memory. Harry, on his way to the common room, remembered the warning Narcissa Malfoy had given him and couldn't help the frown marring his features. He didn't believe in coincidences. It had been a week since the announcement of the ball and the heir's attack on the caretaker's cat. More so than ever, groups of girls would be walking around the school, giggling and squealing in delight as more and more couples were formed and guys asked girls to be their dates for the ball. Harry thought it was utterly disgusting how they would waste so much of their time doing practically nothing. He reasoned that he may be over-judgmental as of late, but he was much more annoyed as of late also. In the 7 days since the ball's announcement, he has had 3 girls on average, per day, approach him and ask for him to accompany them to said dance. More often than not, they were reduced to tears as he simply ignored them or answered with a flat no. Sure, it wasn't very tactful, and nowhere near nice, but he wasn't nice, and the sooner they learned that, the better. Archie decided that today would be the day he would ask his longtime friend to the ball. He hadn't seen anyone making an attempt, and figured she wouldn't give them the time of day anyway. Usually, he would have literally jumped her right after the announcement, but Harry had advised him to give her some space and ask her in about a week, without making an ass of himself. Harry wasn't one to give advice on such things, but he did say that it would be infinitely less annoying of him if he did it this way. Archie had finally caught up to her after a Tion's class only to receive the shock of his young life. There was Stephanie, her arms wrapped around 7th-year Slytherin Quidditch captain Marcus Flint. The very same Slytherin who Harry had so eloquently stated must have been hit in the fan plank several times, had his tongue down Stephanie's throat. Pulling back from the kiss, Stephanie smirked in his direction with oddly vacant eyes, motioning for Flint to take a look. Flint turned around from his leaning position against the wall and mirrored Stephanie's smirk when he spotted Archie standing not 10 meters from them with an express ion mixed between shocked and devastated. Archie felt his eyes stinging something fierce and prayed to whatever gods were watching down on him that what he was seeing wasn't true. It had to be a prank. One that Harry cruelly set up as a payback for hiding his underwear from him that one day, but no matter how much he wished for it, he knew Harry would never do such a thing. When Archie leveled his eyes on Stephanie's, shocked to feel a single tear escaping, he noticed her expression flicker between several different emotions ever so subtly and quickly before the vacant look in her eyes returned. Flint sneered at him and led her away by the elbow, leaving Archie alone in the corridor to his thoughts. If Harry was surprised that Archie had randomly barged into their dorm room, fists swinging, interrupting his private studying session, with red eyes and tear stains marring his cheeks, he didn't show it. You told me to wait, he hollered, swinging once again at Harry, who was trying to piece together what the hell happened from his friend's random pieces of information. You told me to wait and I did, he screamed again. Imagine my surprise when I see Flint with his tongue down Stephanie's throat. In the middle of a corridor, in plain sight, he shrieked at the end, continuing his wild swings at Harry, missing every time, as Harry dodged around his friend carefully. Finally, realizing what must have happened, much to his disgust, Harry whipped out his wand and with a backhanded thrust, sent a body-binding hex at Archie. Harry, let me go so I can kick the shit out of you. Archie hollered, trying and failing to break out of the bindings. Odd, wouldn't you say? Harry began, completely ignoring Archie. That Stephanie, someone who has rejected much better-looking guys in the past. On several occasions, might I add, he added, looking at Archie pointedly, has randomly hooked up with, in my opinion, either the ugliest guy in the school, or the best-looking troll. Not only that, but Stephanie, someone who shies away from public displays of, well, anything, is seen snogging said troll in the middle of a corridor. Archie seemed to be calming down slightly, as he stopped, resisting the body bind and begun listening to reason. Then there's the fact that if you, her best friend, ever even entertained the thought of licking her face, especially in public, she would not only rip out your tongue. Bishud would make you lick your own balls with it once she did so, then proceed to shove it up your ass. Both boys winced at the, admittedly, disgusting mental picture, however true it was. Archie calmed down, though tears were still randomly falling from his eyes. What are you trying to say, Harry? That I was hallucinating, that I didn't see what I saw. Because I assure you, I did, he said, dropping on Harry's chair by his desk, much to said boy's chagrin, and putting his head in his hands. He did look rather defeated in such a position though. Did you notice anything else that you can tell me? Anything at all that seemed a little off? Harry prompted as he lay down on his bed, in a thinking pose. There was a tense silence between the two, with only the NDS of laughter and chatter filtering from the common room downstairs ever so slightly disturbing it. She had this really vacant look in her eyes, Archie said, the usual jovial tone to his voice completely vanishing and leaving behind a completely hollow imitation of what it used to be. Harry narrowed his eyes dangerously at the ceiling. Anything else? He asked, his temper getting the best of him if what he assumed to be the case was true. Well, Archie began, unsure of himself, there's one other thing, but I'm not sure if it means anything, he began, when I looked at her, right in the eye. For an explanation, she didn't give one, but her face, twisted. He tried to explain, it's like she was constipated for a second before that blank look came across her face again. I dunno, it just seemed really weird. Flint noticed it too, because he dragged her away real quick after it. Suddenly, Archie got the feeling that the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Harry sat up from his lying position on the bed. His head bowed forward as the light reflected off his lenses, completely blocking his eyes from view and giving him a sinister look. Arcades, he began, his voice sending shivers down Archie's spine. We need to find her immediately. It sounds like she was put under a very poor Imperio curse, he said gravely. The second the words left Harry's mouth, Archie's blood ran cold. Flashes of his dying mother flying through his mind's eye before a white-hot rage consumed him. I'll kill him, he said, and Harry believed him too. There was no emotion in his claim, just a deadly calm that someone used when stating a fact. Archie rushed over to his trunk and pulled out 4 vials, each filled with a different substance, differentiating in color, one of which, he noticed, looked just like water. Pocketing the vials, Archie looked to Harry and walked straight out the door towards his target. Harry sighed quietly the second he left, cursing whichever god was watching over him for ruining his perfectly good evening before following his friend out the door, his wand clutched in his trembling hand. He had known something like this was going to happen, he had suspected it, yet done nothing. Someone was going to pay dearly for this. Archie slammed open the doors of the great hall, hoping Stephanie was with the troll-faced bastard at dinner, or else he probably wouldn't be able to find her any time soon. Luckily for the 2 Ravenclaw 4th years, and unluckily for Flint, he was seated casually surrounded by his friends with Stephanie to his right, snuggled closely by his side. Flint spotted Archie storming in his direction and sent another smirk at him. By now, they had the attention of everyone in the hall. Evening, Montague, he said, a grin on his face, which quickly faded when Archie reached into his pocket and pulled out a vial with a smoky, black substance on the inside before throwing it at the feet of the Slytherin Quidditch captain and his friends. Harry, from his point hidden in the shadows, saw a large cloud of smoke rise up from the broken vial, cloaking those within with a black mist that no one could see through. Gasps of CK came from most of the students and teachers who had been watching while Dumbledore rose from his seat and pulled out his wand. Acting quickly, Harry struck from the shadows, plucking Marcus Flint from his seat, amidst more gasps, and pointing his wand to his temple in a threatening way. Headmaster, Unless you want this inbred swine's puny brain scattered across the great hall, you will stand down," his voice, deadly serious, called out to the aged wizard, who looked to Harry with no small amount of shock. Who would have thought the usually apathetic, academic genius would pull such a stunt? Harry's eyes Flitwick out of the corner of his eyes with a betrayed and disgusted look on his face, but he had no time to worry about what his head of house thought of him in such a situation. "Mr. Potter, unhand Mr. Flint right this instant and you may not be expelled," Dumbledore's voice called out to the 14-year-old seriously, but Harry didn't relent. Archie burst out of the smoke cloud with a thankful nod to his friend, placing a paralyzed Stephanie who had a murderous look in her eyes by the wall which they had placed their backs to. "Dear Marcus will come to no harm if you make no moves and he is innocent. You may punish us afterwards accordingly if what we think to be the case here be untrue," Harry called back. "Tilt his head back and open his mouth," Archie nodded. "Say." Flint resisted Harry's iron-like grip. Harry leaned in and whispered in a deadly tone, "Open your mouth, Marcus, before I slam your head through that brick wall and truly see how resistant a troll's skin can be," he hissed. Looking frantically to the headmaster, who was steadily trying to flank the two Ravenclaws, while Snape went from the opposite direction, Flint desperately tried to yell for help, but he knew if he opened his mouth, the crazy-looking Ravenclaw before him would drug him with some obscure potion. The boy's skills with a cauldron were no secret to anyone. Harry, growling in frustration, pinched his nose so that he would eventually have no choice but to open his mouth, which he expectantly did, whereby Archie placed 3 drops of the clear substance on the ugly 7th-year boy's tongue. "Veritaserum?" Harry asked, with an impressed tone. Archie allowed a brief smirk to cross his features before glaring at Flint, whose eyes had become dilated, signifying that the effects have taken hold. Casting a quick sonorous charm on the Slytherin, so his testimony could be heard, Archie asked the question loud enough for all to hear. "What is your name?" The question caught Dumbledore and Snape off guard, who stopped in their tracks when they realized they had only used a truth serum on the Slytherin. Controlled ministry substance or not, 3 drops would not harm him. "Marcus Octavius Flint," he answered, as if he were in a trance. Harry quickly angled Flint in a way to use him as a shield from some of his friends who had tried to discreetly get behind them. "Do you support, you know who, and his beliefs?" The question was a surprise to some, but not the smarter students and professors in the room. It would prove if the potions was truly working for no one would willingly admit to that with a room full of witnesses under truth serum. "Yes," he answered, though he visibly struggled with the answer, as if he was trying to fight the effects of the truth serum. Harry cast a meaningful look to Dumbledore, who raised a hand towards Snape, the both of them stopping and allowing them to ask their questions. "Did you place the Imperious Curse on Stephanie Zabby? Need to force her?" Archie's voice broke at this. "To force her to become your girlfriend?" There were gasps of shock throughout the Great Hall as a result of the question. Dumbledore had visibly paled at the implications. Flint was sweating hard, trying with all his might to resist the effects of the potion, but it was no use. "Why yes," he ground out, amidst more cried of shock. "Why?" he asked, a simpler question. "She refused to be my date for the upcoming ball," he answered, without as much struggle. He seemed to be resigned to his fate. "How long has she been under the effects of your Imperious Curse?" 3 days. During the questioning, more gasps were heard with every answer. Snape was surprised to see Harry giving him his best death glare. Lesser men would have peed their pants at the sight. "Did you ever?" Archie's voice broke as tears streaked down his face. "Did you ever force yourself on her? Did you ever rape her?" His shoulders were shaking, as he tried to suppress his grief. "No," he answered. "I was waiting for the night of the ball to do that." Dead silence met his proclamation until "Bastard!" Archie yelled, slugging him in the face with all his might before whipping out his wand. "Arvada Ked!" Harry fired a quick stunner into Flint's back to knock him out before tacking his friend to the ground. "Harry, get off me!" he yelled. "You heard what he was going to do. I'll kill him!" he raged, as Harry pinned his arms to the ground and Dumbledore rushed to the downed Flint and bound him with some ropes. "Stephanie needs you to not be a fucking idiot for once in your life," Harry whispered harshly in his friend's ear, which promptly stopped his struggling. Harry got off the grief-stricken boy, who immediately rushed over to his lifelong friend and picked her up bridal style. ignoring the hate-filled glare she was sending at him for harming her boyfriend. The silence in the hall was finally broken when Dumbledore spoke up, levitating Flint before him. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Montague, Severus. Phileas, will you please follow me to my office? Bring young Miss Zabini with you," he ordered, as the ones mentioned followed. Archie sent a quick nod to Blaise, who looked to be shell-shocked. Dumbledore had the still-bound Stephanie sitting in the headmaster's chair in his office while softly chanting something under his breath, trying to break Flint's imperious curse. Thanking the stars that the one placed on her was rather weak, it didn't take long for the effects to fade. She blinked rapidly as the curse was lifted before looking around the people in the room, then, in a quiet voice, she looked to Archie in desperation. It wasn't a dream. Archie looked to Harry, as if asking what he should say. The boy shrugged as Archie looked back to her and shook his head curtly. Tears welled up in her eyes, though she tried with all her might to hold them back. It was no use, however, as the floodgates were already open and she launched herself into Archie's arms, crying hysterically and apologizing over and over. "Shish, it's not your fault. I'm not mad at you," he assured her while rubbing circles around her back, the whole time, glaring angrily at the stupefied Slytherin head of house. Looking to Harry, Archie led Stephanie to him. "Take her for a second, I need to speak with the headmaster," he instructed. Harry just looked at him incredulously. Then at the crying girl who still had her head buried in his chest. "This is very expensive acromantula silk," Harry tried to point out, but it was no use as the, still extremely angry boy, practically shoved her into his arms. Harry pet her back awkwardly as Archie turned on Snape, and quicker than anyone could follow, he clocked his hero right in his hooked nose. "You bastard," he yelled, as Dumbledore moved to restrain him. "You're telling me you couldn't tell one of your snakes was under a shitty imperious curse?" He raged, as Dumbledore held him still, allowing the potion's master time to recover. His nose was now bleeding freely. "I only told Harry a brief description of what I saw from her and he figured it out. You're telling me, you, who practically creams over the concept of the dark arts, couldn't fucking spot a shitty placed imperious curse? Mr. Montague, please calm down. Professor Snape has been very busy lately working with Professor Sprout and preparing some your mandrakes for the mandrake draft," he reasoned as Archie shrugged out of the headmaster's strong grip. As Harry watched on, he got a good look of the extremely weird office that was guarded by a stone gargoyle on their way up. The office was mainly clattered with random trinkets and pieces of parchment, littering the place, with a golden perch placed by the desk. What the perch was for, Harry could only assume. He had heard the headmaster had a phoenix, but wasn't sure if that was true. How can Stephanie ever feel safe again in her own house when some random piece of shit can walk up to her and imperious her into going to a fucking dance with them? He raged, not caring in the slightest that he was swearing. "Watch your language, Archie," Flitwick warned, and promptly squeaked in Fry. GHT when the brown-haired boy leveled a killer glare on him. "We're going," he told Harry coldly. "I swear, if Flint isn't in Azkaban by morning, I'll kill him myself," he threatened, before taking Street Effani from Harry again and leaving the office through the only exit. The silence in the air was almost tangible as the four remaining people in the room eyes each other, not counting the unconscious Slytherin on the ground. "You do know the Zabinis will pull Stephanie out of the school and press charges, do you not?" He suddenly broke the silence. Dumbledore nodded tiredly while Snape's usually scowl deepened. Harry eyed his charms professor once, who sent him an apologetic look before he too turned to leave, leaving the professor's tells. Archie watched with sadness and Harry dispassion, as Stephanie boarded the Hogwarts Express back to King's Cross Station. The very next day after the incident with Flint, an infuriated Bianca and Antonio flew to Hogwarts and had words with the headmaster. Flint, being of age, was sentenced to lifetime in Azkaban for attempted rape and use of an unforgivable, while the Zabinis immediately pulled Stephanie out of Hogwarts. Apparently Anton Eo had connections with the board of Beauxbaton's Academy for Magic in France, who easily accepted the girl at their school. Stephanie may not have excelled in any subject like Harry and Archie, but consistently ranked in the top 5 for every one of her subjects, which was quite impressive for a non-Ravenclaw. With scores like she had, Beauxbatons welcomed her with open arms, stating that her Scores at Hogwarts were more than adequate to allow a transfer, even if it was a mid-year one. The news, quite obviously, was met with mixed reactions from Archie. He was happy that he wouldn't have to worry about her safety again. Since the French-based school was an all-girls academy, but also depressed that he would be spending even less time with her. With his job on the summer, he hardly saw her as it was during that time. Look at it this way. Harry interrupted the silence as the two stood as Hogsmeade Station, watching the train leave into the horizon. At least you won't have any competition for her affections, he said. With a smirk, which caused Archie's mood to brighten slightly. Unless she meets someone during the summer, Harry reminded the boy, enjoying how he could so easily bring up his hopes. Only to crush them again. It was a cruel game he enjoyed playing. Don't even joke about that, mate, he said, grinning weakly as Harry shrugged. She could become a lesbian. He offered helpfully, dodging instinctively, expecting some form of retaliation from Archie. However, all he was met with was a dazed teen. That's so hot, he mumbled under his breath. Harry sighed with annoyance, kicking his friend behind the knee, causing him to buckle under his own weight and stumble onto the ground. Hey, he yelled indignantly while Harry skipped around him and towards carriages taking them back to Hogwarts. Archie would be all right, he hoped. Harry and Archie sat in silence, the letter they had just received from Stephanie laying open and read on the small table, separating their two chairs in front of the Ravenclaw common room's fireplace. The former was more silent due to fatigue. Training with England had, impossibly, been increased almost tenfold since Air first World Cup qualifier match was next week. The latter of the two was confused whether he should feel happy that his very first friend and longtime love interest was so happy at her new school, or upset now that he'll probably only get to see her 2 or 3 times a year, and only during the summer holidays. Archie looked forlornly at the several pieces of scented, light blue pieces of parchment for several moments, before deciding to read through it again. Dear Archie and Harry, as much as I'm going to miss Archie's, admittedly, sometimes humorous antics and the hours spent mooching off of Harry's hard work in arithmancy, I truly believe I have ended up in a better place, regardless of the obvious lack of company. As you both already know, I had to pass an equivalence exam before being accepted in Beauxbatons. Because instead of 7 years of schooling like Hogwarts, we have only 6 years of schooling until we sit our graduation exams. Obviously, given that, the curriculum is taught differently and at different times, and as you may imagine, they are currently ahead of the level our class was supposed to be at, making me a little behind, but I'll catch up. Not only that, the compulsory subject list and the elective list are quite different compared to Hogwarts, and I find myself impressed by the selection. Our compulsory subject list includes a defense class, where swordsmanship as well as curses and jinxes are taught, charms, transfiguration, which are both pretty much the same, history in a class resembling a combination of potions and herbology. I don't know why they didn't just do that at Hogwarts, it makes sense. As for our electives, they seem to be more geared in preparing us for the real world as much as possible, as well as catering to some hobbies. Subjects like political and legal studies, business management, accounting, performance arts, music, and ancient runes are popular choices, while we also have Muggle studies, arithmancy, astronomy. Self-defense are some of the less popular. I know what you're probably both thinking. Why in Merlin's name is a class called self-defense, considered an unpopular class? The answer is simple, yet embarrassingly infuriating. As the class revolves around learning to physically defend yourself and building up your fitness, the rich and posh who often attend this school see it as beneath hem and slave work, which is probably why I chose to take it as one of my electives, as well as arithmancy, political and legal studies, business management and accounting. An odd selection, admittedly. But after going through what I did during Hogwarts, one's priorities seem to be altered slightly. Also, the palace, which is what the school is referred to instead of castle, looks like something out of the Renaissance period. And it's quite beautiful. Instead of a hall to eat in, we have dining chambers with these beautifully elegant high-back chairs for each of us and expensive-looking cutlery. Actually, when I was first given a tour of the palace, I immediately thought Harry must have bought all his room's furniture from the Institute. It wouldn't surprise me, you know, they say the craftsmanship on our furniture is unsurpassed and quite expensive. Instead of houses, we are all randomly assigned to our classes based on our timetables and selected classes, which is sort of similar. As people who have similar tastes in subjects are usually paired with you in classes. Also, no matter which year level you are in, you get assigned a 2-bedroom dorm room to share with one other girl. The rooms are just beautiful with massive wardrobes, enchanted mirrors, and a beautiful bathroom with small jacuzzis as well as the usual. Archie, stop thinking perverted thoughts. Archie Snow. RTED somewhat somberly as he reread that part, conveniently ignoring the flush that had spread over his features at the thought of Stephanie and another beautiful girl sharing a small jacuzzi. My dorm mate's name is Fleur Delacour. She's a Vila and one of the most beautiful girls I've seen. She keeps telling me that I'm plenty beautiful myself, but I just can't help but feel inferior around her. Is that the natural aura Vila exude to other women? Can you tell me, Harry? It's really quite annoying sometimes. She's one of the best students in the school, despite her year level. She's the best dueler in the school and her swordsmanship is rivaled by none. It's quite amusing how she's gathered her own fan club that she completely ignores, or tries to at least. The other girls in the school call her the Ice Queen, because her ignoring them all has given her an image as such, despite how nice she is when you get to know her. In that regard, I think she's just like Harry, except, when you get to know her, she's actually nice and not a bastard, ha ha. Oh, and Harry, I don't know if you'll be disturbed by this, but somehow, pictures of you in just your underwear leaked to T. He Media and many, and by many I mean most, of the girls here have huge pinups of you in them on their walls at night. Perhaps you should find out how such pictures were leaked. Archie chuckled nervo. USLY and applied another dose of the anti-swelling tonic he brewed to his lip, for the fat lip that Harry had given him when he read that part of the letter. It was still worth it in his opinion, which hurt like a bitch. He mentally noted that he should try to avoid being punched by a professional. Also, once a month, 4th years and above are allowed to go into the nearest magical town, Selles. Teal Point, to shop and hang out with friends. This also gives us an opportunity to mingle with the boys from Bobadden's boys' campus and party with them should you want to. Our curfew on these nights is 1 o'clock, which is pretty cool. You can imagine the kinds of stories you hear though about these nights. I don't think I'll be going for a while. I'll talk to you soon. I don't think I'll be able to see you guys during Christmas because I need to take some remedial classes for my electives during the break and summer next year. With love, Stephanie. It's pretty awesome that she's learning self-defense and how to use a sword. Better than what we can boast about, Archie grumbled, not sure how to feel about not being able to see Stephanie for so long. It felt like a vice was gripping at his heart and closing ever so slowly. He didn't like it at all. Speak for yourself. I've learned swordsmanship from Remus when I was growing up, he answered tiredly as he sipped at the precious TTLE amount of coke he was able to sneak into Hogwarts via Lizzie, Remus' house elf. Archie just stared at him, mouth agape for a few moments, and when were you going to tell me this? And, no offense or anything, but isn't that something purebloods really know about? How did Remus teach you? Harry shrugged, as he looked into the fire, ignoring the chatter around them from the other students. It's not really something that comes up in a conversation. I am probably a little out of practice though, he explained, and Remus didn't teach me all that much. I just read the basics out of a book and he let me pretty much make mincemeat out of him, he joked, chuckling a little at the memory. So you're telling me you've practiced pretty much everything a good little pureblood should learn? He asked with amusement. He shrugged. Being the last Potter kind of forces me to do these things out of tradition. Dancing came kind of easily though due to my animagus form, he said quietly. He didn't neigh at his fangirls knowing he could dance or anyone knowing he was an animagus. The two lapsed in silence once again, only for it to be broken by a third-year boy approaching them timidly, ready to div. For cover should Harry try to bite his head off. Excuse me, Mr. Potter sir, he began. Harry chanced a glance at Archie, who seemed to be greatly amused. The guys and I were wondering England would be playing next week in the qualifiers. He asked nervously, his newfound nervousness having magically appeared at the beginning of the year whenever he addressed Harry. Burkina Faso, he answered gruffly. Too tired to start any arguments or bite anyone's head off. How do you? He didn't get to finish the question as a glare from Harry shut him up real quick. The action caused Harry's old teammate to laugh as he plopped down beside the duo in the vacant couch. "No need to be so bitchy, Potter," Roger said with a grin, as Harry turned his glare to the handsome boy, who didn't seem to notice or care. "I heard they have a really good team this year, you guys confident?" he asked, suddenly sounding serious. Harry sighed and rubbed his eyes tiredly from behind his lenses. If anyone else but Roger or his old teammates had asked, he probably would have castrated them, but they had played together for long enough to earn at least some insight to his career, since they helped him get there. "They rely on their chasers too much, which is usually not so bad, but our chaser team just outclasses them and our seekers are evenly matched. It'll be a long and high-scoring game," he predicted. Ignoring his grinning ex-teammate who was scribbling down Harry's prediction, probably to place a bet on the game. "What about you lot? You have Gryffindor later, don't you?" Archie asked, as he stretched in his chair and looked out at the morning sun peeking over the mountains surrounding Hogwarts through Ravenclaw Tower's huge windows. "Yeah," he answered enthusiastically. "Cho had a real good practice session last night. I think she'll demolish Longbottom," he said with a grin. "Think?" asked Harry with amusement as he spotted the Asian girl sitting on the other end of the room talking to her friends. "Whatever." He got up from his chair with a lot of effort. "Let me go and get my potions homework and we'll go to breakfast." "Where's yours, Archie?" "On my desk under my potions books," he answered automatically as Harry climbed the stairs to their dorm room. In their room, Harry ignored Anthony Silvers, who was lying on his bed reading this month's edition of Play Wizard, with an obvious tent in his pants. The way the boys in his room passed around those magazines and used them so freely was kind of disturbing to the Quidditch star. He conveniently got disappeared when such instances occurred, though. Harry was surprised when he found Archie's assignment to be far shorter than usual. Wondering if his friend had just forgot to finish his homework, he was surprised to see a perfectly completed essay. One that would match his own standards, that answered every question and nothing more. Archie usually liked to suck up to the potions professor by adding in completely unnecessary information to his assignments that would show off his knowledge, and it worked, for the most part, as Snape never singled him out to release his frustrations on in class. Harry Old only assumed that his hero worshipping of the man had all but ended with what happened to Stephanie. Figuring that he, Archie and Cedric would probably be heading to the Quidditch pitch after breakfast, Harry grabbed their scarves and donned some leather gloves and a thick coat for the cold weather before heading back downstairs into the Great Hall, Archie following beside him in silence. Harry, Archie and Cedric were making their way to the Quidditch pitch, the latter of the two talking animatedly while Harry spotted something that caused him to smirk. "Guys, can you wait for a second?" he asked. The two boys looked at him with confusion, and a little apprehension due to his smirk. "I have a bet to cash in on," he elaborated as he made his way towards the strolling Minerva McGonagall dressed in a dark red set of robes and a Gryffindor scarf. "It's a wonderful morning for Quidditch, wouldn't you agree, Professor?" Harry asked innocently, falling in stride with the glaring professor. "Potter, surely you can't expect me to keep up my end." "I most definitely can," he interrupted, causing the elder woman's eyes to narrow. "If you'd let me finish, you would know that it would be." "I agree. Quite improper. You probably shouldn't have made that bet," Harry interrupted the steadily angering woman beside him. "Now see here, Potter, I think it fair you release me from such a—" "I disagree," he interrupted once again and used her inattentiveness to catch her unawares with his wand. With a few casual flicks, the students surrounding them, mainly the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws, stared in open-mouthed shock as Harry pocketed his wand again and placed an arm around the Transfiguration professor's shoulder in an overly friendly gesture. "Why, Professor, you positively smashing," he complimented as the head of Gryffindor was too shocked to speak a word of protest, for she was now wearing sapphire-colored robes lined with bronze thread, a Ravenclaw scarf, and an overly large blue pointer covering her right hand. If the clothing wasn't bad enough, on her cheeks were 4 blue and bronze stripes, 2 on each cheek, showing her support to the House of Ravens. "Potter, reverse what you have done this," she began with a shriek. "I don't think so, Professor. You see, we had an agreement, and I do believe that had you won our bet, I'd be holed away." Right now grading your transfiguration assignments, he reasoned, as if talking to an infant who had their toy taken away. Now why don't you sit with Arcades, Cedric and I and enjoy the game, Seeing that she had no way out of this, she devised a plan to make T be humiliated like this. I propose another bet, she countered, as Harry actually let her speak this time. Should Gryffindor win this match, not only will I be off the hook and never have to wear these ridiculous colors again, but you will have to wear Gryffindor colors to every Quidditch game you attend for the rest of your time at Hogwarts, and not only that. Should we win, you'll have to go to the upcoming ball with Angelina Johnson. Harry looked at her with amusement. Is that all? He asked sarcastically. Did dear Angelina put you up to this? No matter. But should Ravenclaw win, not only will you have to wear Ravenclaw colors to every Quidditch game for my remaining tenure at Hogwarts, but you will exempt me from all homework assignments from your class. You know full well I don't need them anyway, and give me a permanent waiver to access the restricted section of the library whenever I choose to, signed by yourself of course. Do we have an accord? McGonagall faltered slightly at his demands, and while they weren't overly demanding, considering she had to wear the Ravenclaw colors anyway, the why. Veer may be hard to get considering she would have to fabricate an actual reason for it. On the plus side though, should Angelina hear what was riding on their victory, she would definitely make sure to win. It wasn't like they could lose anyway. Ravenclaw were fielding rookies and they lost Potter and Elwood. We do. She went to shake his hand, but Harry pulled back last second, having second thoughts. Potter. Or mayhap you aren't so confident in your dancing skills. I could teach you, you know, she said, with a tight-lipped grin. Not at all, Professor. I am merely adding a stipulation to bet, he informed her. Once this match is over, no further bets may be made to back out of the terms required of both of us, and you must wear the Ravenclaw colors to this one regardless. Albeit reluctantly, McGonagall nodded and the two shook hands as a blue light flashed, sealing the deal. Wizarding bets were very much like magical vows in terms of sticking to the terms. However, where you old lose your magic or life should you break a vow, you'd probably only lose galleons. When Gringotts was informed of you breaking the terms of the bet, and the magic that flared when their hands shook was a sign that Gringotts already knew of the bet's existence. Would you care to sit with us then, Professor? I'm sure it will be a delightful game, Harry offered with a smirk, only to be turned down by the professor, who scowled at him and walked away towards the Gryffindor stands, intent on showing her support by at least sitting with her lions, even if she were wearing these ridiculous clothes. Mate, what the hell just happened? Archie said in an odd voice, and why in Merlin's name is McGonagall wearing Ravenclaw colors? He immediately followed up. Harry proceeded to tell Cedric and Archie the story of how Harry had made his original bet with McGonagall last year as they made their way up to the Ravenclaw stand. Archie and Cedric continued to chat about girls, Quidditch and Eve, writhing in between while Harry silently gazed out around the stadium, waiting for the teams to arrive. Harry noticed, much to his delight, the Gryffindors looking to their head of house with looks of betrayal, anger and confusion, while the woman herself was glaring at him from her position beside the commentary box. Suddenly, roars from the Gryffindor stand could be heard as the scarlet-robed students walked out onto the pitch. Longbottom himself sporting a brand new Nimbus 2001 feet racing broom. It didn't matter what broom he had, even if Cho only had a Comet 260 feet, ever since miraculously getting a starting position for the Gryffindor team. He hadn't shown very much promise at all. Malfoy probably had more skill than him, while Cedric was the best seeker at Hogwarts by far. Harry. His head snapped in Archie's direction when he realized his name was being called. What? He asked, suddenly annoyed that he was ripped from his thoughts. You were spacing out. What's up? He asked his friend. Cedric seemed to be eyeing Cho more than normal now that his conversation with Archie had ended. The girl was currently circling the pitch, keeping an eye out for the snitch occasionally making dives to disrupt the Gryffindor chasers and intercept passes. Thinking what I'm going to do with my waiver, he grinned while Archie frowned. Is that all you ever think about? Books. Can't you get a girlfriend or something? I'll only ever have one girlfriend, and that isn't happening anytime soon, so I need to live vicariously through you. Archie all but pleaded, but it fell on deaf ears. You do know that the restricted section has books you'd be hard-pressed to find elsewhere, don't you? Harry asked. Does Most Potenti Potions ring a bell? Archie's eyes lit up. At the mentioning of the book that held some of the most useful and powerful potions in existence. Most Potenti Potions, you say? Harry mirrored his grin. I do, he said, and so much more. Hogwarts may finally prove to be something other than a waste of my time if I can find some more books on battle charms, transfiguration and ancient runic languages. Ancient runic languages, Archie ked with confusion. When have you ever shown an interest in that? I've always shown an interest, it's just that it's next to impossible to find valuable texts on the subject, Harry clarified. People like to keep information like that close to their chests, rather annoying if you ask me, but I'd imagine they'd have a wealth of knowledge on the subject in the restricted section, he said, his grin going wider when Roger Davis intercepted the Gryffindor Chasers' play and scored a quick goal. Nice one, Davis, Archie cheered. I get that, but why do you want to learn about it? Harry looked over to Archie after he finished applauding. Whatever it is that will cure my mother will not be local or easy to find by any means, he began, and Aesculapius, serpent staff won't be sitting in some museum. Or conveniently enough in the hands of a bad poker-playing goblin either. It's a treasure people would give their lives for. Archie looked at Harry with amusement. Preaching much? He joked. You had me at curing your mother. Mate, he said, grinning at his friend. What are you talking about? Harry asked, frowning while his eyes expertly followed the snitch he had spotted not long ago. You don't honestly think I'd let you go on this obviously perilous adventure alone, do you? He asked, grinning at the surprised Harry. You won't be rid of me that easily. Besides, I still owe you for saving me from that Vorpala. Harry didn't respond, but by the small smile gracing his features, Archie didn't think he needed to. Hey, what's up with that bludger? Cedric asked with confusion from beside them. Oblivious to their conversation, it looks like it's following Longbottom. Harry merely smirked at Longbottom's obvious predicament. It looked like someone had cursed that bludger to follow him around. Because no matter how much he tried to fly away from it, it would just keep following him. Oh my gosh, that thing could kill him at the speeds it's traveling at. Some girl shouted from behind the trio. Harry merely looked to Archie and grinned. You think we're that lucky? Archie frowned at his friend's cruel sense of humor couldn't help the small smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. I doubt the headmaster would let anything bad happen to him, he reasoned, right? He asked, again when no one responded to his comment, now sounding less assured. Whatever helps you sleep at night, Harry answered while secretly enjoying the chosen one's plight. Cho's already caught the snitch when no one was paying attention. I believe I've won the bet. Harry looked over to the Gryffindor stands to see a fuming McGonagall glaring heatedly at him, her clothing making her stand out in the sea of red. With a single, overdramatic, Lockhart-like bow, he left the stands and headed back toward the castle early. Davy sat in the Ravenclaw common room, finishing up his charms assignment while waiting for Harry to return from wherever he had disappeared to after the match. He didn't have to wait long as the door to Ravenclaw Tower swung open, allowing Harry entrance holding a small slip of paper. Ignoring the stares and finger-pointed he naturally garnered no matter where he went these days from his fellow housemates. Voila! Harry snapped the waiver, signed with McGonagall's signature in his face before yanking it away so Archie couldn't snatch it out of his hands. She wasn't pleased. Let me tell you, Harry joked. Where were you? The match ended hours ago. It can't have taken that long to get the waiver, Archie asked, trying not to make a big show of eyeing the slip of paper that Harry began to pocket. As I'm sure you've noticed, I went for my run while no one would bother me and all, Harry informed. Not all of his new team's Quidditch training was done with the England team. The coach made sure of that, instructing him to keep fit by going for daily 10-kilometer run. Is that what that smell is? Archie asked, wrinkling his nose with distaste. I still don't see why that's necessary for Quidditch players, and how in Merlin's name did you run with those clothes on? You look like you're about to go out on a date. First, you know how much stamina it takes to continuously fly around on a broom and actually pass and shoot the quaffle, so stop asking, he said, glaring at his friend for saying that he stank. It wasn't that bad, and I transfigure. Ed my clothes while I ran, he informed the boy, while pinching the bridge of his nose in annoyance. Archie asked so many stupid questions sometimes. Oh, right, he said, sounding rightfully embarrassed. Ed, you shouldn't have left the game so soon though, I'm sure you would have enjoyed the show, Archie said with a grin. What happened? Longbottom fell off his broom and broke his arm, he said with barely contained mirth. Is that all? I was expecting him to break his coccyx or something, Harry muttered, obvious disappointment in his voice. Harry, mate, that's not all, Archie began, his grin threatening to split his face in half. After he fell, all the professors went rushing out to see if he was okay, Lockhart being the first one on the scene. Suddenly, Harry's interest was piqued. This should be funny, he said in anticipation. I couldn't hear what was said, but Longbottom looked scared of the twit, and rightfully so, because he waves his wand a few times and vanishes the bones from his arm. Harry snorted in amusement, looking around the room and noticing, much to his annoyance, a good majority of the girls eavesdropping on their conversation. At least they weren't broken anymore. Yeah, Archie agreed, his voice broken with chuckles. Now he has to take a Skelegro potion, not the most pleasant method of regrowing bones, I can assure you. Speaking from experience, Harry asked, with a raised brow. Archie winced in phantom pain while rubbing his groin. I broke my pelvis when I was younger and playing with Stephanie, she was so fast back then, he trailed off. Suddenly all the humor showing through his features vanishing when he remembered his love interest. I'm knackered, Harry announced with a yawn, breaking the awkward silence. I'm gonna go take a shower and go to bed. See you tomorrow. Yeah, fine, want to start ransacking the restricted section tomorrow? Archie asked with a grin as Harry nodded absently. Yeah, sure, whatever, he answered, glaring at his friend. One thing he definitely didn't want happening was any Ravenclaw, other than the two of them, knowing he had unlimited access to the restricted section of the library. Suddenly, images of little Charlie being mobbed by hundreds of people for his golden ticket to the ever-quirky Willy Wonka's chocolate factory flooded his mind, as he suppressed a shiver. He'd have to speak to Archie about keeping a tight lip about the proverbial golden ticket in his pocket. Remind me again why we're sneaking into the restricted section when you are well within your rights to be in there, Archie asked as he and Harry walked towards the library in silence, hidden by a pair of well-performed silencing charms to cover the sounds of their footsteps and disillusionment charms, to help them blend into their surroundings. I told you I don't want everyone else knowing about this, I get enough attention already, Harry whispered to his friend, making sure no one was around to hear a voice coming from nowhere. I still think it's stupid, but whatever, Archie shrugged as the two made their way over to Madame Pants, the librarian who guarded her domain with an almost ferocious determination. Madame Pants, this is Harry Potter, I have a waiver to go into the restricted section, Harry whispered to her from right in front of her. It was a testament to his skill with the arm that she hadn't noticed him until he spoke. Pants let out a quiet gasp of shock at hearing a disembodied voice coming from so close to her, but inspected the waiver just the same before squinting at the empty space before her. I can barely see an outline of your figures, your work I take it, Mr. Potter? She asked, peering at them through her large lenses. Hey, why do you assume it was him and not me? Archie argued, sounding rather miffed. Ah, Arcades Montague, I'd recognize that idiotic voice everywhere, she drawled as Archie huffed. You're so not coming to my birthday party anymore, he said, as he crossed his arms over his chest, though the effect was lost on the librarian as they were still quite invisible. Ignore him, it's how I stay sane, Harry quipped. If you hear any mysterious noises from the restricted section, or see any books floating out of there, you can rest assured knowing that it's just us, Harry assured, not wanting the vindictive librarian drawing attention to them because he borrowed some rare books. As long as you check them out with me first before taking them, do as you wish, Mr. Potter, she said quietly with a small smile. She always Ed the quiet and studious child ever since he had asked her about the different sections of the library during his first visit here. Thank you, he acknowledged, as the two padded over to the restricted section, ignoring the physical barriers set up and stepping right in. It seemed they weren't the only ones visiting though, as a 7th-year Hufflepuff student looked to be searching through the wards section of the restricted selection, probably for his newts. Seventh years could quite easily get temporary waiver for their research assignments, or any thesis they chose to write for their honors or masters in a subject. Just by requesting it from the relevant professor, though it was quite rare. Mainly because all the literature required to pass your NUT exams, to ministry satisfaction, were easily accessible in the regular section of the library. It was only the truly determined or brilliant that made their way over here into this section to expand their knowledge. 1,000 rs of books deemed too advanced for school children lay sorted in these shelves, and Harry couldn't wait to read through them. Over here, Harry. Look, it's the potions section. Archie whispered Exie, Tedley while dragging Harry by the elbow over to several rows of books. Most potenty potions, unstable concoctions, battle-worthy elixirs, to heal or not to heal, there's so much here. Harry shook his head at his friend's enthusiasm before releasing himself so he could go and look through the hundreds of books on offer himself. He rather doubted he would find anything related to the serpent staff, or anything on healing spells or potions that could help his mother in here, mainly because if they existed, he was sure St. Mungo's would have requested the book long ago. Instead, he busied himself on the numerous books detailing ancient runic languages and their uses in magic. Archie strolled over to Harry with an armful of texts to find him engrossed in a thick and worn-looking tome Hoseed. Having fun then? Archie asked cheerfully, dumping the 5 books he was planning on borrowing on the cart which held Harry's ridiculously oversized pile. Harry made a noncommittal sound of agreement as he continued to read. Did you know the ancient Egyptians created the basis of the Fidelius charm using runic magic based off their hieroglyphs? Archie just looked at Harry for a few moments, processing that information bit by bit. Wait a second, he finally caught on. Couldn't that mean that they hid the majority of their cities and pyramids under the granddaddy of the Fidelius charm? Harry looked to his friend, slightly impressed that he was able to catch his point so quickly. See for yourself, Harry said as he flipped to the appropriate page. This is a map of ancient Egypt and its surrounding uncharted lands, he explained, shoving the book in Archie's face. Archie would be the first to admit that he wasn't very good at geography, or even remotely adequate, but he definitely understood what he was seeing. It's big, he stated, rather matter-of-factly. Too big, Harry agreed as Archie continued to inspect the map with a frown. That's where Libya and Sudan are supposed to be, right? He asked, drawing a line with his finger to cut across Egypt's land, where its borders were known to be today. Indeed, Harry agreed, now in less 20% of Egypt's landmass disappeared off the face of the earth over the last several thousand years. I think it would be safe to say that anything you see on that map, that isn't on today's one, is under their Fidelius charm, he pointed out. Archie looked at the map for a little while longer, recognizing some places from today's map and not recognizing others for the same reason, before snapping the book closed. What good does this do us anyway? Archie asked, as he handed the book to Harry. If it is under the Fidelius charm, I highly doubt anyone would be alive today that could tell us the secret of its location, so it's useless, for all it matters. The missing land may as well have disappeared off the face of the earth. Perhaps, Harry agreed, as he pocketed the book. He had a feeling that map would come in handy in the future. Are we done? It's nearly lunchtime and we're not the kind of people that can disappear for a whole day without anybody noticing, he pointed out. As a matter of fact, I'm Serper. Your fan club haven't tracked us down to ask you to the ball again. He had to dodge a cuff to the head from Harry as the two reapplied their sneaking charms and went to see Madame Pants to check their books out. Oh come on Harry, Archie practically begged. No. Why do you mean, no? Are you saying you wouldn't benefit from this? He countered. Yes. You don't even know who's going to be teaching it. It could be Professor Flitwick, he reasoned. Aren't you the one always saying to respect him because he was a dueling champion? Harry hesitated only for a moment before schooling his features. Doesn't matter. I have an appointment in Burkina Faso tomorrow, he reminded his friend of his Quidditch game. But with Slytherin's monster running around and petrifying people, surely you could use the practice. He tried to persuade his friend with pointless facts. Yes, I'm sure, Slytherin's monster is a great duelist, he responded dryly, and we don't even know if there is such a thing. Stop basing your actions around rumors, he scolded. That's very Gryffindor of you. Archie sighed in frustration. When Harry didn't want to do something, it was almost impossible to get him to. Look, can you just come with me for an hour? If you don't like it, I promise that we'll leave, okay? Archie asked in a resigned voice. Harry could be so difficult sometimes. Harry sighed in frustration and deposited Slytherin's diary in his trunk while placing several complicated locking charms on it. The password still eluded him. Fine, but if I don't like it or if I get accosted by idiots, I'm leaving, he warned. Archie grinned widely and grabbed him by the elbow, as if to drag him out. Harry planted his feet into the ground and resisted easily. It was then that Archie noticed. His arms tense and his biceps protrude from his arm. When the hell did that happen? In fact, taking notice of his whole arm, he could see multiple muscles he had only heard of in name protruding from his arm. Quidditch practice definitely agreed with him. I am not going out there dressed like this, Harry said. I wouldn't make it to the door. Harry deadpanned. It was then that Archie noticed Harry was only dressed in some really short football shorts and a singlet. Snickering at the mental image of a pack of she-vultures attacking Harry on his way to the door, he waited for him to get rest before they made their way to the Great Hall. Wow, I didn't expect to see so many people, Archie mumbled to Harry, as the two stood at the back of the hall and out of sight. What did you expect with everyone being as worried as they are? Harry replied. Idiots spreading unfounded rumors about Slytherin's monster aren't helping any either. Oh come on Harry, you have to admit that Re's something going around and petrifying people, Archie reasoned. I know that, you know that, the professors know that, and so do most of the older students, Harry stated, but it's the younger ones that would listen to whatever is told to them, and rumors are their main source of information. So, what? Archie asked. You saying they should lie to them? That's exactly what I'm saying, Ari answered. What good does it do to have young children think a monster is on the loose, let alone a monster being controlled by one of the students? I guess you have a point, Archie agreed a little reluctantly. The doors beside them swung open allowing in Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom and Ron Weasley. Being that Harry and Archie were under a disillusionment charm, they stood right beside them without even noticing them. Continuing their obviously secret conversation in an environment that they must have thought was secure with all the background noise going around. I'm telling you, it wasn't there, Hermione hissed in a whispered voice. How are we supposed to get a confession out of Malfoy without the Polyjuice potion? Ron countered, his face reddening in anger. You're supposed to be the smart one. Think of something. Honestly Ronald, the Polyjuice potion is an extremely advanced potion. I only think I'd be able to brew it and that's if I had the time, she argued. That's more than most would say. I doubt anyone else in Hogwarts could brew it. Archie snorted in amusement, which immediately caught the attention of the 3 second years. Did you guys hear that? Longbottom asked quietly. I thought I heard someone. Honestly Nev, there's no one here, Ron sighed. Well, without most potency potions, how else are we going to find out who's petrifying people? You know, Slytherin's monster is probably a snake of some kind, and the only person in the school that can speak to snakes is Harry Potter. Neville said darkly. This time, Harry was the one who snorted in amusement, though it was much quieter than Archie and thus, unheard of by the 3 second years. Harry wouldn't do something like that, Hermione argued, her face flushed in anger. Since when are you on a first-name basis with Harry? Ron asked snidely, copying her tone used when saying the Quidditch star's name. That bloody git is gonna cost England the World Cup. I don't see why no one notices it. Yeah, he's not even that good at Quidditch. Harry instinctively covered Archie's mouth, or what he hoped was his mouth, knowing he would have given their position away had he been allowed to speak. Well, I'm not really on a first-name basis with Harry Potter, it's just, never mind. She sounded extremely flustered. The fact of the matter is, just Becca. He's a parselmouth and you assume Slytherin's monster is a snake, doesn't make him guilty, honestly. I agree with Nev, it's awfully fishy. Hey, who DG this club anyway? Neville asked, changing the subject. I don't care, as long as it's not. There was a collective groan amongst several people when Gilderoy Lockhart appeared from behind a curtain, teeth shining in the light and his cloak billowing extravagantly. He was accompanied by none other than Severus Snape. Honestly, Harry didn't know why he even agreed to come. Raising his arm so the students would stop talking, he called, "Gather round all. Can you all see me?" Can you all hear me? Excellent. Harry sent an invisible death glare to his friend, and though Archie couldn't see Harry, he knew that he was being glared at. Now, thanks to our excellent headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, I've been allowed to start up this little dueling club, just in case you need to defend yourselves just like I have so many times in my life. For more details, see my published works. And now, let me introduce to you all, Professor Snape, who has sportingly agreed to be my assistant for this little demonstration. He smiled. Ed Widely, he tells me he knows a little bit about dueling himself and has agreed to assist me this evening. Now never fear children, you'll still have your potions professor when I'm through with him. Harry and Archie figured it was safe to drop their disillusionment charms now that the trio of Gryffindors had joined the crowd of students beside the joined tables acting as a dueling platform. You know, I don't think it would be so bad if they finished each other off, Archie mused, you feeling lucky Harry? Harry looked to Archie with surprise, not fond of potions master Snape, any more than. He asked as a dark look crossed Archie's face. No, was his simple, uncharacteristic answer. Fair enough, but Lockhart really doesn't stand a chance unfortunately. I say we leave and spare ourselves a headache. And Miss Lockhart getting his ass handed to him? Archie asked incredulously. I think not. Harry had to agree with that logic, so he stuck around for that little bit longer. Harry was actually eager to see what would happen with the look Snape was giving Lockhart. It was obvious the man didn't want to be here. Lockhart performed an over-the-top bow, his smile never leaving his face while Snape just jerked his head stiffly. As you can see, the both of us have performed the standard pre-duel customs and have our wands in the accepted combative position, he announced. NCED to the 60 or so students in the hall. On the count of 3, we'll cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course. We can't have Hogwarts without a potions professor after all, he said with a dazzling smile. This will be quick and painful, Harry mumbled as Lockhart did the countdown. Expelliarmus, Snape cried, swinging his wand from over his shoulder. He had seen Nymphadora throw better spells than that one. He idly wondered how she was doing. The Slytherins and majority of the males in the room cheered when Lockhart was sent flying from the dueling PLA. T-form and against the floor with a sickening crunch. Think he's dead? Archie asked, a little too hopefully. We're not that lucky, Harry mumbled, and sure enough, Lockhart got straight back up. Excellent, Lockhart cheered, as he rose on unsteady feet. Professor Snape has just shown us an example of a well-performed disarming charm. As you can see, I've seemed to have misplaced my wand. Ah. Thank you Miss Brown. He thanked with a large smile as the Gryffindor girl flushed in embarrassment at having his attention glued to her. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, but if you don't mind me saying. It was painfully obvious what you were about to do. I could have easily blocked it if I wanted to, but I thought it'd be best to let these younglings see the effects of your spell for themselves. Snape looked like he wanted to shove a rusty pole up Lockhart's ass, and the man seemed to notice it too, as he yelled out, enough demonstrating. I'm going to come around and place you in pairs, Professor Snape. If you'll assist me. Harry and Archie immediately paired up before the professors paired them with others. Snape obviously paired the Golden Trio against his little snakes. But they were mostly ignored by Harry and Archie, who were in their own little world. Go on, show me what spells you know, Harry urged his friend, who, knowing how good he was with a wand, didn't hesitate in firing off some spells. Stupefy, he said, and Harry was momentarily caught off guard when he had said it fairly quietly and under his breath. However, all it took was a simple shield charm on his behalf to block the spell. Been practicing silent casting then? Harry asked his friend, who was grinning sheepishly. I see you do it all the time when no one's paying attention, I fig. It'd be a useful trick to have, he confessed. It is, Harry lectured. It gives you the element of surprise against someone who isn't a legilimens, because they will rarely know what spell you're casting. For example, you could be firing a string of non-lethal hexes at your opponent, who would lazily block or parry them away thinking less and less of you, whereby you immediately follow it up with something like a killing curse. Archie was about to lecture him on giving him tactics on using unforgivables until he remembered it was Harry that stopped him from casting one himself not long ago. Of course, those spells are an incredible waste of your magical reserves, especially when there's infinitely easier ways to disable someone, he said with a grin as he flicked his wand. Archie N. Weasley turned his head to see a metal spike the size of a baseball bat aimed at his stomach. Wouldn't you agree? You're downright scary sometimes, you know that, Archie said with a nervous gulp. Harry shrugged and vanished the spike. I guess, just keep practicing the silent casting, it'll pay off in the end. Archie nodded in thanks for the advice, but the two were ripped out of their little conversation when there was a commotion at the dueling stage. Dear, I think I better teach you all how to block unfriendly spells, he said, flustered in the middle of the hall. Let's have a volunteer pair come up for a demonstration. I nominate Malfoy and Longbottom. Snape's cool voice resounded out in the hall. Yes, excellent idea. Now if you two would come up to the stage, he said with a smile. Malfoy strutted up while listening to something Snape was whispering in his ear. Whole Longbottom looked to Lockhart in anger when he did something that made his wand fly out of his own hand. Scared, Longbottom, Malfoy taunted the boy who lived. As if Malfoy, Longbottom countered. Just do what I did, my boy, Lockhart encouraged. What? Drop my wand, Neville replied grumpily, but Lockhart wasn't listening. Okay. 2, 1, go, he shouted. Malfoy quickly raised his wand and bellowed his spell, Serpensortia. Much to the surprise of everyone in the hall, a large black snake exploded out of Malfoy's wand and landed heavily between the two of them, ready to strike at the Gryffindor. Now, that's a useful spell, Harry complimented, already formulating ideas to utilizing such a spell with his Parseltongue ability. Stand back, Longbottom, Snape drawled as he drew his wand, enjoying the look of terror on the boy's pudgy features. I'll get rid of it. Allow me. Lockhart tried to enter the scene valiantly, but his actions proved to be anything but. Brandishing his wand, he shot a spell at the snake which launched it 10 feet in the air before it landed on the ground with a meaty thump. Enraged, the snake exposed its fangs and prepared to strike out at the closest target, which happened to be a Hufflepuff second year. Before Harry or Snape could react, Longbottom yelled out to the snake in a hissing language only Harry could understand. Stop. Leave him alone, he ordered, and miraculously, only to Longbottom at least, the snake stopped its attack. Gasps were heard throughout the hall when Neville was heard speaking the snake language wildement. Oh, this just gets better and better, Archie said to him, as the two vacated the premises before someone decided to pin the blame on the only other Parselmouth in the room. Archie sat alone in the Ravenclaw common room waiting for Harry to come back to the castle. He had received a flow call earlier from his friend saying that he would be hanging around the stadium for a few more hours, participating in the mandatory press conferences and doing whatever else was required of the team before arriving back at the castle via the flow at the Three Broomsticks. Suddenly, the common room door swung open silently, allowing in an exhausted-looking Harry carrying a FLE bag over his shoulder and a 2-liter bottle of Coke in his hand. Aside from what he was carrying, he looked like he had just arrived off the set of a modeling shoot, especially with the way his hair was done and the clothes he was wearing. Did you know Coca-Cola has franchises in the magical world too? Harry immediately asked, with a grin. I just signed on to be their new poster boy until the World Cup is over, he said, as he sat down heavily on the seat beside him. Poster boy? Archie asked incredulously. I never figured you for the type, at all, he confessed. As a matter of fact, I was expecting you to kill the first person that asked. Kill someone working for Coca-Cola? Are you mad? Harry asked incredulously, as he transfigured 2 cushions into glasses for himself and Archie before pouring a glass for the both of them, especially when they have given me 5 forever lasting and constantly cooled bottles of their most popular drinks. He asked as he set the bottle down. Archie watched with awe as the liquid in the bottle seemed to rise and refill as if it hadn't even been opened, not to mention that it never goes flat in the shitload of money they gave me. Of course, Archie replied with a grin as he eyed the glass wearily. The glare Harry was giving him was enough incentive though to just take a sip of the drink, so he wouldn't insult him or anything. You know, Archie said, not quite used to the acidic taste. That's not half bad, he said appreciatively, and you have a never-ending supply now, so you can't bitch if I have some when I like. Harry didn't respond, opting to just clink glasses with his friend. So, are you going to tell me how the game went? Archie asked, suddenly remembering why his friend had left in the first plaque. People are going to be talking about it all day tomorrow regardless of the result, I'd imagine. Yeah, we won, Harry informed him, 670 to 440, they caught the snitch. Wow, are keepers that bad in the International League, or are you guys just that good? He asked, impressed with the unusually high score. We're pretty good, I think, Harry agreed, but the keepers aren't bad. Believe me, if they were, the scores for both teams would be in the thousands, I swear. Diakite must have saved 50 of my shots, he's definitely the best keeper I've ever seen, Harry complimented the Birkenabay keeper. But you guys scored 67 goals, Archie pointed out incredulously. Yeah, but we had 175 on-target shots, Ed to look at all the stats before making opinions, Harry pointed out breathlessly, he still seemed rather tired. How's the difference between school Quidditch and international? He asked with a SM. While taking another sip of the Coke, he was starting to see why Harry liked it so much. It's on a whole other level, Harry said, sounding as close to excited and energetic as he'd ever been, obviously. Every player on each team is the best of the best the country has to offer, and they prove it every second of the game. I was literally dodging a bludger every 10 seconds, it was insane. Archie chuckled. At least you guys won. Hopefully we can make it to the finals this time. Harry nodded, hoping his one World Cup campaign would yield him the trophy. He was rather competitive when it came to sports. Oh, guess what? Harry began. After our win, this new broom manufacturer approached the R management and presented to them their new prototype broom that's to be released this summer, he began. Noticing he had Archie's attention, his friend may not like playing Quidditch, but he certainly liked flying. They call it the Firebolt, and they offered one to each of the players if we used it in all our games, he continued to explain, as Archie looked confused. I highly doubt they'd do that. The Nimbus 2001 is the fastest broom on the market and all the national teams are using them. Is it? Harry countered. The Firebolt goes from 0 to 150 in 10 seconds and has practically full maneuverability no matter what speed you're going at. It will be best in fasts. Broom on the market, and because the company is English, they want us to get first dibs on it. He grinned at Archie's stupefied expression. 0 to 150 in 10 seconds. He questioned in disbelief. That's ridiculous. The Nimbus 2001 doesn't even get that high so quickly. I know, here, check it out, he said with a grin as he reached into his bag and pulled out the broomstick that, by all right, should never fit in such a small bag. He must have charmed it to be bottomless. Harry dropped the broom in midair and Archie was about to scream at him, but to his surprise, it just hovered in the air at waist height. This beast sports a streamlined, super-fine handle of ash, treated with a diamond-hard polish and hand-numbered with its own registration number, Harry began to explain as Archie looked on in awe. The body of the broom seemed to be made of rich mahogany and the twigs were kept bundled by a ring of gold which had 2 foot rests connected to it. There also seemed to be a spongy grip to players wouldn't get sore hands from gripping too hard for long periods of time. Each individually selected birch twig in the broomtail has been honed to aerodynamic perfection, giving it unsurpassable balance and pinpoint precision. If you hadn't noticed, I'm pretty much reciting the sales pitch they gave to us, but it left an impression, I tell you. Archie just nodded, afraid to touch it lest he break it. It looked almost ethereal as it hovered in mid-air with the fire's light shining off of it. How much are these things anyway? Archie asked, as he ran his hand over the broom and admired the craftsmanship. Price on request, they said, and don't worry about breaking it. Check this out, Harry said with a grin, acting like a child on Christmas morning. He grabbed the broom out of midair and, to Archie's horror, swung it with all his strength against the wall as if he were trying to kill something. Surely the broom would break. To his surprise though, other than a loud thwack, there was no blemishes in the slightest on the broom, let alone it having broken. It has an unbreakable charm on it. You can't break it, he said with a grin. Both boys heard steps coming from above and groaned when they saw the shocked expression of Roger Davis as he eyed his broom. What in Merlin's name is that? Roger asked, probably having been woken up by the sound of the broom making contact with the wall. Archie took the lead this time, explaining the broom's specifications this time, instead of Harry, and marveling at how stupid he too must have looked when he was admiring it. They got to talking about the broom, which then led to England's victory. "Well done, mate," Roger congratulated. "We might just have a chance this time. Who are you all playing next?" he asked eagerly. Harry groaned. "Don't remind me," he sighed. "We're playing against Brazil, then after that, Czech Republic. The team who scores the most out of the 3 matches played moves on to the next round, so we're in the lead by a fair bit at the moment," he explained. "Czech Republic beat Brazil, but only just at 300 to 280, so we're in the lead by fair." Archie winced in sympathy when he heard they'd be playing Brazil. "I feel for you, mate. He's nastiest beaters in the world, which makes them the best too. You're going to be dodging a lot more bludgers next game." Harry nodded with a sigh. "Coach upped our training regiment again. It's freaking crazy, but the brooms should help us avoid them easily enough. So, did anything happen while I was gone?" RCHIE and Roger chuckled. "You mean other than Neville Longbottom being hailed as a Dark Lord bent on killing Muggleborns?" "Nothing really," he chuckled while Harry grinned. "I'm knackered. Tell me about it while we head to bed," he said, as he carefully placed his broom, and even more carefully placed his infinite supply of Coke back in his duffel bag. That bottle was priceless. Harry wasn't exactly in a good mood today. He had arrived home from King's Cross for Christmas holidays knowing that Remus wouldn't be able to pick him up because he said he had prior arrangements. That wasn't the problem though. The problem was that he had to bear with all the congratulatory praise and notoriety that came with being a now successful Quidditch star. His more than stellar performance being Prin. Ted in the Daily Prophet the day after their victory sparked this behavior, and though he didn't like it one bit, he at least got an infinite supply of Coke to go with it. What really made him peace? Though was Lockhart trying to give him pointers, while trying to be seen conversing with him as much as possible in public. It really took every bit of willpower he had to not punch him in the face. Best smile from Witch Weekly, or not. Now though, all he wanted to do was greet Remus, who he hadn't seen in a while, and get some much-needed rest before training started anew tomorrow. Walking through Nocturne Alley, the once dark and uninhabited strip-off Diagon Alley, which now sported many more stores and an increase in population all because of the inn, he made his way into Moony Nights and into Remus's room. In the future, he would remember to knock before entering. He honestly didn't expect to have to, ever, to be honest. But what was happening before him was evidence to the contrary. For a girl who he immediately recognized as Nymphadora Tonks was looking at him in shock and embarrassment while straddling Remus's lap, who was sitting on the single comfortable seat. Ouch, in his room with his back to the door. Harry just thanked whatever gods that were watching over him that he hadn't arrived a minute later, as Nymphadora was already in just her skirt and bra while Remus was topless. However, her swollen lips and the lipstick marks on Remus's face as he turned to look at who had barged into his room were enough evidence for him to realize what was happening. Harry closed his eyes and walked back out the door, counted to 10, and re-entered, this time to see Tonks and Remus seated on opposite sides of the room drinking a cup of tea each. "Nymphadora," he greeted cheerfully to the flushed woman, who seemed to be so embarrassed. Her hair changed to a dark red color. "A pleasure to see you, clothed I might add," he nodded, as she only flushed further. "Thou." Mostly due to anger at being referred to by her first name. "Remus, busy as always I see," he greeted. "Hey Lucky, I guess I have some explaining to do." He chuckled weakly, his lips still slightly swollen, no doubt, from trying to swallow Tonks's tongue a moment ago. "Let's just forget this ever happened and you leave a tie, or sock, or whatever you crazy youngsters do these days to alert those outside to what is happening inside." He frowned. "Why do I get the feeling this situation should be happening the other way around?" "Because it probably should," Tonks agreed with a nervous smile. "Ah, Nymphadora, how rude of you to greet Remus so emphatically without even popping in to say hi first. Well, waste not want not, I'll let you two get back to whatever it is you were doing." He left the room immediately after that, promising himself to find his pensieve and deposit that horrid memory. He never wanted to imagine Remus in the process of, or having, ever again in the future. Though the view of Nymphadora wasn't all that bad. Well, that completely ruined the mood. "Yep," Remus answered truthfully, while sipping his tea. "Merlin, he's such a smart ass," she said while glaring at the door. That he is, Remus agreed. You think we should get him back? I don't like people using my first name, and he does it all the time. I wouldn't recommend it. Vent been able to catch him off guard since he started Hogwarts. The two sat in silence for a few more moments until Tonks broke it again. So, are we continuing what we started before? I'm STILL really horny, she commented with a shy grin, being as blunt as ever. Yes you are, Remus grinned into his cup and launched himself at Tonks. Later that day, when Harry went down to check and see if he'd have to run the bar that night, he sighed when he saw Remus's tie hanging from the door to his room. Nymphadora Tonks was feeling slightly uncomfortable and awkward, especially with the situation she currently found herself in. How else would someone expect her to feel when a friend of yours walked in on you making out with someone, practically half naked, and with someone who was for all intents and purposes a father figure to him? It's not that she regretted her little make-out session with Remus, far from it actually. In her opinion, the man was hot, fun and incredibly manly, like the other boys her age who would seek to court her. Then there was the fact that she found his reluctance to try anything with her incredibly cute. That being said and all, it wasn't like they were seeing each other. She had come in for a celebratory drink after finishing her last, and quite brutal, training exercise under Mad-Eye Moody, that qualified her as an Auror. Who could blame her for celebrating in such a manner, with a man she had secretly had the hots for? Still, she felt compelled to talk to Harry about it. It didn't really make sense to her initially, because from what she knew of him, he probably wouldn't care much anyway. If anything, he was probably more pissed with the fact that he had to make his way home from a long-ass train ride by himself because his guardian was making out with a white chick. The reason she was feeling slightly nervous and uncomfortable about this talk, though, was not because of what the talk would be about, as surprising and weird as that is. The last time she had sat down and just chatted with him, he was just little 12-year-old Harry, a slightly too smart and talented wizard who helped her with her Auror training. Now he was freaking Super Potter, chaser extraordinaire, Quidditch prodigy and English hero. Moody was quite the fan of the sport, so she would often find herself listening to Quidditch talk shows held over the Wizarding wireless network. Ones that would often talk about Harry and his supposed skills after being signed on by the English national team of all things. Imagine her surprise when they started singing his praises and claiming the cup as theirs after only one game. Granted, it was a game that practically guaranteed them a spot in the next round, but what surprised her was when they started saying that his tactical mind, superior flying skills, numerous assists and excellent goal-scoring capabilities made him one of the best chasers in the world. He was still only 14. It wasn't all that unrealistic, after all. The Bulgarians had a seeker that was around the same age who was heralded as the best in the world too. But this was Harry, not Victor Bloody Crumb. Realizing how stupid her argument sounded, she just steeled herself and knocked 3 times on the door she knew lead to Harry's room. Come in, she heard him call, though his voice sounded a little strained. Hurry. As to why his voice sounded so strenuous, she slowly turned the old-fashioned door handle and entered slowly, only for her jaw to literally hit the floor when she saw what was within. She may have been in his room in the past. She couldn't really EW for a fact that even if she did, it certainly didn't look like this. Being a modern girl, she was firmly entrenched in her beliefs that boys, especially the younger ones, had no sense of fashion, taste or style. She had to reassess those beliefs when she constantly saw the way Harry dressed. It was obvious he knew what he was doing and took great care in doing it, but this was a little overboard. Harry's room looked more like a small apartment now with 13-foot ceilings, instead of a regular teenage boy's messy bedroom. There was no way a room this size could fit in the small space in which it had been originally built, so he must have charmed it to be this large. She would have immediately thought Remus did this for him, if it had been anyone else. But this was Harry she was talking about. It wasn't the size that impressed her though. Anyone who knew how to could increase the size of a bedroom. It wasn't hard, it was the way in which he decorated his room. Tonks literally felt like she walked through a door at Moony Nights and stepped out of one into Buckingham Palace. A dark, hardwood floor covered in an elaborate roux and Victorian-style tables and chairs spread out around a miraculous fireplace is what initially caught her eye. The table had a few open books strewn on it, one of which looked to be locked with an emblem of a snake. But it was clear he used this room to simply relax by the fire when he wanted to read. The room had 2 doors, one leading to the right and the other to the left, with the fireplace being directly in front of her. Not knowing where Harry was, she randomly decided to go right and through the hard, mahogany door to see if he was in there, only to gasp when she saw what was inside. A desk made out of the same wood the doors and furniture were was at the head of the long, and somewhat narrow room, with chairs on either side of it. The desk itself was placed in a way that the user of it would have their back facing an enchanted window. She thought enchanted because she hardly doubted Harry could get a room in moony nights with a view of a huge mountain range surrounding a dark and beautiful forest. The part of the room which definitely let her know that it was Harry's though was that practically the entire left wall was one large bookshelf. The only thing stopping the whole wall from being one were rather large columns rising from the floor to the ceiling every 2 meters, each with a lamp on them. Amazingly enough, the bookshelves were full with different texts Harry must have collected over the years. Randomly taking one, she saw that it was on battle transfiguration and immediately put it back. That subject seemed right up Harry's alley. She silently vowed to never buy him a book for a present again. She doubted he hadn't already purchased whatever she could ever hope to get him from the bookstores surrounding the inn. Leaving his study as Lieutenant like she was intruding on something private, she opted to go through the other door and straight into his bedroom, where she paused and gaped at the scene before her. His room was in the same style as the rest of his little condo. Don't get her wrong, it was what Harry was doing in said room that surprised her. A set of double doors, obviously leading to his wardrobe, were opened and Harry was hanging onto a black metal bar with his chin touching his chest while performing pull-ups with ease. She recognized the exercise. It was standard practice for Aurors in the academy to perform 5 of these daily along with other exercises assigned to them by the academy teachers or mentors. She also acknowledged that she could hardly do 5 without her arms feeling like lead and collapsing immediately after. In the time she had just been standing there and gawking at him, he must have done at least 20 and he didn't look like he was stopping soon. Are you going to talk? Harry asked Edwin grunts, or are you just gonna stand there all day? I'm not going to be done for a while. She could tell he was grinning, even though he was looking down while doing the pull-ups. How? What? Never mind. What in Merlin's name are you doing? This is your Christmas break. You should be resting, or bludging around, or perving on girls or something. Harry gave a chuckle before dropping to the ground with unnatural grace and standing in the doorway while seemingly fiddling with something where you'd expect a light switch to be. All of a sudden, a small rectangular section of the floor began moving. Very much in the same way a treadmill would, she noticed, as Harry began to jog to keep up with it. Whoever tells you Quidditch is an easy sport is a moron, Harry said with agree. And as he continued to jog at a pace Tonks knew she couldn't keep up with if she was on the makeshift treadmill. This isn't even close to what Coach makes me do for training, I'm just trying to stay in shape. Tonks wanted to scream to the world about the injustice of it all, until she realized that he was playing Quidditch and probably getting paid a ridiculous amount to do so, as if any other dead-eyed teenager wouldn't give their life to be in the same position. Can you at least put some more clothes on? Tonks asked with a frown, while Harry looked to her with that condescending grin she hated. It's kind of awkward. Nymphadora, I've seen you half naked too, it's only fair you're given the same consideration, he quipped, while Tonks flushed at the memory and the use of her name. Purely on reflex, she reached for her wand and sent a stinging hex right at his torso. She barely had enough time to see the grin on his face when he did a backwards flip, the motion aided by the treadmill, to avoid it. That's not a bad idea. Keep doing it, it should help with my flexibility, he informed her with a grin as Tonks was still gaping at Harry and her wand respectively. He just moved so fast. Anyway, was there anything you wanted? He asked, suddenly sounded bored and completely full of wind. If this is what Quidditch did for your body, maybe she should invest in a daily workout regimen similar to Harry's. PFFT, as if. It's actually about what you saw earlier, she trailed off, not sure how to proceed. You mean Remus finally getting some? He asked with a grin while Tonks sent another curse at him, one he simply sidestepped. He wasn't getting what you think he was. She screeched, suddenly embarrassed beyond belief that she was having his conversation with a 14-year-old. Shame, Harry joked. Is that why you're here? Do you need the talk? I'm not all that experienced, myself, but I've heard stories. He let out a bark of laughter and dodged the next curse she sent his way. Will you stop being a smart ass for more than 3 seconds and let me talk? She shouted at him. This is hard enough as it is. Fine, though by all rights. I should be able to talk to you as I wish as you are so rudely interrupting me time, he joked. Like you interrupted ours, she shot right back. Touché, he relented. So, what did you want to talk about? Can you stop running and put a top on? It's distracting. Fine, woman, he sighed and stopped the magic that was operating his treadmill and brought a towel from tea. He wardrobed to wipe the sweat off his body. This better? He asked, after reappearing with a singlet on to cover his chest. Much. She sounded relieved. Now what is it that's of such import to you that you saw fit to disrupt my workout? He asked dryly as he toweled his face. We need to talk about what you saw earlier, Tonks said uneasily as Harry arched a brow. Do we? He asked. As I said, I'm no expert on the subject. But I thought there was a no kiss and tell rule or some such. Will you shut up? You know what I'm talking about. She looked really nervous and self-conscious. So Harry let up on her and motioned for her to follow him. Tonks followed Harry through his small apartment-like room back into the main room with the fireplace. To her confusion, Harry stopped in front of a portrait wall. Imagine her surprise when he revealed a safe. When he was about to put in the combination for the lock, he turned to glare at her over his shoulder. You mind, she sighed, though she couldn't help but grin at his antics. No matter how annoying he could be, he always had that effect on her. The safe opened with an audible click and Harry reached in to pull out a bottle of Coke. You cannot be serious, she voiced her disbelief. Taking out 2 pint-sized glasses, he took a seat in one of the wingback chairs and poured himself a large glass. You want some? He asked her. Tonks looked at the bottle with disgust. That has to be as hot as coffee by now. No thanks, she declined. Is that right? He screwed the lid back on the bottle and left it in the middle of the table while placing his glass on a coaster. Tonks watched in awe as practically the third of the bottle Harry just emptied refilled itself before her eyes. There's just no way, she muttered under her breath. Ignoring Harry's twinkling eyes, she reached over and touched the bottle, only to find that it was ice cold. There's just no fucking way, she exclaimed, only increasing Harry's amusement. I know, awesome right, he grinned as she poured herself a glass, only to watch in fascination as the bottle refilled itself. One of the perks of being an international Quidditch star. You get cool shit like that, he pointed to the bottle. I never took you for the poster boy type, and I never knew Coca-Cola had a wizarding franchise. Why does everyone keep saying that? He frowned. Anyway, you wanted to speak, so speak, he urged her. Tonks' forgotten nerves reappeared with a vengeance, as her hair changed through several different shades of red. Harry had noticed a while ago that this was a sign of her nervousness, about what you saw earlier. Harry remained silent and let her speak, really wishing he had his nose buried in a book rather than listening to this. It really was nothing, but I don't want it to be nothing. She seemed to be struggling with her words while frowning in a cute way before speaking them. Remus made sure to point that out after our make-out session. She flushed when memories of that flooded back to the forefront of her mind. And I agreed because I didn't want to seem clingy or needy, but I really like him, I have for a while now. Since Moody began to bring me here when we were on lunch break. Harry wanted to slam his head against the wall, but he liked the walls in his recently furnished room too much to risk damaging them. Why do people keep coming to him with such problems? First Archie and now Nymphadora, do these idiots really think he's an expert? Hadn't he made it clear to everyone that he wished to avoid such relationships? Nymphadora, shut up, Harry cut off the fumbling woman, who puffed up in indignation, and a little hurt flashed in her eyes. This, Harry supposed, is what females wanted male friends for. Just to listen, but he was having none of that. The only reason why Remus told you it meant nothing is because he figured you definitely wouldn't want anything long-term with him. Seeing as she was about to protest, Harry held up his with 2 fingers raised. First, he's 34 years old and you're, what? 20 now. She nodded her head in the affirmative at his guesstimate. He's probably thinking you just wanted a fling and nothing serious with an old-timer like him. I don't think he's old, she protested, while Harry pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance. Something Tonks was smart enough to realize as a sign of his growing agitation. It doesn't matter what you think, unless you prove it to him otherwise, it's what he thinks, he pointed out. And she couldn't help but find the wisdom in his words. Secondly, have you forgotten his furry little problem? Seeing that she was about to object, he sent her a solid glare and she shut up real quick. Man, that glare is scary, she silently thought. I know you don't care about it, otherwise you wouldn't have wanted to make out with him in the first place, that and you know I'd kick the shit out of you for being a prejudiced bigot to set you straight. Come now, Harry, you may have been good back in school, but I'm an Auror now under the tutelage of Alistair, Mad-Eye Moody himself, she proclaimed proudly. Before Tonks could understand what the hell was going on, Harry had whipped out his wand and twirled it above his head before bringing it out in front of him and holding the tip of it against his opposite palm, as if forcing 2 polar opposites together. At first, Tonks was going to laugh at him when nothing happened, but every door save the one to the room crashed open mere seconds after the spell was cast, allowing thousands of liters of water through, water that came bearing down on her with a vengeance. Before she could even think up a way to counter this obviously obscure spell, the water had already captured her in an impenetrable, spherical prison in midair. You think most trained Aurors would be hurting at having been bested by a 14-year-old so easily. But Tonks was more amazed at the ease in which he cast such a powerful elemental charm. All the color drained from her face though when Harry kept the prison intact by holding his left palm to it while conjuring a spark of lightning from the tip of his wand and waving it dangerously close to the sphere, before suddenly both the spark and the water disappeared into nothingness, allowing Tonks to drop to the floor unceremoniously, soaking wet. I don't have time to have you second-guessing me, he said with a glare. That was just one spell I know that would have killed you. Now, where were we? Ah, that's right, you're not a prejudiced bigot anyway, and thus, you don't care that Remus is a werewolf. He restarted anew, as if his little display of amazing spell work had never happened. And he probably knows you don't care either, but he does care, because he has this irrational fear that he could possibly harm anybody he enters in a relationship with during a full moon. Stupid, yes, but you tell him that. Quote, Tonks was still a little shaken up and soaking wet from the spell, but she understood what he was saying to her. You're saying that this really is one of those instances where it isn't me. It's him, she asked incredulously. Does he have any idea how stupid that is? I know that, you know that, the entire non-bigoted world knows that, but he doesn't. He said with exasperation. Your job is to prove to him that his age and condition don't bother you if you're really serious about this. He eyed her for a moment before continuing. You might not want to give it up too easily either. Make it hard for him. Hey, what are you implying? She hollered at him, not liking being called easy at all. I call it as I see it, Nymphadora, he said with a grin. You looked really into it earlier is all. Before she could give a heated reply, Harry banished her out of his room and chugged the rest of his Coke in one quick scull. Man, that's good. He wiped his mouth and went back to his workout. If the coach found out he was slacking off, there'd be hell to pay. He was just heading to his bedroom when something was slipped under his door, a black envelope with a red wax seal. He recognized it immediately. Well, that's interesting. Harry had just returned home via the flow at Moony Nights after a long night of training. The place was fairly empty, with only a half a dozen or so patrons still in the dining area with Remus cleaning the glasses at the bar. Rough night? He asked, as Harry plopped down on the bar stool closest to him. You get used to it, he answered. You, kind of slow, to be honest. People are spending time with their families mostly this time of the year, he admitted. You know, I'm kind of surprised at you're not the least bit worried about the attacks going on at school, Harry pointed out. Remus shrugged. You can take care of yourself, he complimented. Besides, I have no real not really gr. YF Findorish like we were at school. You don't go looking for trouble. Yet it seems to always find me, he joked, while Remus chuckled quietly. So, you and Nymphadora, huh? Harry smirked when Remus flushed in embarrassment. It was a one-time thing, he defended. She's cute, yes, but I doubt she'd want anything serious with me anyway, he shrugged. Harry would have cackled evilly if it wouldn't make things so obvious. She definitely is cute, Harry agreed, and fun, energetic, caring. I get it, Harry. A minx, she has a great body, looked like she was a good kisser too. Harry, he tried to interrupt with a warning tone. Quote, she's got a weird fashion sense, but that just proves she's adventurous, and let's not forget the fact that she's a virgin. I get it, Harry, Remus yelled loudly. His face was flushed crimson in embarrassment as the remaining occupants of the bar looked over to him. Good, because there's no way you could net a fine catch like that, he commented flippantly. While he was laughing on the inside, she must have been drunk the other night when she made out with you. I mean, she had to be, just look at you. What? He asked angrily. Are you implying someone like Dora couldn't be attracted to me? Of course not. Give her enough alcohol and I'm sure she'd even find you attractive, he continued to provoke. No, WH. What I'm saying is that you've obviously passed your prime and couldn't snag her even if you tried. I'll have you know that women who come in here are always flirting with me, he defended proudly. Yeah, that's because they haven't actually spoken to you yet. I hate to break it to you, Remus, but you're a boring guy. I am not, he defended vigorously, feeling rather affronted. You are so. I am most definitely not. You are so, and you know it. I'm not, and I'll have you know that I haven't tried to woo a woman since I was in school. When was that? The 1700s. Who says woo anymore, honestly? By now, according to plan, Remus was getting angry. Who are you, to judge others' social lives? He countered. If I didn't know you had the hots for Jessica Alba, I would have sworn you were a closet gay. Jessica Alba is fairly hot. He allowed a small, dreamy smile to appear on his face, but I happen to be good friends with Nymphadora, and I can tell what she thinks about you already. She told you I was boring? He asked in a fierce whisper, sounding devastated. She didn't use those words, but there's only one way to prove her wrong, I guess. He left the sentence hanging in the air. All right, smart ass, you watch, he promised. I'll show you who was the real ladies' man amongst the marauders and then you'll have to eat your own words, he grinned. Harry just smiled mysteriously and walked away from the bar and up to his room, wondering when people will start to realize that trying to win against him always ends in failure. Remus suddenly got a feeling that, no matter what, he could never win against Harry. That didn't mean he wouldn't show the little punk who's boss when it comes to the ladies. As he had predicted, the teams try. Ning had been upped a bit more with the upcoming game against Brazil on Valentine's Day. Harry was certain that his current daily workout regimen would have been quite impossible had he started with it at first. But the gradual build-up made the transition easier. He speculated that the coach may have lowered the entire team's regimens to account for him and his joining the team, but he didn't mind. He was keeping up fine and intended to give his all, especially if the money he was earning kept coming. He had already more than doubled the original amount of gold in the Potter's vaults, but he wasn't stopping there. He had plans to increase that very shortly. Did you see Stephanie on Christmas? Harry asked, as he and Archie were bent over a cauldron in their potions class. No, he sounded disappointed. I spent it with the Zabinis, as you know, but she didn't come home. She needs to catch up to her peers and all, he answered with a somber smile. So, Nymphadora has the hots for Remus, Harry informed him. Right when Archie was about to slice the newt liver, the surprise almost caused him to slip and miscut the ingredient, which would have been a crucial mistake at this point in their brewing. I caught them making out when I got back from King's Cross. You waited a month to tell me this, why? Archie shot back, though he sounded more interested than angered. He did have a point though. He didn't know why he had waited until February to tell him. Slipped my mind, I guess, he shrugged as the two continued to brew. Hey, your match against Brazil is on Valentine's Day, yeah? Archie suddenly asked out of the blue, after Snape had stalked past them and nodded at their cauldron. Ever since the Stephanie incident, Snape had wisely kept to himself and didn't try to antagonize the two. Which Harry was somewhat thankful for, he was getting to be annoying. It is, He confirmed. Speaking of which, do you have any long-term nutrient potions? I don't think I'll have much time to sit down and eat with all the extra training we have to do, he explained. I don't, he answered, but I can brew you some tonight. How much do you need? About 2 months' worth. Make it as potent as possible and get me around 2 months' worth. No point in asking this again in the future. Archie was suspicious at first, knowing that excessive use of such a strong potion for a long period of time could create an addiction, thereby causing your body to start rejecting food, but it was for England after all. The nutrient potion was a potion that, depending on the amount ingested and potency of the dosage, literally gave the body all the fibers and nutrients it needed to survive for a certain period of time, that was once again, proportional to the dosage. The more you drank, the longer it lasted. For that reason, the potion was downright useful for anyone who found themselves lacking the time to sit down and eat a meal for short periods of time, a month being the recommended maximum without actual food. I can have them ready by tomorrow morning if you do my transfiguration homework for me tonight. I have to do that by tomorrow, he answered. That's fine, Harry confirmed. He didn't have to do it anyway. I'll make a copy so you can read through it yourself though. Awesome. Full marks in McGonagall's class, here I come. Archie said with a grin. Who says potions brewing had little uses? In the week before England's game against Brazil, the school and the majority of Wizarding Britain in general was thrown into an uproar. Slytherin's monster had petrified 3 more students, yes. But that was nothing that couldn't be reversed. The one incident that practically had the ministry hounding and pounding at Hogwarts gates was the death of a student. Gryffindor's Lee Jordan was killed on the 2nd floor, near the girls' toilets. He was found dead by none other than Harry Potter. Quite the convenience, he had to agree. Instead of running and screaming in terror, he fired several loud bangs with his wand, alerting all to magic being performed in the halls and his location. The professors and many students arrived, horrified at the scene before them. Dumbledore had tried to minimize damage, having a lockdown with every student forced to stay in their common rooms unless escorted by a teacher, but it would do no good. Hogwarts would inevitably close down if the culprit was not found and dealt with within the week, if not sooner. Harry sat by the fire in the Ravenclaw common room, finally able to think now that the other students had become wary of him. Why shouldn't they? Slytherin's monster was believed to be some sort of snake. He was a Parseltongue, and he was at the scene of Lee Jordan's death first. Arcades, you usually know these things. How was every victim found? I mean how exactly? He asked his friend, who was sitting opposite him by the fire. He Alocto recall all of the attacks. First was Filch's cat. She was hanging by the tail with the writing on the wall and water pooled out all over the ground. He began, while recalling the scenes of the other attacks. There was that first-year Creevy, who was found petrified with his camera still in his hands. Where was the camera? Harry interrupted. Still in his hands, as if he were about to take a picture, he answered with confusion. Not sure where his friend was going with this. Finch Fletchley was found petrified along with the Gryffindor ghost. It looked like the ghost was shielding him from something when they were found. He paused to gather his thoughts. Then Granger and Clearwater were found petrified not long after at the same time. Both were clutching broken mirrors in their hands. Then finally we have Jordan, who was just found dead on the 2nd floor. No signs of what killed him. He frowned while Harry stared into the fire with silence. Archie watched several emotions play out on Harry's face in the moment of silence between them, some of which looked to be confusion, annoyance, and comprehension. Arcades, what did you say happened to the spiders Snape uses for ingredients during our classes? Harry asked with a guarded voice. They all just disappeared, he said with amazement. Either someone was stupid enough to break the glass and try to steal them, or something else. I dunno, he supplied unhelpfully. Did you see the empty container after they disappeared? Harry pressed, trying hard to mask his annoyance. Yeah, I did. Why? He had been the one to discover their disappearance actually, and he needed them for a potion they were making during class. Where was the broken glass from the container? He asked, with some urgency. Archie frowned as he tried to remember. On the outside, I think. I remember thinking how pissed Snape was going to be when he had to clean up all the glass. Archie looked at his friend in confusion as he randomly just ran up the stairs. He must be tired. His game is tomorrow after all. Quote. Meanwhile, Harry was smirking at the regular serpent head lock on Slytherin's diary before hissing softly to it. You wish you were a basilisk. The eyes of the serpent glowed a bright green before opening its jaws and releasing the parseltongue-written pages for Harry to see. I need to hurry. I don't have much time, he mumbled to himself, as he pulled out his wand. Several hundred pieces of paper and his quill. Harry arrived, more tired than usual, at the Great Hall after England's convincing 500-340 victory over Brazil. It seemed the news of his victory spread to the students, for the very second he entered the hall and was recognized, he was met with loud cheers and applause. Harry, mate, something bad is happening. Dumbledore was removed as headmaster. His worried friend didn't get to finish his sentence when the Great Hall's large doors were burst open, allowing in Lucius Malfoy, Cornelius Fudge and a contingent of Aurors. Aurors, arrest that boy, Fudge ordered, pointing to Harry, to the shock of those in the hall. Harry raised his arms in a non-threatening way and turned his back to them, facing the horrified Archie. Arcades, I need you to listen to me very carefully. The boy's eyes snapped to his own and he noticed he had his undivided attention. There's a book, in the place where I keep things hidden. You need to read it and decide on the appropriate course of action. He spoke to his distraught friend as the Aurors continued to cross the large hall, wands raised, ready to fire a spell at him should he resist. Do you understand? He asked urgently, to which the boy could only nod, the horror of what was happening removing his ability of speech. There's one more thing you need to know. With that, Harry leaned in and hissed something he didn't understand in his friend's ear. At that very moment, the head Auror kicked Harry hard behind his kneecap, causing him to drop to the floor. On one knee, in pain. Harry James Potter, Fudge began imperiously, with a smug grin on his face. Harry kept his features set in stone, not willing to give anything. G to the pompous idiot. You have been found guilty of numerous, severe attacks using dark magic on the student population, one of which resulted, tragically, in the death of one of your peers. You will be sent to Azkaban for life. Murderers like you don't deserve a trial, he sneered at him. Aurors, take him away. Harry, what's happening? Archie asked in a hopeless voice, as a set of large cuffs were placed on Harry's wrists and ankles, a chain holding them together. Arcades, you're not an idiot. Use your brain and do what I told you to do and everything will become clear to you, he assured. The Auror holding his chains searched his pockets and took out his wand, before handing it to the smugly grinning Fudge. Come now, we have a cell reserved for you, one that I'm sure you'll love. He continued to grin as the Aurors lead Harry out of the stupefied hall, leaving behind a room full of students and teachers with varying emotions, the most affected of whom were Archie himself. Hold on a moment, you just can't arrest a student without evidence and then refuse his right to a trial. McGonagall's voice boomed out across the hall. Actually Minerva, Malfoy Sr. answered. You'll find he can with the backing of the Board of Governors. Good day, he bid her farewell with his condescending smirk. Immediately, as soon as the doors were slammed shut, and Harry gone, loud chatter and whispers broke the silence, steadily increasing in volume as students tried to speak to each other over the noise. If anyone was watching Archie, they would see silent tears streaming down his face while he sported a look that would make you believe he was about to be sick. That no good Potter, I knew he was evil, and they had the gall to pin it on me, he heard Longbottom complain to his friends. As they all gave their own version of agreement. Without even thinking of the consequences, Archie stormed on right over to the table and gave the boy who lived his best knuckle sandwich, knocking him to the floor with a busted lip and broken nose. You're trash, Longbottom. His voice sounded out to the hall. No, calling you that is an insult to your idiot friends. You're worse than trash. Your parents would be ashamed of you, he hissed out in his most deadly voice, before storming out of the hall. The only person who seemed to notice, or care, about Archie's state of distress was Cedric. And amidst the elevated chatter and professors rushing to Neville's aid, he slipped out of the hall to follow his friend. Motherfucker! Cedric heard Archie's recognizable voice yell in anguish from somewhere down the hall ahead of him. It wasn't too hard to follow the voice either because it didn't seem like it would stop anytime soon. This is entirely my fault. Goddammit. See. Edric opened the door to an unused classroom to see Archie literally kicking the shit out of a random, rather weak in his opinion, cupboard door, splintering it with every punch or kick. "Archie, calm down," Cedric ordered firmly, as the Ravenclaw boy turned to him with bloodshot eyes. "Calm down," he roared at Cedric with question. "How do you expect me to calm down? Harry's in Azkaban and it's my fault." Cedric slapped Archie hard across the face, drawing a shocked look from the Montague. "Calm down and tell me what in Merlin's name you're talking about," Cedric ordered. "Don't you see," Archie asked, "if I hadn't blabbed to everyone, like a fucking retard, that Harry was Parselmouth, they would have no basis to even try and arrest him. It's ALLMY fault." Cedric completely ignored the faulty logic and slapped Archie again, mainly because it was fun, but mostly because he had to start thinking straight. "Will you stop slapping me?" Archie bellowed while Cedric waited for him to calm down. "You need to calm down and think. What was it that Harry told you before they took him away?" "Could hear him, and I was one of the closest ones." Archie took several deep, teddying breaths and lowered his chin to his chest as he thought over exactly what Harry had told him. "Cedric, follow me, we need to see if something is in Harry's hiding spot," Archie urged, pulling his friend by the elbow. "What hiding place? What are you talking about?" Cedric tried to ask as he was being led away. "What most people don't know about Harry is," he began, as they turned a corner and headed towards the Ravenclaw Tower. "He's far more advanced than any student in this school. In fact, he could probably take his owls, no fuck the owls, he could probably take his newts and pass them with flying colors," he informed the shocked Hufflepuff. "Yet, given that, what's one thing you know about Harry to be a constant?" Cedric only thought for a few moments before answering, "Aside from training for Quidditch, all he does is read and go to classes." "Exactly," Archie answered as he continued to lead Cedric to where the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room was. "Tell me, what would someone spend the majority of their time reading about at school when there's practically nothing else he can really learn from anyway?" "I don't know," Cedric answered truthfully. "More advanced things." He tried. "Exactly," he answered again. "But what you don't know is just how advanced we're talking here," he continued to explain while puffing from the exertion of running across the castle. "He hasn't said anything, but I'm fairly sure he's going to be going for his mastery in transfiguration, charms, and ancient runes when he takes his newts." Cedric suddenly stopped mid-step, almost comically pulling Archie back from the unexpected stop in motion. "That's not possible," Cedric said with absolute certainty. "To obtain mastery in any subject takes years, decades in some cases." He tried to make Archie see reason. There have been cases where 1 or 2 students in the last 1,000 years have gotten one mastery by the time they graduate, but the odds of that are so low, it just doesn't happen. Archie resisted the urge to tell his Hufflepuff friend that he himself would be going for his potions mastery at the same time. "Cedric, Harry was an animagus by the time he was 6. He achieved a feat of magic most wizards 10 times his age at the time couldn't do, and you're telling me he can't get those masteries?" he asked incredulously. "I've seen him transfigure a toothpick into a golden spear. Do you know how many laws of transfiguration he broke by doing that?" Cedric looked to his friend with an incredulous expression on his face. "Try all of them. If what you say is true," he answered quietly, his voice a little squeaky and broken due to his shock. "Right. Well, back to the point," he continued. "Harry just couldn't leave the advanced books he learns. All of this from lying around for all to see, especially in our house," he explained. "The temptation to steal, or pester him about it is too great, and Harry is a very private person. When it suits him best," he finished lamely, recalling the Coke ads. "So," Cedric trailed off, wanting Archie to get to the point as they ran past the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room and St. Opt before a statue of a beautiful woman in an elegant and old-looking style of dress and holding an open tome in her hands. "So, he found a room in the castle where he could study in peace," he answered with a grin. And to Cedric's horror and utmost amusement, Archie slapped the woman's stony behind 7 times. Just when Cedric was going to call him an idiot for doing something so inappropriate at a time like this. The statue seemed to come to life, giggling once girlishly before moving aside and allowing them entrance. "Welcome, my man, to Harry's sanctuary." Cedric looked around in awe. at the dozens of ancient-looking tomes strewn about the small, candlelit, yet cozy room until his eyes fell on a pedestal that was illuminated by a conveniently placed lamp with a single book sitting on top of it titled, The Complete, Translated, Diary of Salazar Slytherin. Oh my God, he did it! Archie whispered in awe, while holding the roughly put-together book reverently in his hands. See, Edric was in an equal amount of awe as well as confusion. Did what? And why is it a translation? Last year, Harry won the original Diary of Salazar Slytherin from a goblin during a high-stakes poker game. He explained, he was highly reluctant to part with it, but as you can imagine, he was bound by goblin law to do so. At first, Harry couldn't open it because it was password protected. He must have only done so recently. He frowned, as he opened the first page and pulled out a note within the cover. It has to be translated because I imagine it was probably in Parseltongue. Dear douchebag, if you're reading this, then what I have expected to come to pass has already occurred. Don't busy your tiny brain on what that's supposed to mean, just read through the entire translated diary first. It's only 1 year's worth, but the information within is relevant to what is happening at Hogwarts currently. The information within this diary, including the clues I have given only you, should be the key to my freedom and the completion of my plan. There is another note at the end of the diary that will only reveal itself when you've read the entire thing once. Don't let me down. Azkaban isn't exactly the nicest place on the planet. Your lord and master. What the fuck? Cedric exclaimed, allowing a curse word to leave his mouth on this one occasion. That sneaky son of a bitch. Archie muttered under his breath in amazement. What is it? Cedric asked, not liking being left out of the loop. I'm not exactly sure. Cedric resisted the urge to paw his face, but if what I suspect is true, Harry Potter is definitely the most brilliant person I've ever known. He looked to Cedric with a smirk, brilliant in a scary way. What are we going to do now? He asked, and Archie smiled as his friend proved he was placed in the house of loyalty and hard work for a good reason. We're going to read through his diary, and we're going to find information within that will help us prove Harry's innocence, he instructed as the two took a seat beside each other on the two-seater couch in the room before opening to the first page and beginning to read. Harry had his wrist and ankle cuffs removed before being unceremoniously tossed in his cell. Lucius Malfoy, Cornelius Fudge and 2 Aurors watching the proceeding the entire time, the two responsible for this smirking the whole time. That'll be all, gents. I need to have words with Potter here, the minister ordered. Of course, minister, the Aurors agreed and left the 2 adults staring at the calmly kneeling form of Harry Potter before them. Awfully calm for someone beginning their life sentence in hell on earth, aren't you, Potter? Fudge sneered, while Malfoy continued to smirk. It's a shame really, that you had to make a fool of me, Malfoy taunted. You were the best thing that's happened to English Quidditch in a long time, he sighed dramatically. And now aren't it what happens when you oppose me and discredit me in such a public audience, Fudge said imperiously. You're awfully loose-lipped, minister, so certain of your victory, are you? He taunted right back, intentionally ignoring the angered Malfoy lord. As confident as I can be, swine, he shouted back, and in one swift movement, he brought out Harry's wand and snapped it in two. Now you're locked up in hell on earth for the rest of your natural life, naked as the day you were born and without your wand. You're finished. Using occlumency to ward off the extremely cold he was feeling, Rai met his stare with a stony one of his own and said absolutely nothing in response. Even if your innocence is proven, which it won't be, the lack of all food and clothing will be more than enough to see you dead within the month. I wish you good luck in your next life where you your betters, Malfoy finished before escorting the minister out of the prison, leaving Harry behind, unsupervised, in his cell, alone and naked. Fools, he muttered under his breath while collecting the broken pieces of his wand, and unscrewing the tip of the handle to reveal a hollow compartment holding a single potion vial. As if I'd let him lay his disgusting hands on my actual wand, he muttered darkly before uncorking the vial and emptying its contents into his mouth before throwing the broken pieces of his wand and the vial out the single window. Having nothing much else to do, and seeing as his only company was a sleeping and slightly skeletal-looking man in the cell beside him, Harry sat in the Our corner of his cell on his bed, a potato sack, and allowed the warm feeling of the nutrient potion to energize him. The supposedly sleeping man in the cell beside him had actually been awake the entire time. Not much came and left in this section of the prison other than the hellish dementors, so naturally, footsteps would rouse him from his slumber. Hearing the name of the person who had just been thrown in prison and the minister gloating over it made his blood boil. If he didn't reach out to the boys soon, he would surely lose his mind in this place. Harry Potter, a raspy voice called from the cell beside him. The voice echoed of the stone walls rather well, making the usually quiet sound quite loud. What of it? He answered gruffly, deciding to pass the time and do some exercises. The nutrient potion added with regular exercise would make sure he kept his figure and fitness, two things he wasn't willing to part with any time soon. Harry James Potter, the voice questioned again. It sounded more dismayed than anything, which confused Harry slightly. Harry leapt up and held onto the bars going across the ceiling of his cage and started to do some pull-ups. You seem to have me at a disadvantage, stranger. You know my name but I don't know yours, he grunted while fighting the cold and exercising at the same time. My name? He asked, probably not used to having someone ask his name if his appearance was any way to judge the amount of time he had spent in this prison. My name's Sirius Black, I'm your godfather. The only sound that followed the proclamation W. As the sound of Harry hitting the floor and moving further away from the cell, completely ignoring the man from this point on. Holy crap! Archie exhaled. Those two words pretty much summed up how they were feeling pretty well. Having just read through the entirety of Slytherin's diary. You said it, Cedric mumbled, sounding troubled. It makes several references in there to his beloved Matilda. Which is probably the monster that's attacking us today. It's a basilisk, Archie stated with a dawning comprehension. It all makes sense now. Harry knew this too. He proclaimed excitedly to the confused Hufflepuff student. Archie hadn't left the room since first joining, and Cedric only did when getting them food. They figured classes were still cancelled anyway, but even if they weren't, they didn't much care. What are you talking about? Basilisks kill with their gaze, not petrify. Only Jordan was killed, Cedric pointed out. No, you don't understand. Every time someone was petrified, they met the basilisk's gaze through a secondary source. He listed off each attack: a puddle of water, a camera lens, a ghost's transparent body and a set or mirrors. They would have never received the full effects of the beast's killer gaze, thus the petrification. Cedric nodded, albeit warily. All right. Say there's a basilisk running around the school attacking the students. What could we possibly do about it? It's got to be over 1,000 years old, and with age comes growth, he pointed out warily. Archie's eyes widened for a split second before narrowing in determination. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to fail Harry, he said resolutely. It says in here that the entrance to his chamber, and the beast's lair, was built under the sink of the teacher's bathroom, but from what I know, there aren't any teacher's bathrooms on the second floor, he pointed out thoughtfully. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, Cedric hazarded a guess, making Archie's eyes go wide. It makes sense. Not only that, someone once told me she died around 50 years ago in that bathroom, and that was the last time the chamber was opened. He pointed out, so the entrance to the sham is in her bathroom and the chamber holds the basilisk. That doesn't help us bypass the Parseltongue password, Cedric pointed out. No, it doesn't, but I think Harry already told me the password. He grinned excitedly and turned to the blank last page of the book. Sahasith, he said, with his best imitation of Parseltongue. Both Cedric and Archie watched in amazement as text appeared magically on the last page. By now, you must have realized that the monster within the chamber is a basilisk. The chamber is in Myrtle's bathroom, and the parcel word I whispered to you is the password to gain entry. What I need you to do, if you feel like you can, is lay in wait in the chamber for the culprit of the attacks and the controller of the basilisk to appear, then subdue him. Unfortunately, I don't see a way around battling the basilisk if you try and harm her master. In that case, all I can tell you is to stick to your strengths and you'll be fine. Theoretically. Also, you needn't worry about my stay in Azkaban. If you think clearly, you will understand why. Good luck and don't die, or I'll just escape from here illegally and shit on your grave. With love, Harry, Seed. Rick sniggered quietly at his sign-off while Archie appeared to be deep in thought. What the hell is he talking about if I think? Sweet Merlin's testes, he exclaimed, and he started to laugh hysterically. Archie, are you okay? Cedric asked warily, thinking his friend had finally gone insane. That magnificent bastard pulled the wool over everyone's eyes. He knew he was going to get imprisoned in Azkaban, he had to. He wrote about being imprisoned before it even happened. Archie pointed out by pointing to the mentioning of Azkaban in the copy of the diary. Hell, he must have known months ago. What the hell are you talking about? Cedric finally snapped, not knowing what the hell was going on. Last week, he pointed out with a grin, he asked me to brew him some nutrient potions for Quidditch training. He said at the time that he didn't have time for meals, so I brewed him an extremely potent one that would last him a month. Wait, you're saying that as long as we finish this in a month, he'll be fine physically? Cedric asked, a smile growing on his lips. The question, however, made Archie pause. Mate, thanks for the help and all, but I can't ask you to help. Face down a 1,000-year-old basilisk of all things, you've done more than enough. Cedric merely let him know what he thought of that with a cuff to the head. You're not doing this alone, especially now that Harry proved his innocence without a shadow of a doubt. There's no way I can let him rot in that hellhole and live with myself knowing that I did nothing. Archie smiled at his friend and gave his thanks. That still doesn't help in terms of the Dementors. No nutrient potion can shield their effects. He paused, and how the hell did he smuggle the potion in there anyway? Don't tell me. Cedric made a face and motioned to his rear. Of course not, Archie defended, if what I think he did is the truth. Archie proceeded to rip the spine out of the copy of the diary. And to Cedric's surprise, Harry's wand fell out. But, I saw them take it. Cedric protested. You saw a piece of wood that looked like Harry's wand, hollowed out and holding my potion given to the minister. Archie grinned. If he's as stupid as I think he is, he must have snapped it and handed it right to him. Cedric laughed with Archie until his original question made him pause. What about the Dementors? Archie Winction of the hellish creatures, Harry's and Occlumen's. He explained what exactly that meant to the Hufflepuff. It won't completely stop the effects over a whole month, but it will reduce it. We just need to hurry and save him as soon as possible. Got it, Cedric grinned. What do we need to do? Archie looked off into space for a few moments before turning to Cedric with a tortured expression marring his features. I'll need 3 weeks to brew the potions I'll need for this to work. In that time, you can use this room to find any spells you can understand that will defend us against a basilisk. Hey, don't worry Archie, we'll save him, Cedric reassured his friend, who only supplied a weak smile in return. I hope so. Harry grinned slyly at the Dementor that seemed angered not to find any positive emotions to feed off of, or bad memories to show as it floated away with a hiss. His only companion had transformed into High-S dog Animagus to try and ward off the effects, though he looked pale and rattled, well, more so than usual. Holding his hand before his face, Harry clicked his forefinger and thumb, causing his thumb to be engulfed in a dull, yet visible light. The result made him grin. Whoever said spending 3 weeks with only one's own thoughts was a waste of time? He thought as he continued to practice small feats of wandless magic. Harry, his annoying companion called out to him desperately, you need to believe me, I'm innocent, Peter was your parents' secret keeper. He sounded so desperate, begging like that for him to listen. But 3 weeks of ignoring his cries started to get annoying. What will it take for you to shut up? He snapped, not in the mood to hear his moaning anymore. I don't want anything more than for you to believe me, he begged, emboldened by finally getting a response from Harry. Did you know I never had a fair trial? I would willingly make a testimony under Veritaserum if they offered it. But that bastard Crouch threw me in here without a trial. That was news to him. Why had Remus never told him his traitorous godfather never received a trial? Wouldn't he want to know the results of a Veritaserum testimony for some peace of mind at least? No trial, you say? Harry mumbled. That's interesting. Harry, for the first time, locked eyes with the man claiming to be his godfather and entered his thoughts using legilimency. It was hard to sift through his memories, as most of his thoughts were revolving around grief, vengeance, and hate, but he finally got to the memories that mattered. Prongs, It's a perfect plan. No one would suspect Peter to be your secret keeper, and he can go in hiding too while I lead them on a wild goose chase. A younger-looking Sirius proposed cleverly. I don't like using you as bait. Sirius, a woman, no doubt his mother, frowned while holding a toddler to her chest. The unruly ebony locks and emerald eyes made it clear who the child was. Yeah, Padfoot mate, it's a great plan, don't get me wrong, but I'm not sure I want to risk your life like that, a young James Potter said warily. It's my life to risk and my godson to protect, he boomed, causing the two Potters to lower their heads. Look, I care for you all like you're my family. Heck, you are my family. I want to do this. Lily, who had R's in her eyes, just hugged him tightly as James joined the embrace shortly after. Harry wasn't satisfied yet, and continued to sift through his memories, the lack of any occlumency skill whatsoever. R made it harmless on Sirius and easy for Harry. I'll kill you, Peter. Sirius howled in rage. Come out, Peter, you can't hide from me, you'll pay for what you did. No, Sirius, I can't believe you betrayed James and Lily like that. The rat of a man shouted with a smirk before cutting off his finger and blowing up half of the street, taking 13 muggles with him. Before Sirius's memory faded out, he saw a rat run into the sewers from the scene of the crime. Harry immediately pulled out of his thoughts and stood up, the potato sack the only thing covering his nudity, but despite his new place of residence, he had kept his physique as best he could, which was almost exactly the same as how he went in. Sirius watched as his godson clutched the bars to his cell and started laughing. This laughter, however, wasn't hysterical, or lacking sanity. If he had to describe it as something, he would say that it was dark. All my life, for as long as I can remember, I've wanted nothing more than to kill you for betraying my parents, Moony and me, he laughed. When the one who will be killed has been living his life as a rat. Harry's head snapped in Sirius' direction and the man Ost backpedaled due to the look in his eyes. Don't get too comfy, Sirius, you'll be out before long, but not before Lucius and his minister boy Toy pay for it out of their ass. Harry's laughter grew increasingly louder until he spun around to the wall behind him, arm outstretched, and sent a wave of pure magic at it, rocking the very foundations of the wing they were imprisoned in. Harry was ooking at his hand while Sirius looked on in shock. Well, Harry chuckled. Imagine that. And suddenly, without warning, Harry collapsed on the hard stone floor, completely exhausted. Sirius CKLY changed into his dog form and rushed into Harry's cell through the bars. Padding over next to the surprisingly extremely fit young man, he used his fur coat to keep him warm. He finally had his godson back. No Dementor could ever tear this feeling of joy away from him. The past 3 weeks were filled with complete and utter chaos as the students waited to be sent home early for the year. Following the public arrest of Harry, the school had essentially split into 3 groups, those that knew he was innocent and something larger than they could understand was happening, which consisted of the majority of Ravenclaw students, the professors and Cedric and his friends. Then there was those who hated and spoke against him whenever they could, which included most of the Gryffindors, led by Longbottom. The boy was still bitter about being pegged as a Dark Lord. Then, finally, there was the majority of the Slytherins who gloating over the loss of Ravenclaw's star student and capital, izing wherever possible to win the House Cup, not that anyone but them cared about it anymore. Then there was Remus arriving at Hogwarts and demanding to know what happened to Harry. Archie had never been so scared of the man before when he found out Harry was arrested and sent to Azkaban without a trial. His eyes had shown an unnatural amber color and he had let out a bestial roar of anguish. Emus had immediately left to seek help with any allies he had gained from Moony Knights. Even though Harry's supposed reign of terror had been stopped by his arrest, people were still wary to travel anywhere on their own. And today proved that doing so wasn't a very smart idea, for a Gryffindor first year, Ginevra Weasley, disappeared. Currently though, Archie and Cedric were sneaking to the second-floor bathroom. A fresh stock of potions ready and a repertoire of anti-basilisk spells ready to go. Rushing into the bathroom, Archie quickly spotted the required sink. Sahasith, his hiss, ed loudly as Cedric tried to suppress the shiver that went down his spine. They both watched in fascination as the door to the chamber opened and revealed a narrow slope leading into darkness. Before Cedric could even digest what was happening, Archie had leapt into the hole and slid down to the entrance to the chamber. He wasn't far behind. They rushed down the dark, moldy and winding tunnel on. Lee to stop when they saw a sight they definitely didn't expect to be seeing: Gilderoy Lockhart and Ronald Weasley. "What the fuck?" was Archie's intelligent question. "It doesn't matter. Someone got here before us." Cedric panicked as Ron finally noticed them. "You two, I knew it," he called triumphantly. "You're both here to attack someone with Slytherin's monster again. Well, I won't let you." He stood in front of O'Cayan wand protectively. "You'll have to go through me first." Without even batting an eyelash, Cedric fired off 2 lightning-quick stunners that knocked out the dazed professor and the second-year Gryffindor. "Idiot," Archie mumbled. "How are we getting past that?" Archie motioned towards the cave-in. "I've got it," Cedric assured with a determined frown as he started to twirl his wand in an elaborate manner. Wingardium Leviosa. The spell, while usually quite useless, was used masterfully by Cedric to lift 10 boulders from beneath the blockage and thus create an opening for them to pass through. "Hurry, I can't hold it for long." He sounded strained. The two rushed through and the boulders immediately dropped as they passed, back to their original location. Suddenly, they heard a loud crashing sound and they both made their way to the source, following the long, candlelit tunnel to the end and hiding behind a pillar before gaping at the sight before them. A huge, 80-foot basilisk was slithering around and chasing something from pillar to pillar while a small red head lay motionless at the foot of the stature of Salazar Slytherin. What confused them though, was the slightly transparent body of a boy a little older than them, hissing orders at the basilisk, orders they couldn't understand. It was then that they realized that the thing the basilisk was chasing was none other than Neville Longbottom himself, as he tried to avoid the massive, deadly beast. "Cedric, drink this," Archie whispered quietly, uncorking a small vial of bright green liquid and handing it to his friend. "It's an elixir that will increase your reflexes for an hour. You can do alchemy," he hissed quietly, not in the mood for any more surprises. "Drink this too," he ordered, handing him a bottle of clear liquid and ignoring Cedric's question. "It's Felix Felicis, liquid luck. We can use as much as we can get by the looks of things." "Right, Cedri," C accepted both gratefully. "Let's do this." Archie grinned, and with a silencing charm placed on their feet, the two snuck from pillar to pillar, closer to the basilisk. "Cedric, I need you to lure the beast right over by that pillar," Archie asked, as he took in his surroundings. "That's the perfect spot. Do it as soon as I take care of his senses, okay?" Cedric nodded in understanding as Archie drank another potion which turned him invisible. Sneaking up to a spot closer to the beast, Archie picked up a rather big rock and tossed it at its gargantuan head. Immediately, the transparent boy and the huge serpent whipped their heads in his direction, though both were confused when they saw nothing. Making sure to avoid its gaze, not knowing the particulars on how it kills with it, Archie tossed a vial with sludgy black liquid within right at its face and caught the massive beast unaware. The second the vial connected with the beast's face, the vial shattered into thousands of tiny pieces of glass, releasing a large amount of black sludge, burning and scarring its eyes and nose. The serpent hissed in rage and began to thrash about in random directions as the unknown boy continued to yell at it, in what Archie could only assume to be Parseltongue. To any observer, it looked as if the amount of black sludge originally in the vial and the amount currently dripping from the beast's head weren't proportional. Archie pulled out 3 more vials, this time of a dark brown gassy substance, from another pocket and threw them in random directions around the basilisk. The vials loaded and released small mushroom clouds of gas at random places around the chamber. Had Archie not drank the elixir that increased his reflexes, he may not have been able to dodge the huge tail that swung in his direction in time. The blinded beast was now simply thrashing around in random direction, hoping to hit its target by luck. It was with that though, that Archie's invisibility potion wore off and he came into view again. "What did you do?" the boy finally shrieked to him in English. "What did you do to it?" he asked, while pointing a wand at Archie. "And just who the hell are you?" Archie countered heatedly, in an annoyed tone as a putrid smell filled the air. Both Archie and Cedric simultaneously cast a bubblehead charm on themselves so they could avoid the stench. "Now Cedric," Archie shouted, as the basilisk used its only remaining sense, its hearing, to track Archie down as it slithered at top speeds in his direction. "Sanus Maximus," He shouted loudly with his wand pointed up into the air. A terrible, piercing screech tore through the chamber as the basilisk screamed in agony when its overpowered sense of hearing was forced to absorb the incredibly high-pitched sound. In fact, it was so high-pitched, none of the people in the room could hear it. The basilisk sure could though. Reducto, reducto, reducto. Cedric fired continuous bolts of blue magical power at the ground near the basilisk, shredding the stone floor apart and sending large chunks of stone in all directions around it. Archie and Cedric were now ignoring the hissing boy. The basilisk, however, having its eardrums destroyed by Cedric's spell, had no other choice but to attack blindly, using the direction the stones were being banished into it from as a guide. The pieces of boulder Cedric was banishing at the basilisk were cutting into the open wounds caused by the black sludge, only enraging the beast further. Cedric continued to backpedal while leading the basilisk right to where Archie had wanted it to be, until it was right next to the pillar Archie had pointed out earlier. Die! Archie yelled angrily, tossing 2 more vials at the ceiling above the basilisk with all his might. The vials of red liquid, upon making contact with the wall, instantly exploded, rocking the chamber to its foundations, and causing several huge boulders to fall down towards the beast. But Archie and Cedric knew though that blunt objects would never be enough to damage a basilisk through its incredibly thick hide. Do it, Cedric. Cedric nodded, determination in his eyes, as he began to wave his wand in intricate patterns and mutter spell after spell under his breath. Neville Longbottom, the unnamed boy and Archie all looked on in awe as the boulders changed shape to look like several large, rocky, stalactites. They weren't aimed very well, but that didn't much matter when there were roughly a dozen rock spears, each the size of the half-giant, Hagrid, himself. In the end, 5 of them pierced through the beast's body. The momentum of the heavy objects and the amount of sharpening they went through due to the spells were enough to make it through the basilisk's heavy hide. The sight of the legendary serpent thrashing around in agony at his feet saddened Archie in ways he couldn't explain. It wasn't its fault its master had left it alone for a millennium. It wasn't its fault its masters were crazy. But he wouldn't allow it to be used to harm more innocents. I'm sorry, he said with actual regret before tossing 3 vials of bright red liquid down the throat of the thrashing creature, who had no other choice but to swallow them. It didn't take long for the vials to be broken within the creature's digestion system, and when they did, a huge explosion blew up the creature's body from the inside, completely blasting the basilisk in 2. No, the unnamed boy yelled. Look what you've done. He sounded murderous. You'll pay for this. Who the fuck are you? Archie asked, fed up with this idiot. His name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. He says he's Lord Voldemort and he's siphoning energy from Ginny to get his body back. Neville suddenly appeared, looking worse for wear, from behind a pillar and warned them. Voldemort. Cedric gasped incredulously as he looked to the smirking boy. Siphoning energy, you say? Archie mumbled under his breath. You don't say. He looked around the cave for anything that could be used as a medium to perform such a thing. He didn't know much about rituals, but he figured that if one were to siphon Somethi medium to Ma K, sure the energy is going from source A to source B. Seeing as that this Tom wasn't casting any spells, something else must be doing it for him. It was then that Archie spotted a glowing and old-looking leather-bound diary sitting innocently on the floor near the Weasley girl. Archie continued to look around quickly while Tom advanced on them, twirling his wand arrogantly, before spotting Basilisk's head and formulating a quick and reckless plan. Cedric, take cover, he yelled, causing Tom to snap his head in his direction, a spell ready on his lips, but Archie had already made his move. Throwing a smoky, black vial Marcus Flint would be able to remember at the ground, Archie used the cover it created him to rip out one of the basilisk's deadly fangs and rush over to the discarded diary. I hope this works, he mumbled, and proceeded to stab diary with all his might. What the? He mumbled in confusion as copious amounts of ink began bleeding out of the stab wound and Tom began screeching madly. Archie looked over to Ginny Weasley to see color returning to her pale features. She looked like she would be okay. Hey, Archie mate, Cedric's voice called through the black smoke. Over here. I think that shrieking noise means he's dead. The girl looks like she's okay too, he mumbled as Cedric followed his voice and found him. That's all well and good. But how are we going to get out of here? Dead silence met his question. Well, fuck. A scowling Cornelius Fudge, followed by Archie, Remus, Tonks and Albus Dumbledore made their way to where they knew Harry Potter to be imprisoned. After providing the minister with solid evidence of Harry's innocence, paired with testimonies from Archie and Cedric, he didn't have much of a choice but to release him from prison. It won't do much good, Fudge commented. He was being rather difficult when we arrested him, so he was punished and placed in his cell accordingly. I do hope you know, Minister, that should he have come under any harm, after it has been proven that he was innocent, your days as a minister are at an end, Remus informed the sad excuse of a man with a hate-filled voice. I'm sure Wizarding Britain won't take too kindly to having their new sporting hero imprisoned in Azkaban for no reason. Remus himself looked exhausted and agitated, ever since hearing of Harry's imprisonment. He hadn't been able to get a good night's sleep since. The only visible sign of Fudge hearing Remus' comment was a slightly quickening of his pace. When they arrived at his cell, they were shocked to see Harry, looking rather fit despite his situation, with only a potato sack for clothing, in the middle of some sit-ups with his back to them. Rising silently, he turned slowly to face his visitors. His skin had become dirty and a sickly pale color while his hair had grown out past his shoulders during his 3.5-week stay. Cornelius, he addressed with humor in his voice, perhaps you will learn now. After our discussions, what happens when you mess with Harry Potter? Insolent brat, we arrested you because all the evidence pointed to you, you have no case. He hissed, and sadly, Dumbledore, who was listening and representing Hogwarts and the Wizengamot, knew he was right. I'm not talking about the evidence, dear Minister. He sauntered over to the bars that separated him from the group and leaned on them, placing his face close to the minister's. I'm talking about the charges I am going to file against you for conspiracy to commit murder, defamation and unlawful imprisonment. He grinned at his shocked expression. I have more than enough evidence depicting you and Lucius Malfoy as being responsible for every single attack on Hogwarts grounds this year. You have no such thing. Fudge shouted, sounding alarmed. Trust me, I do, he grinned, but worry not, no charges will be filed so long as you submit to my demands, in fact, you do. So and I won't even speak badly of you to every newspaper in the world. He sent a wink to Remus and Archie, who were gaping at him incredulously. Name your terms, Fudge demanded, all too quickly. 20 million galleons will be deposited into my vaults at Gringotts and you will hold a trial for one Sirius Orion Black. His terms were met with complete and utter chaos. Preposterous, Fudge shouted loudly, relaying his thoughts about Harry's demands quite clearly, out of the question. Are you out of your mind, Harry? His friend questioned, looking to Fudge warily. Harry figured that Archie didn't think he had this situation under control. It won't do any good, my boy. Dumbledore, referring to Sirius no doubt, put in his opinion with a quick sideways glance at Sirius' cell. Harry, Remus began. The pain those memories brought back to the werewolf almost made Harry feel guilty about bringing it up. You know how I feel about you talking about that man. First, you have no choice in the matter, Minister. Either you accept my demands along with the stipulations that are tied with them, or you'll be enjoying the same hospitality you have seen fit to show me this past month. He grinned before motioning to Dumbledore. I'm sure his chief mugwumpiness over there can attest to that. Should my evidence prove what I say it proves, Dumbledore gave a quick nod to Fudge at Harry's unasked question, a grin barely visible behind his beard at how he was addressed. And Moony, I don't think you should talk about that man, as you so eloquently put it, as if he weren't in the room. Remus looked to the only other cell in the room housing a prisoner with shock, as its occupant, who was currently seated against the far wall, raised his skeletal and dirty head to lock eyes with Remus. Recognizing those gray eyes anywhere, despite the fact that where they were once always full of life, they were now dull, Remus was immediately on guard. Your demands are unreasonable. How do I even know you're not lying? Fudge, who was getting agitated, hollered. Cornelius, even if I don't possess any such proof of your crimes, your reaction to its possible excess tense casts more than enough doubt on yourself to warrant a full questioning under veritaserum before the Wizengamot. You have no choice in the matter, he reminded the quickly angering man. Fudge looked to Dumbledore to see if this was true, and to his dismay, the wizened old wizard nodded in affirmation. Fudge quickly went over Harry's proposal in his head. There was no way he could pay the brat off with ministry funds. Or his own cash. The boy, too, had to know this. It was clearly a demand made to Lucius more than himself. Should the boy go to the media with his case, with how he was unlawfully imprisoned and treated? Not only would he find himself out of a job, he's probably get thrown in here too, as well as Lucius, for an extended stay. Then there was Black's trial, even if he was found innocent. It wouldn't affect him politically, as it was Crouch who carted him off to Azkaban without a veritaserum testimony. What assurances do I have that you won't go to the media anyway, even if I get you the money? Fudge demanded, much to the shock of the people in the room who never expected him to even consider it. I, Harry James Potter, do swear by my life and magic that should see Cornelius Oswald Fudge adhere to the terms we have agreed upon, that I will not in any way, shape or form release the story of my unlawful imprisonment and treatment to anyone whose possession of such knowledge would be detrimental to Cornelius Oswald Fudge, he recited as he stuck his hand out through the bar for a handshake, and should Cornelius Oswald Fudge ever again in the future make an unlawful attempt to cause me harm, defame or imprison me, I will be free of this oath and within my rights to act in any manner I see fit in retaliation. He finished with his lengthy and well thought out oath. Wow, Archie said, clearly impressed, thought that through much. I had 3.5 weeks, Harry answered, sending his friend a grin. Fudge again in his mind, and though he was loath giving up on the ability to plot against him again in the future, at least he'd remain in office, where he could stay out of the brat's way and vice versa. However, there was still the beautiful fact he had already snapped the brat's wand, whatever threat he could have been had been completely destroyed by that action alone. So mote it be, Fudge agreed with a smug grin to the terms of the OA. And sealed the deal by accepting Harry's handshake. Splendid, he replied dryly, Professor Dumbledore, if you will. Harry motioned towards the still locked door. I do hope one of you had the forethought to bring me some clothing. Remus sent another hate-filled glare towards Fudge, who shifted nervously under his scrutiny, before Remus handed Harry a bag with an outfit within. When Harry had finished getting dressed and was out of his cell, he turned to Archie with a grin. Arcades, my effects, if you will. He held out his hand expectantly as his friend grinned right back. Figured you'd want it back, he answered. And to Fudge's shock, Archie handed Harry his perfectly intact wand. What? But it's not possible. What was? Harry looked to Fudge with a smug smirk. You didn't really think I'd let you snap my wand, did you? Headmaster, if you'd release Mr. Black from his cell, we can take him to the head of the DMLE for a questioning under veritaserum. Under your supervision, he motioned towards Sirius' cell. Harry, you don't know what you're doing. He betrayed your parents. He betrayed his friends. It's because of him your mother is the way she is. Remus tried to dissuade him of this course of action. You really have so little faith in me? He asked with a raised brow, and why do you care? All he's getting right now is a full questioning under veritaserum. Something he wasn't awarded before, and if you're right, he'll come right back and we can forget all about this. He pointed to Sirius, cell behind them, but if you're wrong, you get your once best friend back and someone who can beat the crap out of you for betraying him and wanting to bone Nymphadora. Still in shock at being informed that his old friend wasn't allowed the right to be tried under veritaserum, he was barely able to come up with a reply. I didn't know. I didn't betray him. I thought he betrayed us. He protested weakly while Harry and Archie grinned. Hear that, Sirius? He didn't deny wanting to bone Nymphadora. He yelled down the corridor Sirius was being led out of the prison from. His voice echoed loudly against the stone walls. Shame on the cradle robber. Shame. Archie yelled in agreement, feeling much better to see his friend on the other side of those horribly rusted prison bars. Sirius let out a bark of raspy lot. As Dumbledore led him away with Fudge under careful supervision, leaving a highly embarrassed Remus and an amused pair of Ravenclaws. You did what? Lucius Malfoy hissed angrily at the idiot of a minister he had in his pocket. You heard me, Lucius. It was either that, or to Azkaban with the both of us. Fudge defended his decision, and you can forget about me helping you with any of your ridiculous plans for Potter again in the future. I have my job to protect. Ah, yes, the oath you made. Malfoy narrowed his eyes. The plan was fine, it was your pathetic showing at the prison that let the boy manipulate you. What kind of politician are you? One that could do absolutely nothing when the boy had the law on his side and the chief mugwump standing right there, ready to assist if necessary. Fudge sighed. I don't know why you're so upset. Had his charges stuck, you would be rotting away in Azkaban right beside me, and no amount of money would have bought you out of that mess. Don't be so sure, Malfoy hissed with a deadly edge to his voice. Every bit of money the brat is able to attain makes him all the more powerful, and with the way he uses it, it will be no time at all before the Potter vaults will compare to the Malfoy ones. Hardly Lucius, the Malfoy vaults house over 1 billion galleons, while the Potter one couldn't be more than 50 million. Fudge reasoned. Let's forget that you somehow know how much galleons I possess for the moment, Cornelius, and actually think for a moment, Lucius snapped, as Fudge shifted uncomfortably, with that ridiculous oath that you made. Potter has become untouchable lest he commits a crime, which I don't see happening anytime soon. I think it's time you leave, Lucius. I've had enough of your scheming, Fudge snapped. Twice I've gone up against Potter and twice he has come out, not only on top, but far better off than before, and while I appreciate your generous donations to the ministry, I'm not going to prison or getting fired over a brat who will now stay out of my way if I stay out of his. You are making a mistake, Cornelius. Malfoy's tone had become a whole lot colder. Granted, it seems Potter has manipulated both situations in a way in which he would come out on top in the end regardless, but that is merely because we underestimated his resourcefulness. If only we Aurors, Fudge yelled, getting tired of Lucius' ego not being able to take a hit. Remove this man from my office. The two summoned Aurors went to grab Malfoy by the arm, but the man merely shrugged off their grips and walked out on his own with a scowl on his face. Fudge would pay for this betrayal. Why is it just? Sirius began to ask before collapsing into a coughing fit. He may have HIV, and his voice some exercise over the past month with Harry being in Azkaban with him, but that wasn't enough to heal a decade of disuse. Drink this, Mr. Black, it will help. Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, offered him a glass of water, which did little to actually help, but it was better than nothing. Thank you, he said as he eyed the three familiar faces and one stranger in the room. A tall, black Auror by the name of Kingsley Shacklebolt stood with a hand on his wand holster behind Sirius beside Dumbledore. The two had escorted Sirius from Azkaban to make sure this questioning took place in the interests of justice. The stranger in the room was the ministry-supplied potions brewer. He was there to administer the Veritaserum for this questioning. Why is it just us five? Sirius asked, wondering why so few people were present. This isn't exactly a trial, Mr. Black, Bones began to answer. All we are going to be conducting is a questioning under Veritaserum. For that we only need the potion, myself, and your escorts present. Rest assured that if you really are innocent, you need no other people present, the woman answered. To Sirius, she had always seemed to be a strict, yet fair woman, so he felt safe knowing that. Administer the truth serum, Dumbledore told the young man, who merely nodded, tilted Sirius' head back and applied 3 drops of the translucent liquid to his tongue. Sirius, eyes glazed over as the effects took place. What is your name? Dumbledore asked, wanting to see if the serum was working. A little pus. On his mind with Legilimency was also administered to make sure he hadn't resisted its effects. Sirius Orion Black, his voice came out in monotone, everything looked okay. Were you the secret keeper for the property under the Fidelius charm known as Godric's Hollow? Dumbledore went straight to it, only wanting to know if Sirius was innocent of his crimes at the moment. If he was, he could be questioned later on under normal pretenses of what actually happened. No. That simple answer shocked the occupants of the room into silence. Did you betray James and Lily Potter? Bones asked. Sirius didn't hesitate when he answered. Yes. The answer, no doubt, caused a high amount of confusion until Dumbledore stepped in. Perhaps the question was a bit too vague, he mused. How did you betray James and Lily Potter? Sirius hesitated for a brief moment before answering. I peeked on Lily in the shower on SNS after James strictly told me I couldn't, and I convinced them to use Peter Pay. TTI grew to be the secret keeper of their home. Bones frowned angrily at the admission Sirius gave to being a pervert while Kingsley coughed into his hand to hide his amusement, despite the serious situation. Dumbledore, seeing how Sirius could think he betrayed the Potters by making Pettigrew the secret keeper, moved on with his questioning. Did you knowingly betray James and Lily Potter to any of Lord Voldemort's followers? He asked gently, ignoring the wince that went throughout the room at the mentioning of the Dark Lord's name. No, he answered truthfully. Did you kill the 13 Muggles you were accused of killing the night of your arrest? Kingsley questioned this time, reminding the others of his other crimes. No. Who did kill them then, and how? Bones asked this time. Peter Pettigrew killed them with an overpowered reductor curse. The people in the room were shocked into silence once again. Peter Pettigrew is dead. Silence met Dumbledore's statement, as he admonished himself for being forgetful at a time like this. He rephrased the statement so that it was a question, is Peter Pettigrew not dead by your hand? Peter Pettigrew is not dead, to my knowledge, Sirius answered as best he could. What happened to Pettigrew after that night? Bones asked. Peter, after betraying James, Lily and Harry, killing the Muggles, and yelling to the world about my betrayal, cut off his finger with a knife and escaped into the sewer in his rat animagus form, he answered dutifully, as the people in the room hoped this would be the last time they were shocked. Peter Pettigrew is not a registered animagus, Bones muttered as she checked the registry she had in her office. Are you suggesting he is an illegal animagus? No, I'm telling you he's an illegal animagus. He learnt it in his 5th year of school, he answered yet again. Does that mean you're an illegal animagus too? She asked crossly, not liking law-breaking of any kind. You do not need to answer that, Mr. Black. Dumbledore interrupted, right before Sirius was about to answer. He is not charged with being one, so any questioning relating to that topic is unnecessary. His eyes were twinkling merrily as Bones glared at him. Do you know of Peter Pettigrew's whereabouts? Bones asked with a tired sigh, the final question for the night. No, he answered once again, as Dumbledore no. DDED to the potions expert to administer the antidote. Madam, I think it is clear with what we have heard tonight that Mr. Black should be cleared of all charges, Dumbledore suggested with a smile. As Sirius sat there in shock while Bones nodded tiredly. Sirius Orion Black, as the head of the DMLE, I hereby exonerate you of all your charges and release you back into society, she announced. To the teary-eyed Sirius, the ministry will compensate you for your unjust time spent in prison. I believe 50,000 galleons for each year spent should suffice, she announced to the stunned RO. Tiredly, I will need you to give me a statement of the exact events of that night, but other than that, you're free to go, she smiled at Sirius as he actually let a few tears fall. I'm free, he asked in disbelief, as Kingsley put a comforting hand on the man's shoulder. Yes, Mr. Black, as soon as you give me your statement, she confirmed. I'm free, he repeated quietly. I can finally see my friends again, play Quidditch. Get laid, he announced cheerfully at the end. So much time wasted, I need to get to know my godson. I'm sure he'd love to get to know you, Dumbledore smiled, maybe. He frowned. Most likely, he corrected at the end, ignoring the confused Sirius. Doesn't matter, maybe I can teach him some Quidditch moves, he bounced around happily, to the amusement too. Those in the room, there's nothing like Quidditch to bring a family together. I just hope he's as good as his old man. He'd have to be if he wanted to stand a chance against me. He let out a guffaw. While Dumbledore looked more amused than ever. I believe there are some things you need to know about young Mr. Potter, Sirius. Harry whistled appreciatively when he finally arrived at the heart of the Chamber of Secrets and was exposed to the body of the dead basilisk. He had followed the tunnel from the entrance he knew to exist from Myrtle's bathroom and easily ended up here, though. He did have to transfigure a large pile of rubble blocking his way into strong, supportive columns lest the ceiling collapsed on him. Just as he'd expected, his little tryst in Azkaban did nothing to harm his reputation with the other students in the school. In fact, it probably just increased it. The sob story the prophet was painting to the wizarding world about his imprisonment combined with the bad boy image it supposedly gave him to be in ex-con, had the unfortunate effect of only increasing many of the girls in Hogwarts' opinion of him. Had he known this from the start, or added it to his calculations? He'd probably have made Malfoy fork out another 30 million just out of principle. Ravenclaw had, unsurprisingly, decided it was necessary to throw him a welcome back party in their common room. One that he had no interest in participating in. He figured that he should at least be thankful to them for allowing him the opportunity to sneak out on his own and explore the sea. Hamber of secrets like he had intended, alone. Realizing just how many years' worth of Christmas presents he had lying on the floor in front of him for Archie, Harry proceeded to dissect and tear apart the basilisk's body for ingredients before banishing the leftover scraps. While he was cleaning, he also decided to clean up the actual room with a few powerful repairing charms mixed with some impressive transfiguration. The result was that instead of a moldy, damaged and breaking down secret chamber, he was standing in a less moldy, slightly less damaged and no longer breaking down secret chamber, a magnificent waste of time. Harry's reasons for coming down here though had nothing to do with cleaning the chamber, nor salvaging potions ingredients from a legendary serpent. No, he was searching for knowledge. More particularly, the knowledge within Slytherin's hidden library. I will lead you to my secrets if you know the true meaning of power, he muttered under his breath, eyeing the massive stature of Salazar Slytherin before him. It was fortunate that Slytherin had decided to throw him a bone and leave that clue behind in his diary, the very last line in fact, say he was certain he'd never find the information he sought. He figured that the man wanted a way to stop his less intellectually gifted descendants from having access to his life's work, he knew that someone not of his bloodline could access it though remains to be seen. Ipsa scientia potestas est, he spoke loud and clear to the statue of the founder, reciting the man's favorite quote in Latin knowing it was correct. Harry found it quite amusing that the man who had made the saying famous in the Muggle world didn't exist until 500 years after Slytherin's time. To his disappointment, Slytherin's stature remained unmoving, which is why he was caught unawares when the floor beneath him glowed a bright green in color. Gracefully leaping backwards and drawing his wand warily, wondering if this was a trap, he waited patiently for a few moments for the glow to die down. The glow finally subsided after a few moments, revealing a set of stairs descending into another torchlit corridor. If he ever had a chance to speak to Slytherin, he would have to ask the man what the hell he found so fascinating about damp and dark places. The corridor itself was lined with torches up until it led to a rather large set of doors roughly 20 meters ahead of him. What piqued his curiosity though was that this corridor seemed to be in a much better condition than the rest of the chamber previously. From the marble floor, to the land even the stone walls, not one bit of it seemed worn or even dirty. Curious for a place built, and never visited, for 1,000 years. Writing it off as some sort of preservation charm that was lifted when he spoke the password, he slowly made his way down the hall and to the large doors, which automatically opened towards him when he neared them. He was not ashamed to admit that what met his eyes upon the opening of the large doors surprised him to no end. Instead of a room of stone walls, and perhaps even marble floors like the corridor, there was a nicely furnished library with mahogany furniture, a wooden floor covered by a rug, a fireplace and a large bookshelf next to a desk filled with texts he was itching to read. Above the mantel of the fireplace was a still picture of a younger-looking Salazar Slytherin, as the plaque indicated, looking rather handsome in a medieval sort of way. He only spent a few moments admiring the setup of the room before moving over to the bookshelf. Many of the leather-bound tomes were labeled on their spine in Parseltongue, while there were few that remained blank. Those ones looked the oldest, judging by the condition of their covers. He was surprised to find, however, that when he decided to pull out a book labeled Advanced Warding and Curse Break in Theory Volume 1, it wouldn't budge. He frowned before trying another tome, and to his annoyance, he found that no matter which one he tried, none of them would be released by the bookshelf. "Yo, you are not of my bloodline," a voice hissed from behind him, though it sounded more curious than menacing. Freezing in his tracks and turning around slowly, Harry was met with the sight of a very much awake Salazar Slytherin portrait. One that was not only speaking to him in Parseltongue, but was sitting and stroking the head of a rather small serpent while sitting on a couch in front of a fireplace. "Well spotted," he complimented. "I'd imagine this to be the first time you have been activated then?" he asked, moving closer to the portrait as he spoke, seeing as he couldn't take the books anyway. "You'd do well to show me some respect, boy," he said with narrowed eyes. "You are, after all, in my private study, seeking the knowledge of my life's work." "You're a portrait," Harry drawled, not showing any fear to the portrait of the great wizard. "While I may have shown the real you respect, I refuse to do so to a magical painting, especially when I, as you said, am not of your bloodline." The founder looked more amused than angry, though his eyes were still narrowed. "Very well, how is it that you, one of Rowena's, has found your way into my most secret sanctum?" he asked with a hiss, refusing to speak English. Though given that the man lived 1,000 years ago, he figured their ideas of what English was would clash anyway. "I used your diary, actually," informed Harry, as he took a seat before the portrait, refusing to stand if they were going to have a lengthy conversation. "And how, pray tell, did it come into your possession?" he asked with a cold edge to his voice. "Did you kill the rightful owner?" "I won it from a goblin actually, in a game of skill." He very much doubted the man knew what poker was. "I imagine one of your descendants bartered it to them for a few sickles. I can assure you he wasn't too pleased to part with it." "Disgusting creatures," he muttered with distaste. "Their greed for riches is matched only by the dwarves. At least they got a good price," he mumbled in annoyance, knowing that only a Parseltongue could make use of it anyway. "Actually, unless the goblins obtained it closer to your time, it's not a very good price at all," he corrected. "This is the year 2005, no doubt inflation has had a major impact on the currency of the wizarding world. The yearly tuition to attend Hogwarts is around 300 galleons nowadays." "I believe." Harry took a secret pleasure in seeing the shock on Slytherin's face. "It has taken that long for someone to find me?" he questioned faintly. "I knew it was a possibility. For another Parseltongue to acquire the diary by unsavory means, which is why I had Matilda guard the chamber from anyone not of my blood." Salazar's eyes narrowed dangerously. "What have you done with her?" he demanded angrily, though Harry didn't seem fazed. "I did nothing but salvage potions ingredients from her corpse." He found the basilisk's name to be quite amusing. "It was a friend of mine who killed her." "A fourth year actually." Seeing Slytherin about to explode, he continued on. "In his defense, he is the best brewer I know, even compared to our potions professor. Then there's tea. He fact that one of your actual and only remaining descendants was using her to attack and kill students." Slytherin's eyes widened at that last bit of information. "I never expected." "This is fascinating and all," Harry interrupted, "but I have a use for your knowledge regarding the serpent staff and healing magics, not to mention the copious amounts of parcel magic you have written in those tomes. So if you could tell me how to release them, I can be on my way and you can mourn the loss of your dearly beloved Matilda." "Insolence," Salazar shouted. "What makes you think I'd ever let an impudent whelp like you lay a finger on my life's work?" Harry remained silent for a moment, dusting off an imaginary piece of dust from his robes as he pondered. Suddenly, an idea struck him. When he recalled a piece of information Lestat had once told him. "You know, under your descendants' orders," he embellished a bit, though he didn't much care, "one of his followers used an unknown curse on my mother when my home was attacked as a child. She has been in a coma ever since." He resisted the urge to grin victoriously when Salazar's eyes became sympathetic. "It has almost been a doze. N years since she first fell into that coma. The only way I know of how to cure her is with that serpent staff." "What is your relationship with her?" he asked gently, a faraway look in his eyes as if recalling something. "I was 3, when she was taken from me." He figured he could throw the man a bone. "I don't remember her well at all, but as any son should for their mother who took a curse for them. I will not stop until she is cured. She fought valiantly against her opponent, decimating her until the witch sent a curse in my direction in her last moments of consciousness." Salazar remained silent for several long moments, time in which Harry spent admiring the room some more until the man spoke again. "I will let you have access to all of my life's work you see on that wall, my NLY, because I am honor-bound to for my descendants' actions, but I have one condition." He held up his finger while Harry raised a curious brow. "You must take this portrait with you, now that I have been awakened. I don't very much fancy remaining in this castle, and especially not in this room. From what you've told me of your mother and the circumstances leading to her condition, it sounds like a very powerful application of accidental magic lead to her condition, and there is only one real cure that I know of in those books that would help with that." Harry's eyes lit up with excitement. The first time since he could remember, and that potion will require you to travel the world, no doubt, especially since you will need the staff itself. So you want out so you can see the world. You know I don't intend on carrying a portrait around with me wherever I go, Harry responded dryly. Salazar smirked down imperiously at him. I am well aware of that fact. I have ways around such troublesome issues. You need not worry. Harry resisted the urge to assure him that he wasn't. What possible reason do you have to decline? You've obviously believed my work important and valuable enough to come all this way for. How could you having me around not be helpful? Harry sighed tiredly and ran a hand through his now long, messy hair before regarding Slytherin again. You will release to me all of the tomes in this room. He hissed, sure he wasn't being swindled. Of course, I have no further use for them, Slytherin agreed with a shrug, and it also seems my descendant is far less worthy of such an honor. Especially if he or she attacked students in this school using Matilda. Disgusting. Then we have an accord. Harry frowned before lifting the canvas off the wall and placing him closer to the shelf of tomes. On a chair. Are these sorted in any particular way? Harry asked curiously as he waited for the go-ahead to be able to take them as his own. Chronologically, Salazar mumbled as he looked over the books. The books are released from their hold. I control whether they can be released or not. Another fail-safe, if you will. Frowning some, Harry pulled out his trunk from his pocket and enlarged it. He opened the heavy, leather-bound lid and revealed a compartment within which housed all of his rarer tomes. Big Mac, Harry hissed to the animated serpent lock. Who allowed the drawer to be opened when the password was uttered? What in Esculapius' name are you talking about? Salazar frowned while Harry snorted in amusement at his new companion's use of name. It's a 21st century muggle thing. You wouldn't understand, he automatically answered before standing and looking at the bookshelf with a frown. Let's see if this works, with a mere wave of his hand. He willed his magic like he learned to do in Azkaban with the help of his occlumency exercises to pack the books from the shelf into his trunk in the same order. Salazar watched silently with a raised eyebrow at the boy's impressive feat of wielding magic in its purest form. He himself had been 19 when he first discovered a way to manipulate magic in its purest and wildest form. Harry shrugged slightly when all the books were packed. It wasn't too great of a skill. It left him more tired than usual after use and had no practical uses in combat. He supposed it was a nice party trick though. I think we will have an interesting relationship, lad. I never got your name. Salazar looked on thoughtfully with his arms crossed. Harry Potter, I'm shrinking you and putting you in my trunk, or else I wouldn't get 3 steps outside of this place without you being confiscated and probably mounted on the headmaster's wall. Seeing no need to object, Salazar didn't complain when Harry shrunk his portrait and placed him in the dark trunk before closing it. This would be interesting indeed. Archie looked to his friend with concern. Harry could hide it rather well. But when you've been around someone for a certain period of time, you start to notice things about them, like how Harry always moved with a cat-like grace and his eyes always shone a bright green, regardless of his mood. Now though, ever since being released from Azkaban, Archie had noticed Harry's movements and mannerisms had become slightly more sluggish while his eyes had dulled considerably. Small bags under them implying that he had trouble sleeping. It wasn't anything major at first glance, but Archie could notice it just the same. You guys want anything from the cart? Archie asked Cedric and Harry, who were sitting in the same compartment as him on the Hogwarts Express. It's on me. On you? Harry asked dubiously. I know you have a job now, but that doesn't mean you should go splurging your money for no reason. This isn't money I got from working at Moony Nights, Archie assured as Cedric grabbed a few chocolate frogs from the cart. The party you missed ariously disappeared from last night proved to be rather profitable, he elaborated with a perverted grin. How so? Cedric nodded politely to the woman with the food cart as she left their compartment. I was wondering how long it'd take you to start capitalizing on that, Harry mumbled under his breath. Contraceptive potions, seed, my man, Archie elaborated while Cedric choked on his chocolate. The boy quickly vanished the offensive piece of candy from his throat with a wave of his wand. People do stuff like that in your house? He asked incredulously while Harry and Archie looked at him as if he were crazy. Don't be so naive, Seed. It happens in every house, Archie replied with a grin, and you'd be surprised how much people would be willing to pay for the potion. It's a lot safer than the charm. How much do you sell each one for then? Harry asked curiously. 5 galleons a potion and it lasts for 24 hours, he said with pride. I also have a 100% money-back guarantee should it fail. As well as the option to sue the shit out of me if it doesn't work, he said with a nervous chuckle. You have that much faith in your potions? Cedric asked incredulously while Harry was crunching numbers in his head. If they screw up, you could end up living on the streets, he warned cautiously. Don't worry about that little badger, I never screw up a potion. Especially one as easy as this, he reassured his concerned friend. From memory, the cost of the ingredients for the contraceptive potion is only a few sickles, right? Harry suddenly asked Archie curiously. Yeah, 2 sickles usually if I buy them in bulk, he explained as Cedric looked on in shock while Harry only chuckled. Very clever of you Arcades, that's like a 4,200% markup, Harry complimented. While Archie and Cedric looked on in confusion, I'm assuming you import your ingredients from that place in Germany also. Yeah, they're the cheapest for the ingredients I want. I don't like that look in your eyes Harry, Archie suddenly added warily. Do shut up, out of all the people you know of to trust with money, who would you put at the top of that list? Harry snapped back. I don't see how you'd qualify, Archie said with a frown. You don't? Harry asked incredulously. When I first started out investing and making money, the Potter Vault only had around 5 million galleons in it. Cedric and Archie gave each other incredulous looks. The message was clear, only. Now, with my investments in various businesses, playing for England, that poker game's winnings and now the money to keep my mouth shut from Malfoy about their little screw-up, do you have any idea how much money I have now? Cedric and Archie just looked at him with lost expressions, causing Harry to groan in annoyance. Last I checked my bank statement, it is somewhere in the vicinity of 90 million galleons. He only rolled his eyes when Cedric and Archie's expressions varied through different degrees of shock. Now that I've proven my point, what you want to do is market your potions to the entire school, not just Ravenclaw House, he began while Archie and Cedric listened intently. The latter because he had never really heard one of Harry's schemes before in person. Selling them won't really be a problem with teenage hormones, they already screw like rabbits anyway. Your potion will just make them feel safer about it. I was already considering it. Archie began but was cut off by Harry once again. I know you were, which is why you're an idiot, as subtle as ever. Harry was. Cedric frowned. Didn't you just say? I know what I said, but there are problems with that, the main one being that his potion, he pointed to Archie, will just encourage kids to have, probably at younger ages too, which is pretty disgusting in my opinion considering I've heard about kids as young as 12 being intimate in one way or another in some houses, but I digress. He said, seeing Archie's worried look. It's really no problem because his potion gives a 100% assurance that there will be no pregnancy, as long as H.E. brewed it right, which we all now know it is, he added, glaring at Archie who puffed up in indignation. So, your only problem is parents and teachers who disapprove of their children or students going at it like horny rabbits at such a young age, which once again, isn't your fault. The parents and teachers should teach their daughters not to be sluts, but they won't see it that way because it's human nature your own mistakes. By now Cedric was simply looking at Harry owlishly, never having heard him speak so much at once before while Archie was listening intently. It made sense. The only way around that problem is for you to stop selling the potion under your name, setting up a dummy business with a false owner to do so instead, which shouldn't be much of a problem for you because I rather doubt you want to be known for selling guilt-free potions anyway. People will still link it back to me if I mysteriously stop selling them and someone else comes on the market to do so instead. Archie frowned while Harry nodded at his point. A fine point, but you won't stop selling your contraceptive potions immediately, rather, you'll wait for practical potions to knock you out of the market. He pointed out while Archie's eyes lit up. I can also set up an owl ordering system, so that would make selling to other houses pretty easy. I already have plenty of money from working at Moony Nights to buy some. Indeed, but you'll want to undercut your own price a bit by a few sickles too, which won't really matter much considering you'll be selling that many more potions anyway, he pointed out. Yeah, and that contraceptive potion thing was just a spur of the moment idea. I can make so much more to sell, like Zit cures, hickey menders, mild truth serums, and even some Felix Felicis. Archie pointed out with excitement. Harry did a double take when the last one was mentioned. You can make Felix Felicis. He asked. Oh yeah, he can make elixirs too. Cedric NTED out while Archie flushed in embarrassment under Harry's scrutiny. I may have dabbled in a little alchemy and advanced potions, he mumbled under his breath. You know, I'm not too bad at brewing myself if you give me the instructions, Cedric added. I imagine if you get more help, you could even send some catalogs to other schools on the continent. I guess I can chip in and buy some more owls too to help for those deliveries. Archie's eyes lit up with excitement. And I won't even have to quit my job at Moony Nights. I can just ask Remus to work nights from now on and brew during the day. He pointed to Harry. That bum won't help because he's always busy with Quidditch or learning his own thing, but we might be able to hire a few house elves if someone was able to purchase us some. Archie not so discreetly motioned to Harry. I'll want 20% of all profits, he offered immediately, knowing a good idea when he saw one. 10, Archie counter-argued, yo. You won't even be helping with the brewing and that's going to be the toughest part. House elves aren't exactly cheap, and you'll be using my premises to do your brewing anyway. 15, he counter-offered. 12% and you'll have the right to ask me to brew any potion for you, free of charge, even if Practical Potions doesn't sell it. Seeing Harry still looking rather dubious, he SWE. Eating the deal, and I won't even bitch to you about Stephanie being gone again. Deal? Harry agreed immediately. That was definitely a good bargain. This is so awesome. Archie bounced with excitement. I know where to pretty much get every ingredient we'll need at the cheapest prices. And if we buy them in bulk, we'll get awesome discounts. Hey Cedric, you know where Moony Nights is? Yeah. I know where it is. I've never been though, he conceded. My dad will be pleased to know that I have a job. He's been hounding me to get a summer job for a while now. It'd be best not to tell him you're helping Archie brew potions. Harry pointed out. We don't want to leave any paper trails so we can be hassled for monopolizing the market, or be hounded by annoyed parents. Tell him you'll be working at Moony Nights as a waiter like Archie, that way you'll have a reason to stay and brew whenever you want. That's right, you both live there yeah. Cedric suddenly remembered. Yeah, I hardly ever see him there anyway unless it's mealtime. Archie shrugged. He's pretty much busy all the time and keeps himself locked in his room. Oh wait, I did see him go clothes shopping once last year. He joked as Harry yawned. How else do you think I'd have become a father of 34? He responded dryly. I have to actually spend time in the bedroom for that to happen. Cedric and Archie both laughed at his expense. Harry figured that this summer break would be somewhat more eventful than the last, especially with Nymphadora popping around all the time, a new business to start up. A small library of information to read through, a godfather who will no doubt want to get to know him, Quidditch practice, World Cup qualifiers, a vampire to thank and a 1,000-year-old wizard's portrait to interrogate. He definitely wouldn't have much free time on his hands. Harry and Archie bid Cedric farewell at King's Cross, the latter meeting his parents while the former just skipped past the odd whispers. Finger-pointing and die-hard fan girls King's Cross had to offer. What in Merlin's name? Archie looked on with amusement when he saw an extremely large billboard outside of King's Cross station with the new Coca-Cola ad playing on it. What he found amusing about it though was that it had Harry, in a very tight set of hot pants, exiting the water of a beach and taking a long swig of a bottle of Coke. There was a voice speaking in the background of the ad saying something about even Quidditch stars and drinking Coke. I get paid a lot of money for that, Harry answered the unasked question, moving as quickly as possible so he wouldn't see the other schoolgirls' reaction to seeing that particular billboard advertisement. Why would they put it in the middle of Muggle London though? I doubt they know what Quidditch is. Archie asked as he followed behind Harry quickly until they found a taxi and got inside. Robertson's Road please, Harry reeked. You ested of the driver. The billboard is charmed to show something different for Muggles, Stephen Gerrard I believe. And who's that? A football player for Liverpool. Harry didn't feel like explaining more, so. Are you really going to take this brewing business seriously? Because if you're not, I really don't want to waste my time and money. No, I am. Don't worry, he assured. I've been mooching off of the Zabinis for long enough. I think it's about time I make my own way in the world, you know. Is that why you got a job at Moony Nights then? He asked curiously. Mainly, he answered vaguely. Harry figured there may have been more to it, but couldn't be bothered figuring it out. So where are you going to buy house elves from? They don't just have shops on Diagon Alley or something, do they? No, he answered. They don't. You need to go to the ministry and apply for ownership. Obviously some galleons will speed up the process a fair bit. Seems like slave labor though, doesn't it? Archie asked with a frown. We don't even have to pay off the little buggers and they're the best workers anyone could ever need. Harry shrugged. True enough, but if you eat them well and act like they're friends instead of their masters, they'll work harder for you, he answered. Most people don't get that, so they just treat them like slaves. You know how much of the cooking Lizzie does for Moony Nights. Right, Archie snorted. Yeah, like all of it, he quipped with amusement. How many do you plan on getting? We could literally hit every school up on the continent with catalogs by the end of summer. And by that time, I'd have brewed up a massive stockpile of whatever we want to sell. Harry hummed thoughtfully. This really was a brilliant idea. Archie's skills at brewing didn't only restrict him to brewing difficult potions, it also allowed him to brew and prepare ingredients at a freaky pace, faster than he ever could. That thought just reminded him of the birthday present he had in mind for the boy as a thank you for helping him out with all that Azkaban rubbish. I'll probably only get 2. Any more is overkill. Hermione becomes greater than the speed at which you can supply. I doubt I'll need to buy you another one, you'll have the cash to buy your own. You really think this will be that successful? Archie asked doubtfully. Arcades. He began patiently. You know where to get nearly every marketable ingredient in existence for the lowest price possible. Add that with the fact that the demand for potions like these are ridiculously high. You could literally charge whatever you like as long as your customers are willing to pay. All you have to worry about is paying Cedric. This is so exciting. Archie jumped in his seat. Glad that Harry had put a notice me not charm on the back seat of the taxi, else they would have been breaking numerous secrecy laws. I'm starting my own business, and all I need to do is do something I already love doing. Harry would never admit it out loud, but he was happy for his friend. Harry, a voice called from the kitchen. What took you so damn long? Seeing as your lazy ass couldn't pick us up from the station. Arcades and I decided to walk around Nocturne Alley for a bit to pass the time. Harry really had no idea why the two of them did this. It wasn't like his time was something he could waste easily. Whatever, come out back. Remus, voice called through the doors. The request kind of confused him, seeing as the place looked full at the moment. Families eating together after reuniting after a year of school, goblins after a day of work, the werewolves who lived here eating their dinner, just to name a few. Nodding a greeting to Lizzie, who was manning the bar while Remus was currently indisposed, Harry pushed through the door into the kitchen and then exited the building through the back to see a few people he didn't expect to see so soon. Sitting on a motorbike that looked like it was made in the late 80s was none other than a still somewhat skeletal-looking Sirius Black, while Remus was sitting on his break time chair with none other than Nymphadora Tonks on his lap. What is that? He asked with a curious tone, while Archie just gaped at the seemingly new couple. Sirius, who was wiping his bike down proudly, hopped off of it and cleared his throat. This, my estranged godson, is my baby, Sirius introduced. Her name's Delilah, and she's a 1986 Harley-Davidson XLH 1100, but that's not all. Remus was frowning at the fact Harry was ignoring him. Or more importantly, ignoring just who was sitting on his lap. He had been waiting to see that little brat's reaction to this for months. Good to see you again, Tonks. Archie greeted Tonks with a grin. He had seen her around Harry and had said a few words to her at school, but that was ages ago. You look comfortable, he commented with a little grin. Charmed, you say? Harry ocked to the bike with interest while Sirius grinned. Oh yeah, Delilah runs on magic instead of petrol. She can also fly and she has Muggle notice me not charms all over her. Your dad used to be so jealous of me when I would fly it around. He grinned. Speaking of which, when were you going to tell me you were an international Quidditch star? I can barely leave this place without hearing your Me being mentioned by at least 30 people in 3 minutes. Yeah, well, Azkaban and all, I guess it slipped my mind, he replied dryly. You still haven't told us your reasoning behind that little stunt, Remus interjected with a frown. Harry turned to Remus and plastered a look of mock surprise on his features. Nymphadora. When did you get here? Sirius was about to warn his godson against using her first name, but figured he's learned better by getting his ass hexed. Imagine his surprise when Harry bent over the moment she fired a spell at him to pick something up off the floor. Oh, a canute, it must be my lucky day. He pocketed said coin. He conjured that the second we came out here, Archie mumbled to Remus, who was trying not to laugh at his girlfriend's plight. When will you either stop dodging your punishments or stop calling Mebby my name Pipsqueak? Pipsqueak. Harry frowned. I distinctly recall you getting a good perv on this Pipsqueak's body when you interrupting his workout on Christmas. Nymphadora. Sirius let out a bark of laughter while Archie just sighed and took a seat atop the rubbish bin beside them. He does that with everyone. Tonks. He still calls me Arcades. He's right. You best get over it, Harry advised as Archie snickered. Tonks sent another stinging hex at Harry for good measure, hoping to catch him off guard, but to her annoyance, he merely flicked the canute in his hand in the way of the spell, which caused a small blast of light before redirecting the spell away from him. Well, that was just cool, Archie complimented. So, is anyone going to tell me why a well-known murderer is sitting on a motorbike over there giggling like a girl and out of ministry custody? I do not giggle like a girl. It's a manly giggle, Sirius protested. Professor Dumbledore escorted him to the ministry for a questioning under Veritaserum. I believe you already know what happened after that, Harry, Remus explained with a smile. We've been catching up ever since, apologizing, reminiscing and showing pensive memories. Did you give him shit for being a cradle robber? Harry asked Sirius with a grin, earning a loud noise of protest from Remus and Tonks. Sirius conspiratorially pulled Harry aside with his arm over his shoulder and whispered into his ear loudly. I tried, but the more I say it, the more I realize who wears the pants in that relationship. Remus isn't a cradle robber, Isildur is just a grave robber. That or a gold digger, Archie piped in, ignoring the gaping couple beside them. It makes sense, that apron does suit Moony quite a bit. Harry commented offhandedly. You think she uses her powers to, switch the roles a bit? Harry, that's just disgusting, Sirius said with a fake grimace. Yeah, I was never a fan of sodomization, Harry agreed sagely. That's not an issue. Remus has a completely functional vagina, Archie joked while he and Sirius cracked up laughing. Harry was merely smirking at the fuming couple. I love this kid. You say your name is Archie, right? I'm Sirius Black, the ex-con introduced. Pleasure. Archie shook the man's hand. Remus and Tonks, privates aside. What in Merlin's name is that? Archie asked, referring to Delilah. Sirius began giving a lengthy description of what a motorbike was, leaving Remus, Tonks and Harry to watch on in silence. Harry, you can joke and avoid the topic all you want, but I can tell your time in Azkaban affected you more than you're letting us know. Remus commented with concern. If it's the enters affecting me you were worried about, you can rest assured knowing that aside from practically almost freezing me to death, they were pretty much useless. Something's off with you, Harry, even I notice it. Tonks said with worry while Harry shrugged it off. I'm fine, I have a meeting to attend to in a few hours, I'm going to get ready, Harry announced, all traces of humor from his voice gone as he silently made his way back inside. Tonks gave Remus a worried glance that was reciprocated by the werewolf. Don't worry about Harry, he's a strong kid and he knows what he's doing, Remus tried to comfort his girlfriend. Knowing how fond she was of the boy, his determination to get things done borderlines recklessness, but he did come out of it 20 million galleons richer. Remus tried to reason. He was shocked however to see that Tonks wasn't surprised by the number at all. That place is hell, Remus. I've been there as a guest and I couldn't wait to leave the place. Imagine staying there for 3 weeks. Let alone 10 years. Azkaban changes people. It wasn't worth it. The duo watched Sirius explain the functions of a motorbike to an excited Archie, as if he were a toddler showing off his new Christmas present, unable to hide their worry very well even if they tried. I'm going out. Harry creedly down the stairs while swinging a coat over his shoulders. It's midnight. Remus argued, annoyed. The people expecting me aren't exactly the type to enjoy the daytime very much, Harry deadpanned. Oh, you're going to see Lestat? Remus asked interested. I thought he lived in France. Quote, he does. I'm taking the flow to the international port and then getting a connecting one to his manor. I'm keyed into the wards, he explained. Do you have your passport? Remus could have sworn he saw a hint of a black dragon hide leather vest under Harry's coat. Wait, aren't they dragon hide pants and boots too? He thought, looking at Harry's clothing more closely. I do, but I won't need it. I'm kind of a big deal, he said with a grin. Is there a reason you're dressed for battle? Remus asked, with a look in his eyes that clearly said that he better liked the answer he was going to get. Imagine his surprise when Harry suppressed a shiver. Have you ever met Lestat's wife? No, Remus answered. Does that matter? Pray that you don't, Harry advised. She's a nice enough vamp, but she's come to see me as some sort of illegitimate son over the years. Do you have any idea how bad a mother hen with superhuman strength is? Remus winced in sympathy, thinking of a certain Weasley in particular. Are you going to be okay? He asked with concern. I have plan, it should work. He paused on his way to the fireplace with a grimace on his features. And should it not? I haven't thought that far ahead yet, Harry confessed. Harry grabbed a handful of flow powder from behind the bar and threw it into the fireplace, his destination being France. Harry appeared in a whirl of flames inside Lestat's manor after having just arrived from the International Flow Exchange Agency. It was kind of like a customs office in a Muggle airport that checked your possessions before you crossed into another country's territory, so that no one could smuggle anything in illegally. Harry, how good to see you, Lestat greeted in French. Having been alerted by his wards that Harry had arrived. Likewise, he replied in kind, using his wand to magic the soot off of his clothes. They didn't even ask for my passport at the exchange, he commented with a smirk. Not surprising. Have you eaten? He led Harry through his large house after he was done cleaning himself. No, not yet, but something smells good, he complimented. How did the conclave go? No troubles, I hope, he asked conversationally. You know I can't answer that unless you become one of us. The offer still stands, by the way, he grinned while Harry shrugged. Lucille is already bad enough as is, and if I let you turn me, she would actually technically be my mother, and no offense meant, but that woman. Harry stopped dead in his tracks when he saw the evil grin on Lestat's face. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine when someone's cold breath blew against the nape of his neck. That woman is what, Harry? A voice purred in French behind him. Don't stop on my account. Harry turned slowly and stiffly to come face to face with the ruby-red lips of Lucille d'Auvergne. She was looking as beautiful as always, dressed in an elegant, B.L. Akin skin-tight evening dress that, while simple in design, accentuated all her curves and features perfectly. Her violet eyes were peering down at him with amusement, and Harry couldn't help but admire her beauty once again. He figured that if he had to spend eternity with someone as his spouse, he too would pick the best-looking woman he could find. One with a great personality. He could. Stop himself from admiring her wondrous personality as his eyes were locked on Lucille's more than generous-sized S, barely being constrained by her dress. Such a wonderful personality. As interrupted from his less than appropriate thoughts when the millennium-old vampire coughed to get his attention, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Now that you're done perving, Harry, are you going to tell me what you were going to say? She asked in a throaty and sweet voice that would have lesser men confessing their deepest desires. What makes you think you'd be interested? Harry asked. Chair regaining his composure. I was merely commenting to Lestat here how lucky he is to have such a strong-willed woman by his side to keep him in check, isn't that right, Lestat? Harry turned to see that his host had mysteriously disappeared. Motherfucker. Tut, Harry, such crude language. Now, do you mind telling what that stunt you pulled by allowing yourself to be taken to Azkaban was about? She asked sweetly, a long and slender finger running down his cheek as she asked, you wouldn't purposefully do something so stupid, would you? I'd hate to have to discipline you again, she trailed off, leaving Harry in no doubt that some sort of discipline would be handed out. Harry had prepared for this though, and he'd be damned if he let himself be disciplined so easily. Blast ended Scroots. Harry interrupted the woman in English as she was advancing on him. Lucille merely looked to him in confusion. Let us not, dear Lucille, forget our dear friends the blast-ended Scroots, revolting little creatures. The lot of them. Let them go unattended for long enough, and they'll explode in your face, messing you up real good. Fact of life, isn't it? Lucille was torn between pounding Harry into the ground for his stupidity and enveloping him in a huge hug to comfort him. Obviously Azkaban had sent him over the edge. So yes, I could have found a way around being arrested with the information Lestat and yourself so generously gave me, and then he'd know he has a leak for the next time he plots against me. Not nipping his scheming in the bud and allowing him to come up with another plan to have me rot in Azkaban for the rest of my life sounds rather shitty no matter which way you put it. Lucille didn't look convinced, but that didn't stop Harry. Or we sue. LD do what you so naively suggested and just kill off the dastardly duo. He had to sidestep quickly as Lucille lunged at him. That would only lead to me being arrested anyway, seeing as Fudge would have been known to be investigating me at the time of his death. Add to that a Veritaserum interrogation, and we'd have a war between wizards and vampires on our hands. Can we, in fact, ignore that the ministry is filled with bigoted idiots who would never see reason? We cannot. Res ipsa loquitur, tabula and naufragio. We are left with but one option. I had to, and I can't believe the words are coming out of my mouth. Rely on Arcades to clear my name for me, thus proving the injustice Fudge was committing legally, getting a shitload of galleons from Malfoy and nipping any further plots in the bud. Harry let out a sigh of relief when Lucille actually seemed to be pondering his words. His speech actually worked. A very well thought out argument, Harry. I especially like the Latin reference, she complimented. Before her smile turned into a glare as she sauntered over to him. But you deliberately allowed yourself to be held in custody in Azkaban, knowing you could swindle more galleons out of Malfoy that way. For that bit of stupidity, you will be punished. Well fuck, time for Plan B. Almost quicker than Lucille could follow, Harry slipped his wand into his hand and read a cloud of mist to cover his tracks before running for it as if the devil was on his heels. Well, she kind of was. You know that will only delay the inevitable, darling, Lucille cooed. Her voice seemed to echo off every wall in the house. Harry hated when she did that. You're just getting me excited, you know I love a good hunt. Lestat waited patiently with a smile on his face in his office as his wife chased Harry around their manor. He's probably be worried if Lucille were chasing anybody else, but he knew she had a soft spot for the boy and only wanted to rough him up a little. He kind of deserved it anyway. This whole mess with Lucille's twisted motherly affections for the very first time Harry had graced their manor with his presence, several months before the big poker game at Gringotts to discuss the possibility of obtaining Slytherin's diary. Harry had, somewhat reluctantly, informed his beloved wife his reasoning behind his actions and about his mother's condition. Perhaps it was the fact that they'd never had children, or maybe because she was feeling somewhat hormonal at the time, but something about his story caused Lucille's motherly senses to go into overdrive. She'd begun treating him like her child ever since. Well, sort of, if you consider smothering him with hugs and kisses when he visited or hunting him around their manor when he did something stupid. He had never thought Lucille would have had reason to be more pissed off than when Harry had pulled off a rather daring stunt in his game against Burkina Faso. He was wrong. It always did provide him with an infinite sense of amusement to see Harry try and swindle his way out of her affections, or disciplinary actions though. Good times. He was rudely interrupted from his TS when Harry came bursting through the door, looking all sweaty and panicked. Hide me, he hissed when his eyes fell on Lestat. Oh Harry, come out wherever you are, a chilling voice echoed from all around them. Lestat raised an amused eyebrow when Harry dived behind him, hoping to use him as a human shield. The doors suddenly opened slowly and deliberately, allowing Lucille entrance, who looked like she had just been strolling casually around the manor for the past half an hour. The deadly look in her eyes, however, promised pain to her target. He wondered what Harry could have done to warrant such a thing this time. Something the matter, dear? Lestat asked while trying to keep a smirk off his face. You'd best move out of the way, my love, I need to teach that little pervert some manners. Lucille instructed her husband in her throaty voice. Pervert, The vampire inquired with interest. I most certainly am not. Harry leapt up from his hiding place with indignation written on his features. It's her fault for smothering me with her massive. I just tried to breathe. He argued futilely. Complications ensued, and hence, were overcome. You still licked my Harry. And that right is reserved only for my husband, she admonished with a wicked grin. Isn't that right, my love? I'm afraid she has a point, Harry. Lestat agreed. Did you at least enjoy it? Harry just glared at Lestat with slightly pinked cheeks. That is hardly relevant, you traitor. Sticks and stones. Lestat waved off. Come, Lucille, that is the closest you'll ever get to feeding young Harry. You should be overjoyed. Now, shall we move this show onto the dining hall? He grinned at his wife's overjoyed expression. I am rather famished. Did you hear that, Harry? She smirked wit. That wide grin Harry loved and hated at the same time. He thinks that's the closest I'll get to feeding you. Do you want to prove him wrong? She never got an answer to her question as Harry quickly followed Lestat out the door. Lucille's throaty laughter following him. Did your plans at least prove somewhat fruitful? Lestat asked contentedly as he pushed his dinner plate away from him. From a few meters down the long, rectangular table, Harry finished chewing the pork that had been served before answering. Why do I get the feeling you already know the answer anyway? He asked with a raised brow. All he got as an answer was an amused grin while Lucille actually looked out of the loop. Humor me, Lestat prompted. Aside from several dozen tomes in parcel, all written by Slytherin. Har, Rye asked. I may have found a portrait that was a little miffed at the killing of his pet beast and yearned for freedom. So Salazar did leave a portrait of himself, Lestat said to himself more than anyone else with a faraway look. That's interesting. Did he say anything important? Lucille questioned, now curious more than anything. Nothing really, Harry answered vaguely. Oh, Lestat asked with a grin, breaking out of his trance. Nothing about something that would help your mother. He seemed to know more than he let on. Nothing about a particular elixir that would cure most illnesses, both known and unknown. Should someone be able to brew it? Harry shrugged. Though on the inside, he truly wondered how much Lestat actually knew. He might have mentioned it. If you don't mind, Lestat began, might I advise that after you have read up on the actual elixir itself, you focus primarily on warding and curse breaking with parcel magic. Harry swirled his wine glass around in his hand and watched the red wine swirl around silently. He normally wasn't a drinker of alcohol, but when a vampire offers you 800-year-old wine, you wouldn't really refuse. Lestat and Lucille waited patiently for his reaction. I don't mind, Harry answered. You may suggest what you like. He put his glass down on the table after taking a sip and looked Lestat right in the eye. What I would like to know is why. Your quest for knowledge is a secret to no one, Harry, he answered with faux surprise. I figured you would be delighted to learn about ancient and now unused magics. Quote, don't worry yourself about what I'm going to do, Harry waved off. I've known what course of action I'll take with the parcel tomes and Slytherin ever since I got them, he clarified. What I want to K. Now is why you think I would need such knowledge, which I guess ties into the question, what exactly do you know that you seem so intent on hiding from me? Lestat and Lucille both dropped their act, as their smirks left their faces, leaving them a mask of neutrality. Harry didn't let this faze him though, he merely met their gazes, not willing to back down. Tell me, Harry, what do you think of the schooling in this day and age? Lestat asked curiously, though Harry knew the question would have some kind of relevance to his own. To your question, I would answer simply, what schooling? Was his simple reply. Lucille seemed to be pleased with it though. Indeed, Lestat stared down at his own glass of blood. The wizarding world as we know it has become weak, he continued to speak, and all manner of magical creatures are either forces to live as outcasts or savages. This seemed to pique Harry's interest. Were we ever to come under attack, I fear we, as a world, would not last very long. Harry hated these ominous speeches Lestat would give to him from time to time. They made him feel insignificant, like a single ant in a large forest. These days, children are more concerned with having fun than furthering their skills. Lestat looked over to Lucille, who had taken the reins of the conversation. Politicians are more concerned with lining their pockets with gold and bettering their public image. And the magical creature communities are too full of pride, she went on solemnly. I am sure my husband has told you on more than one occasion that dark times are coming, the quest. Ion really is if the world is ready to weather the storm. It is unfortunate, Harry, Lestat took over once again, that we have been bound by blood oaths to not reveal the information that our seers have seen. We do not speak in riddles to merely annoy you. Were it my choice, I'd tell you everything in a second, Lestat said with what looked like actual remorse. All Lucille and I can ask from you is to, when the time comes. And you'll know what I'm talking about when it actually does, to do what you think must be done. Harry sat in silence, pondering their words with his hands interlocked. In front of his mouth and his eyes closed. Suddenly, after several more moments, Harry stood up from his chair and bowed slightly to Lestat. I thank you for having me for dinner, Lestat, but I need to leave. You've given me much to think about. He then rounded the table and kissed Lucille's cheek. I'll be over later in the week so we can continue our sparring. It's unfortunate we can't continue our little lessons. Unfortunate indeed, little one, she said warmly. Nay, she used on him earlier. It has been so long since I've had a skilled swordsman to refine my skills against. Lestat was always woeful at the art. The vampire in question merely scoffed. I'll let the peons fight for me. I don't see any need to lift a sword myself, he joked, though he knew his skills weren't that bad. It's just that his wife's far exceeded his own. I'll see myself out. I know Lucille is only waiting for me to get on the other side of that door before she pounces you anyway, Harry joked. Lestat didn't even have time to think on his words. For immediately after he said them, the dining room door closed with a soft click. Harry smirked when he heard a loud crash come from the dining room the second he left it. Lucille was a crazy woman indeed. Harry awoke in his bedroom with a groan, his vision blurred and his head throbbing for reasons not pertaining to his spectacles sitting innocently on his nightstand. Every breath he took seemed to only increase the throbbing sensation. It was at such a level that if there was any sound being made in his room, he was sure he wouldn't be able to hear it. Flicking his wrist, finding that every action he performed only caused the throbbing in his head to increase, he drew his wand, which is attached to the holster on his wrist at all times, and cast a silent summoning charm to call the silver flask sitting on his bathroom sink to him. The action, unfortunately, wasn't as successful as he would have liked. Apparently, the axe that was firmly lodged in the back of his skull hindered his concentration a little, making casting almost impossible. Forget about silent casting. Flicking his wrist again, he shakily got up from his bed, grabbing his spectacles from where he remembered he placed them, and stumbled towards the bathroom. His vision was filled with large blurs and a whole array of colors he couldn't make sense of while his head felt like his brain was being forcibly ripped apart while two super loud speakers were stuck on the side of his head and sending a continuous thumping sound into his eardrums. Felling for what he knew to be the doorway to his bathroom, he pushed the open door violently out of his way and stumbled to the sink. Resting his hands on the basin, he felt around the sink for the silver flask he knew would make this pain go away. This was the last time he'd go to sleep with that damn flask so far away from him. Finally, his hand made contact with a cool, heavy and metallic object, roughly the size of his wallet. Not too far from the basin. Unscrewing the silver lid, he put the flask to his mouth and took a gulp of the thick and salty liquid within. The effects began to take effect rather slowly, but it was noticeable. At first, his vision began to clear up while the throbbing in his head remained, but slowly, the massive throbbing began to disappear while after his vision was returned to normal. Harry exhaled loudly and looked at his reflection in the mirror, completely naked save for a pair of boxer briefs. Sure, his body remained physically intact, and he didn't experience nightmares due to prolonged exposure to the Dementor's mood-sucking aura, but that didn't mean he left the prison unscathed. That's why occlumency is a ministry-regulated art of magic, I guess, and indeed, it was. There was only one way to stop a Dementor from penetrating your mental defenses and sucking all the good thoughts out of your mind, and that was to erect a strong barrier around it in occlumency while clearing your mind of all thoughts and emotions. There was one problem with that, however. While it did stop the horrific, nightmare-inducing images the Dementors got off on showing their prey, it did put massive amounts of strain on one's mind. 3.5 weeks of reinforcing his mental defenses with his own magic while the hellish creatures relentlessly slammed against Them with the subtlety of a battering ram didn't do much to help his situation. Luckily, the first attack occurred during his checkup with his personal medi-wizard at St. Mungo's, provided by the English Quidditch Association. Of course, after his release, the magical doctor had quickly given him a potion and grilled him as to what exactly happened during his stay in Azkaban. Apparently, He had contracted a self-imposed magical malady called dolorious occlumathornia, which basically meant that without his medication, he'd have a constant, severe migraine. It occurred when one channel ed too much magic around their brains for prolonged periods of time. A disease that infected his mind, his most prized and valued possession. He would get Fudge and Malfoy back if it was the last thing he did. Right after robbing them of every galleon they owned first. Fortunately, so long as he took his medication 3 times a day, he'd never have to worry about the symptoms, unfortunately. He was a busy kid with a lot of things on his mind. Remembering to take his medicine wasn't always on the top of that list. So long as nobody found out about this weakness though, everything would be okay. There may be no cure known to the medi-wizards and witches of the world, but none of them knew much of Parcel Magic's healing abilities either. He would not allow anyone to use this against him. Speaking of Parcel Magic, he mumbled under his breath before quickly getting dressed, pocketing his silver flask, and heading to his study. The room looked very much the same as it did at Christmas, save for one key difference. On the wall opposite his bookshelves between 2 large columns hung the portrait of a sleeping Salazar Slytherin. "Wake up, Salazar," Harry hissed, his voice not noticeably loud. But it did reach the founder's ears. The founder started at the unfamiliar voice before leveling a glare at the boy currently standing on the other side of the room, his back to him. Looking over his newest collection of tomes. "Mind your manners, boy," he hissed irritably. "What is so important that you decide to interrupt my sleep? I need you tell me which of he unnamed tomes contains all the healing magic you described to me," he asked. "You do remember which one it is, don't you? Don't get coy with me, boy. Find out for yourself. I see no profit in it for me to tell you such a thing," he said, annoyance clearly lacing his tone. "I suppose you can find your own history books within that portrait of yours then. I'm sorry I wasted your time," Harry quipped without missing a beat. Earning a growl from the founder. "Charm them so I may interact with them on voice commands," he shot back, "or I will tell you nothing. I will charm the oldest one I own first, to prove I can." Harry counter-offered. "You will then tell me which of the tomes is the one I seek. I will then charm the rest to behave as you have requested and leave you in peace." Sly. Theron seemed to consider his offer for several moments before reluctantly nodding. "Your terms are agreeable, get to it then." Harry walked over to a different bookshelf and levitated a dozen thick tomes from its confines before letting them down before Slytherin. Harry had anticipated the man would want to catch up on the times, so he made sure to collect both Muggle and magical tomes on events that occurred over the past 1,000 years, knowing he would request it eventually anyway. Using a spell he had recently learned to cut down on his study time, Harry waved his wand expertly over the tome depicting the oldest events and set it before the portrait. Salazar eyed the boy with a calculating gleam before turning to the book sitting innocently on the small table below his portrait. "Rise," he spoke normally this time, knowing it wouldn't react to Parseltongue. The book, recognizing the command, floated up from its position on the table and rotated so its front cover was facing him, its title clear and visible. "Open," he spoke again. Lo and behold, the cover swung open, showing Slytherin one blank page and another with the picture of the author and several other non-consequential details. He experimented with Sever, nodding in approval. "I see now why you were one of Rowena's own." Harry wasn't sure whether that was a compliment or not. "You lived up to your end of the deal. It is now time for me to do mine." 7th book from the right, the 4th shelf from the bottom. "It is in there you will find what you seek. You should know though, that is the only tome in that collection that I did not write myself." Quote, Esculapius. Harry interrupted, trying not to sound hopeful. Salazar merely responded with a glare. His son, Macheon, but he was taught by his father, no doubt. He informed. A very well-respected healer in his own right, just like his siblings. Harry nodded his head in thanks before going over and pulling out the book in question from the shelf. Flipping through it to see if it was the right one, Harry discovered that it indeed was before charming the rest of the history books he obtained for Salazar to respond to his demands. He left his study without a backwards glance. He had some reading to do. Sirius was very much enjoying his newfound freedom, though the distinct lack of time being spent with his godson was always something that served to damper his mood. He couldn't really do much about that though. The boy had a life of his own, a rather busy and interesting one at that. In fact, it was that life in particular that led the occupants of Moony Nights into their current situation. Remus and Archie had pointed out, rather warily, that Harry would not like this at all. He couldn't possibly understand why. I mean, dozens of girls, hot ones at that, arriving in groups to spend time with the Quidditch star, each of them sitting with their own friends at separate tables and ordering up a storm from the bar. At least it's good for business. Remus had commented when he opened that morning, only to see the line of girls waiting to come in for breakfast. Archie had to don his apron to help Remus keep up with his tenants, regulars and new customers. Something he still wouldn't stop grumbling about. It was confusing though, Sirius mused. He was led to believe that aside from some close friends, business associates and goblins, no one was supposed to know that the Harry living here was Harry Potter, Quidditch star. Somehow, that information was leaked and the girls just started coming, that in song. Die-hard Quidditch fans looking for autographs. He wasn't ashamed to admit that he was shocked and a little jealous, that women closer to his age were arriving to get a peek at his godson. Stupid, slow-acting nutrient potions. Sirius mumbled as he pinched the saggy skin on his bicep. If only the potions Archie had given him to drink every morning would work faster, he wouldn't need a reason to be jealous. He'd reel these beautiful fish in using his godson as a lure. It was beautiful and the ultimate bonding experience. Sirius was starting to get worried though. He knew that Harry had apparently come home late last night after some visit to France, but it was 2 in the afternoon and there was still no sign of his godson. Is this normal? He asked from his stool on the bar. Remus was working furiously behind it, preparing drinks for their customers. Care to elaborate, Padfoot? Remus asked with narrowed eyes while balancing several pints of butterbeer on a tray, ready for delivery. Pronglesit. I haven't seen him all day. It looked like Harry's fans were starting to think the same thing, wondering if perhaps the information on his whereabouts was just some cruel joke. He'll be down soon. Archie piped up from behind the bar. He was cleaning the pints that Lizzie would collect and return to him. He has training in about half an hour and he hasn't eaten yet. Oh, there he is. Sirius swiveled around in his chair to see his godson dressed quite plainly in a tight black t-shirt, a pair of gray track pants and a pair of chucks covering his feet, with a bag being held over his shoulder. The boy stopped dead at the top of the stairs, his eyes wide as he looked down at the dining area full of squealing fangirls. Hey Potter, you come for some lunch? Archie yelled loudly, much to the boy's shock, causing several fans to nearly develop whiplash as they turned to the direction of the stairs. Harry turned an icy glare to his friend who was grinning smugly. Him from his position behind the bar. Stop him, he's gonna get away. Archie yelled, causing Harry's glare to increase. That was the plan. Harry, can I have a picture? One girl screamed abo. The rest as excited chatter broke out in the inn, the volume increasing steadily as everyone tried to talk over each other. Harry, will you be my boyfriend? Will you sign my broom? Can I have one of your babies? That last one freaked Harry out a bit. The woman looked to be in her late 20s. Quickly assessing the situation, Harry spotted his goal, the fireplace, on the other side of the room. The bowl of flow powder sitting innocently on the mantel. The only problem was the throng of people in his way starting from the bottom of the stairs he was currently descending in. Reaching back to the other side of the large dining room, he could tell the regulars were rather annoyed by the spectacle. Harry needed to create a distraction, and he needed to create one quickly. They were slowly advancing on him and climbing the stairs. Look, Voldemort, he yelled, pointing to the door. Nearly everyone in the room, Remus included, dived for cover, giving Harry the time he needed to jump over the railing and grab onto the wall-mounted lamp, before dropping gracefully to the floor. Harry sprinted past the crowd of people as fast as he could, sending a quick hex in Archie's direction. Before grabbing a pinch of flow powder and diving into the fireplace, he was gone in a flash of green flames, not without one last message however. "You're such a head sometimes, Arcades." Archie rose from his position behind the bar with a smug grin on his face. "Serves him right for making me wait up and not telling me where he was going last night." Sirius promptly fell off his chair, laughing at the sight of Archie, or more particularly, what was on his forehead. "When he called you a head," Sirius managed to get out between raspy heckles, "he wasn't kidding." Archie's face scrunched up in confusion until he felt an odd weight on his forehead, forcing his eyebrows to stay in a permanent frown. "Oh no, he didn't." Sirius was still rolling on the floor laughing, holding his sides in pain from laughing so hard while Remus himself was chuckling quietly. "Why don't we go out back and I can take care of that for you?" Tonks asked out of nowhere, causing Sirius to stop laughing and Archie to look at her incredulously. "When the hell did you get here?" Sirius demanded, though more curious than upset. Archie's reaction was noticeably different. Archie ran to nay of the mirrored walls behind the bar to stare at his reflection, and when he saw it, his face was frozen in one of shock, for on his forehead was a rather limp and wrinkly penis. A girlish scream of horror startled most of the occupants of the bar out of their state of fright, having dived under tables and behind walls when their hero had spotted the Dark Lord. "Get it off! Get 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 it off!" Archie was bashing furiously at his forehead while trying to pull the offending appendage from its new home. "Careful now, Archie," Tonks said, with humor. "Any more than 2 tugs and that's considered playing with yourself." Archie rounded on her with narrowed eyes. "Something you picked up from last night's shenanigans, Nymphadora." Now Ari might be able to get away with using her name like that, mainly because he scared the shit out of Tonks on a good day. Archie had no such intimidation qualities, nor the skill to back them. The customers of Moony Nights were, needless to say, mentally scarred when they saw Archie running and diving away from Tonks, the penis on his forehead thwacking painfully against his face with every T. Homas Redbridge was a little shocked to see his star chaser stumble out of the flow terminal outside their team's changing rooms was like saying Albus Dumbledore only slightly liked his candy. "What in Merlin's name happened to you, Harry?" Flabbergasted at the boy's appearance. "Somehow, my adoring fans found out where I lived, coach," he replied dryly, a word of advice, throwing around Voldemort's name as a killer distraction. "I'll keep that in mind," Redbridge said with a frown. "You know, as a part of your contract, you're obligated to at least sign a few autographs when you appear in public," he reminded crossly. Harry looked to the man in shock as he asked, "How is my home considered public?" "It's open to the general public, and as thus, falls under said category in the contract you signed," he reminded Harry. "I'll let you off this time though because you would have probably been late for training if you stayed and signed autographs." "Why do you care?" Harry looked incredulous. "As long as I play well. What difference does it make if I sign some photos or not?" "Harry," Redbridge began with exasperation, "being nice to the fans reflects well on the team, and if the public looks to us in a better light, we'll sell more merchandise and tickets to games," he reminded. "It's all in your contract, if you cared to read it thoroughly." "What, 200,000 people aren't enough?" he said, referring to the numbers they had pulled in their last game against Brazil. "Go in the changing rooms, the doc is waiting in there to give you a physical," the coach ordered. And though Harry felt like objecting, he knew it would be futile. He'd do the same thing in his position, he mused. "Is it Allison or Borislava?" he asked warily, as his coach chuckled. "Don't worry, boyo, it's Allison," he affirmed as Harry let out a sigh of relief. "Borislava has the night off. I don't know why you're complaining though, she's one of the best physiotherapists in the world." "I don't want anyone with the name Borislava touching my testicles," Harry shouted over his shoulder as Redbridge shoved him through the door of the changing rooms where Allison Hart was waiting for him. "I'm honored you would reserve such a privilege for me, Mr. Potter." Allison Hart, the young and very beautiful black-haired, gray-eyed doctor, drawled sarcastically. Now Allison, we both know this isn't necessary. So if you'll just tick all those boxes, we can save ourselves a lot of time," he tried, and failed, to dissuade her from her task. "Dr. Hart," she replied sternly. "No," Harry said with a frown. "My name's Harry, you're Allison. Now that we know my memory is fine, can we just end this please?" Allison sent him a disapproving frown, ignoring the informal way he referred to her for right now. Before motioning to his clothes, "I'm going to need you to strip and sit up on that bed there," she ordered while preparing her tools. "You're not one to mince words then." Harry grinned. "I was thinking we could grab a coffee first." "Now Mr. Potter," she ordered impatiently. The grin on Harry's face vanished only to be replaced by a cold glare. "And should I refuse?" The doctor rose an eyebrow in amusement, which quickly turned into a frown when she noticed Harry had his wand covertly pointed at her. "Put that wand away, Mr. Potter, before you hurt yourself," she threatened. Though she was annoyed to see Harry gave off not even the slightest signs of being intimidated. "I have a better idea," Harry quickly sent a wordless disarming curse at her and snatched the shocked Medi-Witch's wand from out of the air. "You give me a vow of secrecy concerning anything you may find so long as it will not affect my playing ability, and I will allow you to conduct your physical. If you find something that will hamper my abilities, you can do what you want. Anything else, you're forbidden to say a word about to anyone." "That's absurd." She glared heatedly at him. "I will not be bullied by some student into not performing my duties." "This is not a negotiation." He matched her glare with one of his own. "It's the way things will be. Will you cooperate, Allison?" She sent him one last withering glare, but nodded reluctantly as a blue glow surrounded her and Harry, solidifying the vow of secrecy. "Good." Harry handed her wand back. To the surprised doctor, "Do what you must and be quick about it. I have a training session to get to." Allison had him strip naked before she started her examination. Everything seemed normal until she reached the neurological exam. Performing a scan on the stony Harry's brain, she was shocked by what she found. "What in Merlin's name?" she mumbled under her breath as she continued to examine his brain with her diagnostic spell. She then noticed the silver flask by the rest of his clothes. Moving quickly, she snatched up the flask and sniffed at the potion within, though she found the quick movements unnecessary as Harry didn't try to stop her. "You have dolorous occlumathornia?" she asked incredulously. "Wait a minute," she mumbled under her breath as she examined his eyes loosely before frowning. "No sign of sleep deprivation is as common amongst people who spend any amount of time in Azkaban," she assessed. "Then how did you, oh sweet Merlin, you used occlumency to shield yourself from their effects for the whole month?" Her voice was soft and laced with pity as she traced lines around his cranium with her delicate fingers. "No wonder you didn't want anyone knowing something like this. The scandal it would cause." Harry swatted her hands away from his head, his glare never leaving her. "Are we done?" She frowned and looked over her notes. "Aside from that, you seem perfectly normal." "Better than normal, I'd say, judging from the results of your last physical," she assessed. "How often do you have to take the medicine?" "Twice a day," he answered smoothly. "Do you have enough of the potion?" She motioned towards the flask as Harry nodded. "Plenty. The doc at St. Mungo's provided me with more than enough." She seemed hesitant for a moment, before nodding. "As long as you promise to take the medicine twice a day, you're free to go." She paused, looking like she wanted to say something. "Before I graduated from healer school, I did a thesis on dolorous occlumathornia. I discovered that in severe cases, like yours, the patient can suffer from brain damage unless there's a cure found." Harry didn't say anything. This was nothing new to him. "You have 3 years, 4 maximum before your brain melts down in your skull. According to my research, of course, I could be wrong." Harry's features remained stony on the outside, but on the inside, his mind was traveling at 1,000,000 miles a second. That piece of information was new to him. One thought was racing through his mind at that moment. "I should have asked for more than 20 million. Harry arrived home in a flash of green flames later that evening, under the disguise of a glamour charm, to see Sirius, Archie and Cedric talking animatedly at one of the many booths provided. Harry took a generous sip from his flask before making his way over to the trio. He idly noticed that there were more customers than usual, probably a result of his home being revealed to Wizarding Britain. "Can we help you?" Archie asked with a frown on his face as Harry took a seat. He secretly took pride in the fact that the three couldn't even come close to seeing through his glamour charm. "That's an interesting mark you have on your forehead, Arcades," he said with a grin as the boy's eyes widened. "Remove any penises from there lately?" The boy in question tried to swat Harry across the head, only for the Quidditch star to lazily dodge it with a tilt of his head. Can somebody tell me what's going on? Sirius asked with confusion laced in his voice. Cedric seemed to have caught on also. It's Harry, Sirius, Cedric explained. No one else calls Archie by his full name, and what does he mean? Remove any penises from there, a full-blown smile on his face, howling his glowing white teeth. No doubt Archie helped him with those also. He had been waiting to get some time in with his godson today. That's a rather interesting story, Cedric, Harry began, but I shall not bore you with the detail. Suffice to say, Arcades did something incredibly stupid, and his true nature was revealed to the world. That of a head, he asked amusedly. That of a head, Harry confirmed. I'm surprised you got it off already though. I hoped it would at least last the full day. Cedric came and helped out, Archie said with a grin. Seems he learned a thing or two about curse breaking from the books you left at Hogwarts. Harry rolled his eyes towards the Hufflepuff. I'm glad to know that should you fail at everything else in life, you'd have a career in penis removal when you graduate. I hear Stephanie Zabini would be interested in your services. Cedric and Sirius chuckled, the latter having been informed of Archie's crush earlier in the evening by the former. Hey, she hasn't hit me there for a long time. Archie tried to defend himself while clutching his testes in phantom pain. I think she could be warming up to me, he commented brightly. That, or she's losing interest. Harry decided now that the penis was removed from Archie's forehead, he'd find another way to make his day miserable. Maybe she think your penis is horribly odd. Equate and not worth coming in contact with anymore. Can we stop talking about penises? Archie snapped back, as the laughter died down between the four. We were just talking about our little bussin'. Venture before you decided to grace us with your presence. Speaking of which, Harry interrupted. Ringo, Poppy, Chappie. To the shock of the three wizards present, 3 young house elves, 2 females and 1 male, appeared out of nowhere with a small pop. You was calling for us, Master Harry? The male asked, as all 3 bowed. Unlike the regular house elves one purchased from the black market, where they would be dressed in potato sacks, these 3 were dressed in top-of-the-line dragon hide gear. Oh Merlin, isn't that cute? Sirius leaned in close to the young elves. They even have little dragon hide boots. You're to answer to Arcades over here, guys. Work out the details of your contracts with him. He motioned towards the gaping boy. You got them already? Archie asked, looking dumbfounded. I didn't think you'd get them so quickly. You're not ready for this then? Harry asked with a raised brow. No, Archie shouted. I mean, yes, I'm ready. I bought and ordered all the cauldrons and materials necessary earlier actually. I just, he seemed flustered. Harry reasoned he did technically spring this on him and thrust him into his own business, but this was just too good of a business opportunity to pass up. I don't know where to start. Harry shrugged. I can extend your room here to have a potions lab, he began. What did your dad say about working and staying here? Cedric flushed when all 3 turned to him. He was reluctant at first, but when I told him I wanted to start earning my own money, he couldn't really object. In fact, he approves. He mumbled. I didn't mention the potion brewing though. He just think I'll be working here as a busboy or something. Excellent. Harry had thought Cedric's father might shoot down the idea of working in a place like Moony Knights. While many people saw the good it did for the magical creature community, ministry workers like Mr. Diggory were still leery about the idea. We can set him up in your room to make this easier, I guess. I'll just have to expand your room with a few charms. Hey, I'll help. Sirius suddenly voiced his thoughts. I don't have much else to do with my time but bum around here. I might as well make myself useful. He shrugged. You can also put the business in my name. Better that way, people will be less likely to approach me about your less than wholesome inventory. Harry hummed thoughtfully. That's not a bad idea, Harry conceded. That an Arcades can teach you how to mass produce some of the easier potions so you can continue while we're at school. Shouldn't be too hard. Archie shrugged, agreeing with the idea. I feel bad about taking all those healing potions from him already anyway, and you don't even need to pay me. He grinned. My loving family left me more than enough money, then I know what to do with. Hey, the Black family was notorious for being dark, Cedric interrupted, gaining everyone ease attention. You think they'd have any tones on some of the rarer, borderline legal, potions in their libraries? Sirius scoffed. Yeah, Probably illegal ones too. Sirius looked at Harry warily. Harry. Why is Archie looking at me like that? Indeed, Archie was looking hungrily at Sirius. He does that when the prospect of learning more about potions arises. He shrugged. How many potions can you make with the first batch of ingredients you ordered? A lot, Archie said sheepishly. I've spent a fair majority of the money I've earned working here. I figured I should start making as many as I can before school starts. Harry nodded. Good thinking. Don't worry, if this goes bust, I'll reimburse you and you get a free personal house elf. Speaking of which, guys, can you go and prep a room in Arcades' bedroom to be a potions laboratory? Of course, Master Harry Potter, sir, the smallest of the three, Chappie, squeaked as the three vanished with a pop. Cute little buggers, Sirius chuckled. Whoa! He exclaimed perversely. Look at the ass on that. What's prompted this uncharacteristic show of charity, mate? Archie asked with a raised brow. Not that I'm complaining, of course. Harry shrugged. It has potential to provide a decent amount of profit, and I'm not going to be doing any work for it. Archie grumbled at Harry's brutal, if not accurate statement. He decided to change the topic. So, did you read the paper today? I did not, Harry answered blandly. He asked, may there perhaps be something about them in there? Referring to the few fans still waiting around for his return. Take a look for yourself. Sirius tossed him today's issue of the Daily Prophet. Apparently it had been a topic of discussion for the three guys earlier. Harry frowned when he saw the paper. The front page had a large picture of his Auror escorts and himself arriving at the ministry after his incarceration to clear all the paperwork involved in his release. It wasn't his best picture, that's for sure. The article read, Quidditch star Harry Potter wrongfully imprisoned and released with apologies. The Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, has today issued a public apology to our country's new hero, Harry James Potter, for his wrongful imprisonment at Azkaban following the death of fourth-year Hogwarts student Lee Jordan. The minister has told us that the evidence collected by the ministry's Auror investigation team was quite conclusive and damning against Mr. Potter. However, following further investigation within Hogwarts, it was proven by Ministry ORS almost a month later that he was indeed innocent. The public outcry this incident caused against the ministry didn't help Minister Fudge's popularity at all, but he assured us that Mr. Potter has been aptly reimbursed for his time spent in prison, although the actual amount remains a secret. Minister Fudge has expressed his sincerest apologies to Mr. Potter and wishes that he can spend his summer at his home in Moony Nights recuperating from this, no doubt, tragic experience. For more information on the attacks at Hogwarts, refer to Article 17, page 8. Harry frowned as he finished reading that article. Fudge obviously added in his living arrangements as a last-ditched effort to piss him off without causing him any actual harm. Two could play at that game. Another article on the front page piqued his curiosity. He continued to read, Civil War in the Werewolf Community. Normally, the odd body of a wereat that much of a surprise in England. The full moon changes them into ravaging beasts and, on more than one occasion, a wizard will be forced to defend themselves with lethal force, or risk being mauled to death. That's not what has the prophet vexed. However, our sources inform us that bodies of werewolves are being found at an increasing rate, with varying causes of death. However, one thing is common amongst all these victims: thick, claw-like gashes covering their bodies with large bite marks to accompany them. We at the Prophet believe that there is a group of werewolves, most likely led by notorious criminal Fenrir Greyback, preying on their brethren who refuse to side with them in their fight against the world. For more information on criminal Fenrir Greyback, refer to Article 23, page 10. That piece of information was troubling indeed, if the Prophet was to be believed. Especially with all Remus is trying to do for the werewolf community. Are you going to do anything about it? Sirius asked, sounding worried for some reason. It was then that Harry remembered why he originally took the Prophet. Technically, he's not violating our agreement, he's merely annoying me. Harry shrugged. I dare say he has just pranked me. I'm inclined to reciprocate in kind, Harry replied with a grin. One that was matched by his godfather. Oh, I was worried that we won't be able to have any godson-godfather bonding time, he gushed. A prank war against the Minister of Magic, lucky. You know how to make a guy feel special. Harry cringed at the use of his nickname, eyeing Cedric, who was wondering what it could possibly mean, and Archie, who was trying to contain his laughter. If you want to bond, you could always teach me how to ride a motorbike. Delilah has ensnared you with her feminine wiles too then? Sirius asked with a grin as Harry rolled his eyes. Don't worry. You won't be the first. Your dad asked me to teach him to ride too. Oh, good times. Sirius continued to reminisce while the three boys eyed him warily. Right, Arcades, I want to show you something up in my room real quick. Seeing Archie looked at him with a raised brow, Harry interrupted him before someone got hurt. If you even think about making a gay joke, I'll mock. Sure, the next penis won't be so easy to remove. Archie raised his hands in a non-threatening manner. It was clear he was thinking of doing just that. Cedric, I'll call Remus to get you set up with your own apron and whatnot. He's been expecting you actually. Harry spoke to the Hufflepuff boy, who suddenly felt left out. Oh, thanks Harry, he grinned. You sure he doesn't mind? Harry shrew. GGED, I'm as much owner of this place as he is, which was true. As long as you don't slack, he could always use more help, especially now that he's boning dear Nymphadora. Sirius let out a bark of L. Otter while Archie shook his head in amusement. Cedric looked on with owlish eyes as Harry led Archie up to his room while Sirius called Remus over to them from the bar, to talk about him no doubt. Are you sure this is wise, Minister? Cornelius Fudge's assistant questioned pitifully, not wanting to anger his boss by questioning his methods. Those vultures in the media are making me out to be an incompetent. Fudge stated angrily, if they want results, then it's results they will get. But to send the Dementors on a widespread search of Britain for a rat? His assistant asked incredulously. He quickly took 2 steps back when Fudge leveled a glare at him. They are rather hard to control, after all. They will do what I tell them to do. Fudge barked angrily, his face turning red. From anger, ever since it was released that Peter Pettigrew was the one who betrayed the Potters and killed all those muggles, people have begun losing faith in our government and judiciary system. Won't it only make us look worse if the Dementors start attacking innocent people? Fudge glared at his assistant, who only today begun questioning his decision. He didn't pay the fool to question him. He paid him to agree with everything he said. The Dementors will do as instructed. Fudge bristled in anger. The risk is worth any possible attacks on innocents. The longer this, Pettigrew, remains free, the more chance I have of being ousted by the Wizengamot. Of course, sir. His assistant agreed demurely. How many shall I instruct Azkaban to send on this rat hunt? Leave 5 Dementors in Azkaban. Fudge ordered. Send the rest out all across the UK to search. Make sure they know to search everywhere, including Hogwarts. He ordered to his shocked assistant. Make sure you info all neighboring foreign ministries also. There are too many places for a rat to hide on this continent, and I want this man found. He bellowed loudly. The Dementors will find him soon enough, and when they do, I can kiss all my problems goodbye. He smirked, happy with his own little joke. Technically, the Dementors would be the ones kissing your problems goodbye. Fudge leveled another glare at him. Sir. Just do what I tell you to do. Fudge roared, as his assistant scurried out of the office to message the guards of Azkaban with their new assignment. So, what is it you wanted to show me? Archie asked as he and Harry entered the latter's room. Hopefully it's how to make my room look like this, he hoped, lacing his voice as Harry led him to the library. Unfortunately, no, Harry replied sarcastically as he took a seat behind his desk, motioning Archie to take the only other available seat. Harry, Archie began. A little trepidation was clearly distinguishable in his voice. Is that a portrait reading history books? The portrait in question smirked at him while Harry replied, your powers of deduction are quite astounding. How do you do it? Harry. Archie ignored Harry's thinly veiled insult and asked another question. Is that a portrait of Salazar Slytherin reading history books? What gave it away? Harry didn't look up from what he was doing, the plaque with his name on it. Harry asked sarcastically as he began writing something on a spare bit of parchment, seemingly copying from a book filled with runes and writing Archie couldn't hope understand. What have you got there? He asked interestingly as Harry continued to jot down a list of something from one of the pages before flipping towards the back of the book and continuing his list. A tome I managed to barter from an acquaintance. Harry's eyes briefly flicked over to Slytherin's portrait. Archie didn't seem to notice. It's very old and very much written in Parseltongue. He continued to jot down random words Archie couldn't quite see as he flipped through more pages. What's it about? Archie asked eagerly. Some really cool snake spells. He looked excited. Does it tell you how to breed a hydra? That bit of information can be found in the book on serpent lore. I tried, but I just couldn't find a willing fully matured Runaspore that would breed with a dragon, he sighed wistfully. No doubt remembering something about his past. What did he say? Archie asked curiously as Harry finished jotting down whatever he was taking notes of. He said you're a moron, Harry answered nonchalantly, ignoring the gaping boy and tossing him the piece of parchment he had just been writing on. Tell me what you know of these, mainly their availability and location, Harry more ordered than asked. Though Archie took the paper anyway before reading through the list. After several moments of quickly skimming through the list, Archie looked up at Harry incredulously. You're joking, right? I am not, he replied nonchalantly. Why? Is there something funny? You mean other than the fact that these ingredients would be near impossible to get? Archie asked. Sarcastically. There are only 2 items on this list that you can order from rare ingredient sellers and they are bloody expensive, he said. That's the Runaspore and Ashwinder scales. Money is not an issue. Harry reminded the boy as he seemed to be pondering on the other items on that one phoenix I know of in the world that you'd have access to, and that's the headmaster's one, he pointed out. Finding it and getting access to it would be easy enough, getting it to cry tears for you though. He asked incredulously. Good luck. They don't just cry on a whim, you know, otherwise Dumbledore. Or would probably be the richest man in the world. Harry figured that would be the case with that ingredient. He had hoped Archie would know of another owner of a phoenix though, one that had better control over his bird. Anticus trees are almost extinct. They used to flourish in Africa around 1,000 years ago, but over time and with people harvesting their sap like crazy, they've become rather scarce. He recited from memory. And no one wants to brave Africa and run the chance of running into a Nundu to find out how scarce they are. That, Harry realized, was quite the problem. Mentis flowers aren't too rare. Archie said sarcastically. So long as you can climb to the top of the Himalayas and be sure to be up there during a full moon, which is when they are known to bloom, easy right? He asked. You good at mountain climbing? Because you can't apparate to a place you've never been before and those muggle flying machines can't get to where you need to go either. The place would be too saturated with magic. Harry felt like banging his head against the desk, but he figured he'd have plenty of need to do that later when Archie finished. Kingsfoil would probably be one of the more difficult ones to find, even though it's rather plentiful, he grinned at Harry's confused expression. How the hell does that work? Well, the wood elves grow them in abundance. They use it for their medicinal herbs, I think, Archie shrugged. Problem is, they closed themselves off from the world around 700 years ago, and nobody knows where they've hidden themselves. I'd imagine in a forest, Harry replied sarcastically. Is that all I'd need to do? Well, that and earn their favor, which is just as unlikely. They're rather snobbish according to history books. Harry ignored Salazar's snort of amusement. He seemed to be listening rather intently to their conversation. Now, a Lethifold soul fragment, I have no idea how you'd get that. Archie frowned. According to some of my more obscure books, soul essences were used for the more ritualistic potions. It strengthens them tenfold, but I think you'd need someone adept at necromancy to get you one. He frowned. You know any necromancers? One, Harry nodded. Is that all? Well, no, he replied, rather surprised that Harry knew someone who practiced the ancient art. You'd actually have to kill the Lethifold before extracting its soul essence. Do you know how to kill one? Because I, and the rest of us mere mortals, don't, he grinned at Harry's annoyed expression. Necromancer should be able to kill one also. They were, after all, the ones who originally created the beasts, Salazar sagely informed, his history books forgotten. What did he say? Archie asked quickly. He said you had a small penis. Continue. Harry snapped as Archie glared at the portrait who was matching his glare with amusement. Well, getting a Gorgon's blood is simple enough. I just have no idea where you'd find a Gorgon. He shrugged. Go with what legends say, they'd probably be somewhere in Greece. I'd normally say basilisk venom would be impossible to get, simply because I have no idea where you'd find one. Fortunately, We know where a dead one is right now. Archie frowned, ignoring Harry's wince and Salazar's furious, hate-filled glare. A mature female Vorpala, oh joy. Archie rolled his eyes in annoyance. As big as the basilisk we fought in the chamber, but a heck of a lot faster. Good thing they're not as powerful though. Harry noticed Salazar looking. Gee smug. I read up about them after that incident. He chuckled at that memory. They're usually found in the colder European countries, mostly in dark caves. Siberia would probably be your best bet. They were quite plentiful in Romania. Back in my time, Salazar chipped in. They'd probably migrate north though to seek colder temperatures. Weird serpents, the Vorpala are, the only ones that actively seek out the cold. Oh, you did not, Harry replied to Salazar's hissing. Naturally, Archie thought it was an insult directed at him. Willingly given vampire blood, I'd imagine, would be easy for you. Since you're so friendly with Mr. Lestat and his ridiculously good-looking wife, he rolled his eyes while Harry made a disapproving noise. Vampires are very possessive of their blood, Harry informed his friend, especially one as old as Lestat. It'd be flooded with his magic. Something like that could easily be used against him. If I was to ask him for his blood, he'd rally pour it into the cauldron himself rather than give it to me. It's safer that way. Cauldron. These are for potions, Archie asked, suddenly extremely interested. Tell me about that last one and we can discuss that after. Harry instructed. Rose vine is easy enough to get if you can get in the middle of the Amazon. Archie shrugged. No one forms expeditions to go and farm the stuff, but if they see it, they'll take it. I'd know if somebody had some on hand, and unfortunately, no one I know does. That may change within the next few years, Harry mumbled under his breath. Well, you wanted to know what those were for, correct? Archie nodded enthusiastically, always ready to learn more about different kinds of potions. Well, I can only tell you one of them, the other is rather personal. He lied smoothly. The first batch of ingredients are for the elixir of renewal. It's the elixir that will cure my mother. Archie winced sympathetically. Tough break. Harry shrugged. I'll get the materials. Just be ready to brew the potion when it's time. The problem is, they're both ritualistic potions, and thus, both will need the serpent staff to complete the rituals. Esculapius healing magic staff thing. Right, Archie asked. Harry confirmed with a nod. Well, do you have any information on it? Harry motioned towards Slytherin. He did research it quite a bit. His books provided me with some useful information. Harry shrugged. Nothing concrete, but it gives me a place to start. Which is where? Well, Esculapius lived in a temple off the coast of Greece, one that would be, most likely, heavily warded with parcel magic wards. Harry began. Wait, you guessed most of these things would require curse-breaking skills to find, didn't you? The wasn't hard to place in his voice. How long have you been planning this? Harry shrugged. For as long as I can remember, whatever useful knowledge I could learn, I did. Even the money, you knew why. I'd need money to go searching for most of this shit, so you became a Quidditch star, one of the highest paid jobs in the wizarding world. He laughed at the absurdity. Man, you really need to get laid. Harry let that one slide. The elixir should be able to put my mother back into the state she was in right before her last sustained injury. Harry reiterated what he learned, seeing as right after falling in that coma. She was practically whisked away into St. Mungo's, sheltered for the past 12 or so years. It should reverse the effects of whatever was cast on her, regardless of what spell it was. Archie frowned. That sounds like a ritual more focused on time than actual healing. Well, yeah, Harry shrugged. It's kind of a last resort if you can't cure someone, and say. Aang is that deranged bootlicker of a woman obliviated herself the second she could. We have no idea how my mother got to be in her current position. It's sound in theory, Archie said slowly. Several moments of silence, but seeing as so much time has passed, it'd have to be one powerful potion, and I don't think this would have been created for such long periods of time. He is correct, unfortunately. Salazar spoke up. Though, there is Men of Chalice, created by Esculapius, that increases the potency of whatever potion is drunk from it hundredfold. As that's so, Harry was ooking off into space. You wouldn't happen to know where I would find said artifact, would you? The portrait of the man shrugged. Find the staff and no doubt you'll find the cup. They were both prog. ably used in conjunction with each other for any healing rituals the man performed. Well, that problem is sorted out, Harry informed the bewildered Archie. Will you be able to give me more accurate locations of those materials by the time we graduate Hogwarts? Harry asked tiredly. Think of it as a favor for backing your business. Archie frowned and looked at the book on Harry's desk. Nay, he copied the ingredients from. Give me a translated copy of that book and I'll be your little bitch, Archie promised. The information in there could be so useful, he said wistfully. Done, Harry quickly agreed. He was going to give it to him as a birthday present anyway, it was nothing off his back. Wicked, Archie gushed and immediately left to his room to do God knows what. When Archie was well and truly gone, Salazar decided to ask the question that had been on his mind since he heard the list of ingredients. I've made it my life's work to study Aesculapius, magic, and I know everything there is, or was to know about him, he began. I recognize the ingredients for the second ritual you intend to perform clearly. The question is, why? Why not? Clearly you can see the benefits, Harry replied, reverting to the snake language that Salazar preferred. You don't come off as the reckless type, and the risks involved in performing that ritual are far too great to even consider the benefits it could theoretically provide, Salazar mused, which then means you have no other choice but to perform it, he pointed out with a smirk. As usual, you've used your obviously extremely brilliant mind, assessed the facts and come to the obvious conclusion. Would you like a cookie? He asked sarcastically. What is your point? My point, he said, scowling at Harry's cheek, is that you have dolorious occlumathornia, the very disease that killed. Harry looked up to see great pain in the man's glassy eyes. The very disease that killed Rowena, Lady Ravenclaw, he quickly amended. Harry was, needless to say, rather shocked at the uncharacteristic behavior. Maybe there was more to Salazar Slytherin than meets the eye. You fear that your brain may implode, just as hers did over time. He chuckled darkly. You've obviously discovered the ritual I intend to use. I guess I owe you 2 cookies, he replied coldly, not liking how the cunning founder was reading into his motives so easily. The mind magic ritual, Salazar hissed with a grin, a ritual to strengthen and repair the magical pathways flowing through one's brain. The possible benefits of such a ritual could be astronomical. He said wistfully, the very same ritual I intended to perform on Rowena so I could save her life, he sighed. Harry raised a curious brow at that. That's not what Lestat Dee told him. I was led to believe that it was your mother you were seeking the serpent staff for. Harry ignored the man's scowl. That you were in love with her, and couldn't bear to see her in pain, and thus dedicated your life to curing her. Salazar didn't confirm nor deny the statement. He merely chose to glare at Harry, who had his hand steepled in front of his mouth while returning Salazar's gaze. Ignoring the stubborn portrait, Harry placed his hand under the lip of his desk, running his hand over the nondescript notches that decorated its furnished surface. Reaching the 17th one from the left, Harry allowed his finger to sink into the notch. Instead of his finger meeting the resistance one would expect to meet when pressing against hard mahogany wood, his finger sank in, as if that particular notch was a button. A small click was heard and a small compartment on the underside of the desk sprung open, revealing single book, nothing too extravagant. In fact, it merely looked like a notebook or a small journal of sorts. Taking the book out of the drawer, Harry flipped through the pages slowly, yet not at a slow enough speed to thoroughly examine each page's contents. Hundreds upon hundreds of arithmetic equations filled the pages of this notebook. An odd diagram or two neatly drawn and animated every few pages to provide more detail and an accurate description of the equation's effects. My masterpiece, he thought fondly, as his eyes rested on the latest set of arithmetic equations and the diagram they were paired with, a diagram of a spectacular Florida. Me swirling around the small image of a wizard with his wand raised. These were no ordinary flames though, no. These flames were black, Amaterasu, that which illuminates heaven, he mused as he looked. D for his pen and continued where he last left off. Oh, appropriate, that black flames could illuminate a place that is so light, it's almost poetic. It wouldn't be long now until his masterpiece was complete. Lestat kept his annoyance in check regarding this current situation. It was rare that the Elder Council would call upon any vampire more than once a century. To be called 3 times in a month was rather frustrating. The Elder Council consisted of the 3 eldest vampire alive, or not dead again, if you wanted to be technical, at any one time. Their identities were a well-kept secret amongst the elder vampire community, mainly for their own safety. Technically, they were some of the most powerful beings on the planet, but why would the vampire community risk being thrown into chaos by simply not taking precautions? The youngest of the three elders and the most recent addition to their ranks was Dracul Miklos, a Romanian vampire, at least he thought so judging by the name, who was well respected in the vampirian community for his leadership abilities and marvelous skills with a blade. He was, to Lestat's calculations, just over 3,000 years old. The second oldest vampire in existence, Nakajima Isamu, was a vampire living in Japan and a metamorphagus. This allowed him to change through identities easily and live amongst regular people at will, which is probably why he was the richest man in the world. Isamu probably owned all of the largest companies in the world, and nobody would ever know because he would do so under different names. Lestat Esti made it his age to be roughly 5,500 years old. The eldest vampire by far, and leader of the Elder Council, was a mystery to all, including Lestat. The only thing he could definitively say about her was that she was indeed a woman, extremely powerful, had the gift of foresight and had to be around 10,000 years old. Lestat could make guesses as to her origins, but that is all they would be, wild guesses, with no proof to back his claims. "Do you know why we have called you here, Lestat?" The mysterious leader of the council spoke up, a dark crimson cloak covering her features. His keen eyesight so he couldn't even see the color of her skin. "I'm beginning to believe that you must enjoy my company," he replied sarcastically in the ancient and noble vampirian tongue. Or you think my time is not as valuable as your own?" "Of course it is not," replied none other than Dracul. Did he forget to mention that the man was as arrogant as they come? "Lestat, stay your tongue." The comforting yet demanding voice of their leader spoke. Lestat only did so out of respect for her, not because of Dracul. "We would like to know what you think of young Harry Potter. We know you have met with him recently." Slightly alarmed at how much they knew of his secretive life, he took a few moments to choose his words before speaking. "You are taking an unhealthy interest in such a young mortal," he began. Noticing that Dracul was becoming impatient, however, "if it is the will of the council, who am I to dispute it?" He collected his thoughts. The boy is talented, and to say that he is only talented an insult to him. He began, slightly unnerved by Isamu's silent presence. "You know already of what drives him and his goals. He has recently come into possession of some texts that will bring him all the more closer to reaching them." "That is not what we want to know." Isamu finally spoke up. "Our leader has foreseen that the boy has the potential to change the world, for better or for worse. We do not know. We do not like being left in the dark about matters that concern us, Lestat." "He is powerful," Lestat conceded. "His skill and potential with magic far exceeds anyone I have ever met before. I believe that he can achieve anything he puts his mind to, and anyone that gets in his way will most likely meet an early end." Silence reigned in the council chambers for several moments until the eldest vampire in the room spoke up again. "That is interesting, most interesting," she mused. "You are not playing up his abilities for us, are you, Lestat?" Lestat bristled. He disliked it when people challenged his honor. These fossils dare think he would lie. "You hardly need my word to describe his abilities. You have foreseen it yourselves that the dark wizard known as Lord Voldemort will return to his body soon. No doubt young Harry will be involved in one way or another, whether he likes it or not." The three elders shared a glance before nodding. To Lestat. "You may leave with one order," Isamu spoke. "You are not to directly help him with the task we spoke of during our last meeting. If he is to be ready for the dark times ahead, he must face these trials alone unless you are absolutely needed. Do we have an understanding?" "We do," Lestat replied icily as he turned on his heel and stalked out of the chamber, his dark gray eyes betraying no emotion whatsoever.